I would like to invite all our delegates to please take your seats as we shall begin very, very soon. Hadirin yang dimuliakan, dipersilakan untuk mengambil tempat duduk masing-masing kerana acara akan dimulakan tidak lama lagi. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Fourth Prime Minister of Malaysia and the President of Perdana Global Peace Foundation, Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad and Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah Muhammad Ali. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, Malaysia's fourth Prime Minister and President of the Perdana Global Peace Foundation, PGPF, Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah Muhammad Ali, Advisor to the Perdana Global Peace Foundation, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Rais Yatim, former Minister of Foreign Affairs Malaysia, also advisor to PGPF, Yang Berbahagia Puan Sri Maznah Rais, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Norian Mai, Chairman, Perdana Global Peace Foundation, honored speakers, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our conference on the New World Order, a recipe for war and peace, organized by the Perdana Global Peace Foundation. PGPF continues their sustained efforts to energize peace and criminalize war. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the Global Peace Index, the world has become less peaceful every year since 2008. And the economic impact of containing and dealing with the consequences of violence in 2013 amounted to $9.8 trillion or 11.3% of global GDP. Today, we have with us a very distinguished lineup of esteemed speakers who I'm sure will enlighten us on a very complex, very timely, and very urgent issue. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin this morning's event, it is my pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Norian Mai, the Chairman of Perdana Global Peace Foundation, to say a few words and to welcome you. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, President, Perdana Global Peace Foundation, and the fourth Prime Minister of Malaysia, our advisors, the Honorable Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah Muhammad Ali, the Honorable Tan Sri Dr. Rais Yatim, Special Advisor to the Malaysian Government on the socio-cultural matters, Tan Sri, Puan Sri, Datuk, Datin, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. It is a great honor for the Perdana Global Peace Foundation, PGPF, to host this international conference on the New World Order, a recipe for war or for peace. Let me first introduce PGPF to you. The foundation was established to provide a forum or a vehicle for serious, active, and sustained campaign to rid the world of war by having it criminalized, thereby encouraging global peace. We have hosted many international conferences and brought together a diverse group of intellects and thinkers, doers, movers, and shakers. Over the years, PGPF has undertaken this campaign in many ways, by a simple act of taking drinking water to Gaza, to mission to Somalia, and by providing aid and comfort to the many thousand who remain innocent victims of wars. As you can see, the full list of our activities is written in our program book. This conference today is yet another in our effort at attaining our goals. The theme, the New World Order, a recipe for war or peace, can be looked at in many ways. To the man in the street, it could mean a new and a better way of life, perhaps better facilities and better standard of living, but it is not as straightforward as that. This term, the New World Order, or NWO, which has been used by political leaders, is a generic term used to refer to a worldwide conspiracy that is being manipulated by extremely powerful and influential groups of individuals that include the wealthiest, major political leaders, corporate giants, and even some from a royal household. The aim is to create a world authoritarian government with no nationalistic or regional boundaries that disobey their agenda. They seek complete and total domination over every human being on earth, while at the same time working towards drastically reducing the world population by 2/3. The NWO will have a common code of laws, and those who fall foul of the system will be starved to death or declared outlaws, whereby they can be targets for anyone wishing to kill them. This group has existed almost undetected by a complex web of deceit and a clever use of specially crafted and scripted agenda that sway public opinion. Such are the lengths they will go to achieve their ends. The masses are constantly persuaded to believe in ideologies which eventually lead to support to their actions. We can see this happening in certain countries where aggressors are lifted as heroes of democracy and freedom. They use fear as a tool in their methods. One technique used is by the creation of problems in the chosen countries. They provide the fund for the training and assembling of an opposition to create turmoil in established sovereign countries. The legitimate leaders are demonized, and the conflict get international attention by the media, which, as we all know, are in their hands. We know of many such nations that has become victims of this ploy. It works because they have complete control over events. Right at this moment, the world is gripped by the tension between European Union and Russia and the turmoil in the Middle East with bloodbath in Iraq and in Syria. Ladies and gentlemen, historians have discovered that most of the major wars, political upheavals, economic meltdown of the past century, and perhaps even earlier, were planned and instigated by people behind the NWO. Even the two world wars, the Russian Revolution, the rise of Nazi Germany, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, were all orchestrated. The end of the Soviet Union and its Eastern Bloc were all planned. So too the Gulf Wars. Some even suggest that the French Revolution was planned by them. Now we are reminded that, I quote, "Whatever happened in politics, you can be sure that someone wanted it to happen and made it happen." That statement came from none other than the US President Franklin Roosevelt. Clearly, that served to remind us that the strong and the mighty will impose their will on the less powerful, the weak, the sick, and the lame. It is not just in the political field that the people behind NWO works. They have their hands in the corporate field as well, in banking, in science and technology, and in all other endeavors that make our present system function. They seek control over the mineral wealth of the world. They have thought of all aspects, leaving no stone unturned or no situation neglected. Now, can this world, made up of 7 billion people, speaking many languages, having many religious beliefs and customs and traditions, succumb to this new world order that is perhaps controlled by a small group of people with vested interests? What is even more puzzling is that we don't even know who they are. This is perhaps the grand design to rule the world, to grab the riches of the world so that they have the ultimate power to rule, to impose their will over all that they survey. This is what can lead to fear, which, as we know, can be manipulated by the people behind the NWO. Now, what motivates the NWO leaders are the acquisition and the consolidation of even more wealth, natural resources, total political powers, and control over people. To them, anyone standing in their way will be dealt with, for the loss of innocent life are mere collateral. I'm most keen to listen to the panel of experts to better understand what is at stake. Today, we have the best brain to interpret the current situation in the world, a world filled with conflict, especially in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, in Africa, Latin America, and even in Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, to end my speech, I would like to record my appreciation to the prime mover of this conference, Tan Sri Dr. Samsudin Hitam, my board of trustees, and all my staff. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to also express my sincere thanks to many people who have come here today to listen and find out what the New World Order is all about. I hope that it can be a recipe for peace and certainly not for war. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to now invite Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, the fourth Prime Minister of Malaysia and President of the Perdana Global Peace Foundation, to address us. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Norin Mai, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Rais Yatim Wan Sri, distinguished speakers, guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the task of introducing the subject for our forum today. And the subject is the New World Order, whether it is a recipe for war or peace. We often hear leaders talking about a new world order. And for most of us, when somebody speaks about a new world order, we visualize a better world, a world where we live a much more prosperous life, free of oppression and the like. But actually, the idea of a new world order is not new. It is very old. And you heard from Tan Sri Norin Mai just now what kind of new world order was first conceived. Basically, it is about having a world government. We should abolish all states, all nations, all borders, but instead have only one world government. And that world government is to be by certain people, elites, people who are very rich, very intelligent, very powerful in many ways. They are the ones who will govern the world. There was not much talk about democracy or choice of leaders. Instead, there was to be a government by these elites who will impose their rules on everyone in this world. And for those who are unwilling to submit to them, there will be punishment. This is the concept initially, but many have not read or do not know about this concept. But it is important for us to remember that this new world order is an old world order. It's something that was conceived more than 100 years ago. And yet it is being repeated by powerful politicians from powerful countries that it is new. We should be asking ourselves whether the people who originally conceived this idea has given up hope on achieving a world government. If we study carefully recent history, we will know that there are people who still wish to set up a world government where this government rules the whole nation, the whole world without regard for nations or states. There would be no borders. And when I say no borders, I'm quite sure you remember the lots of talk about globalization and a borderless world. Globalization and a borderless world is an expression that relates to the concept of the New World Order as it was first conceived. They want to have a borderless world, and they want to have globalization, which means, of course, without borders, there would be no states, there would be no nations, there would be just one world. And that one world will be ruled by whom? There is no mention that it would be ruled democratically by election of leaders. That is left unsaid. But what we do see is the dominance of the people who enunciated this new world order. If we look carefully, we see that to a certain extent, this new world order is already with us. We live in a world today that is dominated by the powerful, the mighty, the people with the guns, accepting that the guns now are much more sophisticated. We have reached a stage where certain people have arms which could wipe out the population of this world. The nuclear weapons have that capacity. And the nuclear weapons are in the hands of certain countries and certain people. Therefore, the world is frightened of them. And when the world is frightened of them, the world becomes submissive to them. And when the world submits to them, effectively, there is one government in this world. And indeed, we see the promotion of this concept of a new world order through what is being done today. We know, for example, that politically, there is no freedom for any nation. When we talk about free speech, freedom of, and human rights, etc., it is with regard to your own national government. Internationally, there is no free speech. If you say the wrong thing, you will be taken to task and you will be vilified in the international press, which is under their control. If you say the wrong thing, action may be taken against you. And the wrong things are those said which seems to negate or reject the idea of a new world order, which is already in being today. You can criticize your own government, but not the power that is running the world today. So we find that already there is a new world government enforced with powerful military forces and a willingness to subvert and undermine the governments of all countries. Politically, we see them urging every country to undergo regime change, except for those who are already submitting to them. There must be regime change so that all governments in this world would submit to this world power, this world government. And if you refuse to change your government, you will be persuaded through propaganda, through actions including invasion and occupation, and the removal of the head of that government to be replaced by one that submits to the most powerful nation. In other words, the one who will accept the concept of a new world order. This is happening today. We see this in the Middle East. They are fighting each other and installing governments which are unstable, and because they are unstable, they are dependent upon others, and those who can give them support also exert authority over them. So through political means, we are seeing the new world order being carried out. What about the economic power? That too is being used in order to create a new world order. We see today the idea of a globalized world, a world without borders. That is not so easily done, and so the approach in some cases is through various forms of agreement. We talk about free trade agreement. Today we are seeing an attempt to have the TPPA, for example, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. It's not a partnership. All the countries which participate in this agreement will be subjected to more rules than they ever had before. In other words, the TPPA is not about free trade. It is about trade subjected to all kinds of laws and regulation, exposing countries to being sued in international courts which are set up separately by others. So the TPPA is not about free trade, it is about regulated trade. Once you have regulated trade, then of course the most powerful economy will dominate that system conceived under the TPPA. So you can see that an attempt is being made to control commerce, international commerce, and the well-being, the economic well-being of nations through so-called free trade agreement. Free trade agreement which is not free at all. Many fail to notice this because it was called, or it is called, free trade. But actually it should be called regulated trade. But that is not all. We find that if you are recalcitrant, you don't like to conform, then you may have sanctions placed against you. We see already countries like Iran and Russia facing the application of sanctions on their trade with other countries. But the sad thing is that in the attempt to apply sanctions to this country, they have to apply sanctions to even their friends, to even people, countries which are not their target. For example, when sanctions are placed against Iran, Malaysia also faces sanctions. Because if we try to trade with Iran, then we will receive all kinds of punitive action, like closing down our banks and other things. So the attempt to control the world through the most powerful nation is already on in not just the political field, but also in the economic field. Then there is the moral values that are being promoted. You are not allowed to have your own value system. You must conform to the new value system as conceived by the powerful. We should have freedom, and freedom should be unlimited. And we see the promotion of values which are against our own beliefs, against our religion, but this we must have because these are the values that is promoted by the most powerful nation in the world. We must allow all kinds of freedom, including equality between men and women, to the extent that there is no necessity for men to marry women or women to marry men. They can marry among the same sex if they so wish. That is against our value system, but we have to accept that also. And there are other values which are being undermined because of the need to set up one single system of moral values. The stress is always on equality, on freedom of speech. And so we have what happened to this magazine called Charlie Hebdo from France. And because of freedom of speech, this magazine has a right to insult other people. Now, if you allow insulting people as part of the freedom of speech, you will have no peace. I cannot walk up to a person and curse him or call dirty names about his parents simply because it is my freedom. I think the freedom of the people who receive this kind of treatment would be to bash you on your nose. But the interpretation of freedom is that you can say anything, insult anybody you like, because freedom is the most important thing in this system of moral values that is being promoted. So along all the three areas, you see an attempt to undermine everything that we believe in, undermine our politics, undermine our economy, and undermine our moral values. When this happens, of course, if all were to accept all this as the necessary thing for our lives, then there would be the need to submit to one single government, a world government. And this world government will govern without our consent. They will govern according to their own concept of governance, their own ideas about freedom, their own ideas about what is right and what is wrong. And when this happens, of course, then the new world order would have succeeded fully. What we are seeing today is a process towards that direction, the establishment of a world government that is responsible to nobody. We would have no choice at all as to who should rule this world. We have to accept the rulers because they consider themselves as the most suitable people to rule this world. So this idea about the new world order is still in place. The new world order meaning that there should be one world government and they should rule according to their whims and fancies. What we are seeing today happening in the Middle East, happening in many other countries, including in Malaysia, where interference is being made in the political process of this country, all these are in the interest of establishing the new world order. Now, would this bring peace to us? Or would it cause wars to be fought in many places? We already see wars being fought in the Middle East, wars were fought in Vietnam, and in many other parts of the world because of the need for the people who are promoting the new world order to establish their government of the world. And not only wars, we see all kinds of subversion taking place, undermining our moral values to the extent that we become helpless, unable to do anything. And the peace that we will get from this is the peace of the graveyard, because the intention also is to reduce the number of people in this world. At the time when the New World Order was enunciated, the population of this world was only 3 billion. The intention was to reduce it to 1 billion. Now the population of the world is 7 billion. There will be a need to kill many billions of people, or to starve them to death, or to prevent them from giving birth, in order to reduce the population of this world. This is what is in store for most. For those who will suffer and die, there will be the peace of the grave. But would there be war? Of course there would be war. We are seeing this already. Not wars in the countries which are promoting the New World Order, but in other places. The wars are meant to weaken and destabilize small nations so that they will succumb, they will submit to the New World Order as proposed by the powerful nations. So both possibilities are there. There would be the peace of the grave, or there would be war, and the world will be in a state of turmoil. We are very grateful that so many thinkers are here today to give their views of the New World Order. I have tried to explain what the New World Order is all about, but I am quite sure that we will learn more about the New World Order from the eminent speakers who have been invited. So with that, I would like to say thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to launch the international conference on the New World Order, whether it is a recipe for war or for peace. I thank you.
Thank you to Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. Thank you for your words of wisdom and for your unending determination. I'd like to request that Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun remain on stage as I invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Rais Yatim, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Norian Mai, and Professor Michelle Chossudovsky to join our guest of honor on stage for the launch of Professor Chossudovsky's book titled The Globalization of War, America's Long War Against Humanity. It is my pleasure to invite Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir to proceed to the right of the stage, where the book will be unveiled and signed by our guest of honor. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The book by Professor Michelle Chossudovsky, The Globalization of War, America's Long War Against Humanity. Described, it tags the origin of a long series of wars and conflicts from the end of World War II to the present as being direct products of US foreign policy. Nothing happens by accident. US provocateurs, usually agents of the CIA, incite one conflict after another. And that is what Professor Chossudovsky labels America's long war against humanity. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir, for launching this book, and make sure you get your copy, ladies and gentlemen, later outside the hall. Thank you, Professor Chossudovsky, for writing this book. For those of us who know Professor Chossudovsky, certainly it is a book that is an assertion that is backed by solid facts and detailed analysis. it is my pleasure to now invite our distinguished guests to return to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue on with the first plenary session of the day. And to chair the session, it is my pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Ahmad Fuzi Abdul Razak onto the stage, and he will introduce to you your speakers. Tan Sri Ahmad Fuzi is the former Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the trustee of the foundation. I'd like to also invite onto the stage our esteemed panel speakers, Dr. Thomas P.M. Barnett, Professor Michelle Chosudovsky, Dr. Din Shamsuddin, Dr. Chandra Muzaffar, General Elias Hanna, retired, and Mr. Yoichi Shimatsu. I will hand you over to Tan Sri Ahmad Fuzi to moderate the session and to introduce our honorable speakers. Thank you.
Congratulations. Excellent. Vietnam will, as it burned into our souls.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, fourth Prime Minister of Malaysia and President of PGPF. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah Muhammad Ali, Honorary Advisor of PGPF. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Rais Yatim, Honorary Advisor of PGPF and Wansri, members of the Board of Trustees, esteemed panelists, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. Let me welcome you to this first session of the conference on the topic, the New World Order, Recipe for War or Peace. As we begin to discuss this topic, we are confronted with many questions surrounding the concept. What exactly do we mean by the New World Order? And how is it different from the old order? Yang amat berbahagia Tun just now mentioned that there is no such thing as the old order. So this is something that we could debate upon. Are we talking of a new economic order, or a political order, or a security order, or a military or socio-economic order, or even a religious order? Or is it a combination of all this into one conceptual framework? Are we talking of something that is still evolving, or is therefore more of a theoretical construct at this stage? Or is it something that is already in place and we have not realized it, leaving us helpless but to submit and surrender, as alluded to by Tun Dr. Mahathir in his message to the conference? Now, whose order are we subjecting ourselves to? And how is it sustained or enforced? More importantly, perhaps, how can we manage the New World Order that is not in line with our national interest? And putting it in a regional context, what does the New World Order mean in enabling us to build our own regional architecture of peace, stability, and prosperity. I believe all these are legitimate questions which demand appropriate answers. Now, author Ken Adachi, in giving a definition of the term, provides three major features as elaborated by Tan Sri Nor and Mai. Firstly, it refers to a worldwide conspiracy. Secondly, it is something that is orchestrated by an extremely powerful, wealthy, and influential group of individuals. And thirdly, the goal is to create a one world government, stripped of nationalistic and regional boundaries, that is obedient only to their agenda. Now, this definition clearly fits well with the actions or semblance of actions made by those in Europe or the West. But some may want to argue that the activities of ISIS could also be an attempt to create a new world order of their own. So the topic today is most apt. It is not just about the new world order, but the global implications of the order. We are fortunate to have been able to assemble with us here this morning a distinguished group of eminent panelists and experts from various parts of the world to speak on the topic. Now, each speaker will be given 20 minutes to make their respective presentation, and which we hope would be followed by a Q&A session. Now, our first speaker is Dr. Thomas Barnett from the US. I will not give you a lengthy information about his CV because it is available in the program book, but suffice it for me to say that Dr. Barnett is a strategic planner who has worked in national security affairs since the end of the Cold War. A New York Times best-selling author, an award-winning professor, and a nationally known public speaker who had been featured on the front page of the New York Times. He is in high demand within government circles in the US and has been described by the US News and World Report as one of the most important strategic thinkers of our time. Dr. Barnett will focus his presentation on his book, The Pentagon's New Map, War and Peace in the 21st Century. Dr. Barnett, you have the floor.
If it is possible, it would be helpful if the lights could be turned down a little bit so that the audience can see the slides more clearly. So, the proposition that's been made is that we are on the path or have already begun the Third World War. My message here today is going to be dramatically different from that perspective. On too many measures to count, I can prove to you that the world today is more peaceful than it's ever been in human history, that it's more stable, that the control of economic activities, disasters, more advanced than ever before in human history, that people are living longer than ever in human history, that they're eating more calories. So the notion that the world is suffering chaos, to me, is a complete myth. We are actually living in the most peaceful, prosperous time in human history. So this is the concept. We are sold constantly by media and by academics of a certain stripe who want to sell you this notion that we live in a world of constant warfare, constant danger, chaos, no ability to control. One of the ways this is propagated, ever since I was a young child, I was told we are on the verge of 40 to 50 nuclear powers. Here's the history of the spread of nuclear weapons. It goes to the Russians, it goes to the Brits, it goes to the French, and the French gave it to just about everybody they could. But we start to see governments give it up. South Africa, 1984. Iraq was made to give it up by the Israelis. Former Soviet republics gave it up voluntarily. Gaddafi gave it up after he was scared by the US-led invasion of Iraq. North Korea has reached for the bomb. Iran reaches. Algeria has reached. The Saudis have a promise from Pakistan to get the bomb the minute Iran weaponizes a nuclear weapon. So that looks like a lot of countries, maybe 3 or 4 dozen. But the truth hasn't changed. Here's your nuclear club. Here are the countries that have nuclear weapons on their land because they are part of NATO. These are the countries that gave up nuclear weapons voluntarily. These are the ones that were stopped by Israel. Israel may well do that with Iran. These are all the countries that had nuclear programs and gave them up with no pressure. So there's your 39 countries that supposedly should have nuclear weapons by now, but the truth is there are only 9 countries in the world with nuclear weapons. We are constantly told that nuclear proliferation is increasing. The truth is we got 7 nuclear powers in the first 35 years. We've gotten 2 in the last 35 years. The reality of nuclear weapons is they have killed great power war. There has been no direct warfare between 2 great powers for 70 years. The most peaceful period of great power conflict in human history. What we have seen as a result is a downshifting of international conflict. We can look at the system, we can look at nation states, we can look beneath nation states. Here are the classic definitions of war. World wars, superpower wars, nuclear, great power. Then there is the traditional definition. One country attacks another country with their military. Then there are countries doing violence mostly to their own people. There has been no great power war since 1945. The frequency of state-on-state wars has decreased dramatically. Almost all the fighting and violence in the system today is within nations, not between them. We've invented a new term to describe this reality. We used to call war when country A and country B had a fight. Today, we have downshifted that definition to the concept of state-based conflict. That means a government fights anybody, usually individuals, usually its own citizens. If you look at this trend, there has been a rough doubling in the number of state-based conflicts since the end of the Second World War. But here's the reality, and when we talk about one world government, I'd like to point this out. Governments are proliferating like crazy. At the end of the Second World War, we had 100 governments. Since then, we've seen a doubling of state-based conflict, but you know what? We have twice as many governments in the world now. When my wife and I had 3 children, they used to fight. Then my wife and I adopted 3 more children, and you know what? We had twice as much conflict in my family. But there was no more conflict, really. There was just more combinations. The truth is, state-based conflict, the lethality has dropped by more than half since the Second World War. Wars are becoming less frequent, shorter, and less lethal. That's the reality. We can look longer across history. If you lived in prehistoric times, your chances of dying in conflict or war by violence was 1 in 6. When we got to the ancient world, it dropped to 1 in 20. The 20th century, the bloodiest century in human history, supposedly, a 1 in 33 chance of dying through conflict. You were much more likely to die from smallpox biggest killer of the 20th century. Today, you're more likely to choke at dinner than to die in a war. You're more likely to kill yourself than to have somebody else kill you. So if we want to talk about a world order, World War III, there it is. The biggest threat is your state of mind. Can we say the world is more uncontrollable because of complexity? Let's look at catastrophes. In the earliest 20th century, 66 people out of every 100,000 died from catastrophes. Today, a 98% drop. Let's look at big pandemics, the Spanish flu, 60 million dead. H1N1, 18,000 dead. What about Ebola? 9,400 dead. Let's talk about the biggest health crisis in the world today. The AIDS crisis, 36 million. Biggest killer, I mentioned it already. Smallpox, 300 million in the 20th century. So the world is safer, more secure, more predictable, more prosperous. That is what the supposedly American-led U.S. world order has created. More wealth than at any point in human history, more freedom than at any point in human history, more women becoming more demanding than at any point in human history. So I understand why men around the world are afraid. I understand it completely. Now we hear that the world is going too fast. It will create chaos. I will tell you, there is a dominant theme in the Pentagon today where I've worked at various points in my career. So I don't speak about conspiracies by reading things. I know realities because I was there. Today, the world is roughly half urban, half rural. It took us 4,000 years to put about 3 billion people in cities. We are going to do that again in the next 40 years. We are going to keep those in the city, and almost everybody who joins the world in terms of new births are going to go into urban areas. That means we're going to add a Sao Paulo every year for the next 40 years. And this urbanization will occur in two great places: the interior of China, the interior of Africa. And Chinese construction companies will build almost all of it. Why? Because they have the economies of scale. So what is happening is the growth of megacities. And I will tell you, there are those in the Pentagon who fear megacities. There's no reason to fear megacities. The history of urbanization is it creates wealth. Overwhelmingly, throughout time, as countries increase the urbanization of their population, their wealth goes up dramatically. It's happened everywhere. No one's in charge of this process. There is no conspiracy. It happens everywhere. It's happened here. When we see countries increase urbanization, increase per capita income, we see them become democratic in a zone between 6,000 and 10,000 per capita. So again, the conspiracy creates urbanization, it creates wealth, it creates more democracies. We could be afraid of that, or we could accept it. If your country has less than $3,000 per capita GDP, you have almost no chance of becoming a democracy. It's 1 out of 100 chance. You get a country between 3,000 and 6,000, you got a 50-50 chance. You get a country above 6,000 and they try to democratize, you got a 99% chance of success. And if they get above 10,000 per capita, no country that's a democracy that's that wealthy has ever failed in human history. So let's talk about the subjugation of people. Because the truth is, what has exploded under the US-led, hardly a world order, but the US-led system since the Second World War is an explosion of democracies. a tenfold increase in democracies. We saw the height of dictatorships come and go. We've seen single-party states rise. Today, 60% of the world's governments are democratic, 30% are mixed, 10% are dictatorships. Guess where all the wars happen? They happen in the dictatorships. I will defend that notion forever, because I don't believe people should live in dictatorships. We have been told that the Great Recession of the last 7 years has created a democratic recession. Here is the truth. The number of democracies has actually risen slightly in the last 7 to 8 years. I will tell you, America did plan, did work for globalization ever since the Second World War. The American system of states uniting, economies integrating, collective security, infrastructure development, a competitive religious landscape, which means people have the freedom to change religion, because that's a basic human right, political pluralism, middle-class ideology. That's the American system, which we have tried to export around the world since the Second World War. Everybody likes the connectivity because that's how they get wealthy. People have a hard time with religious and gender freedom. And let's be honest, it's basically men who have a hard time. I will tell you, America's the first globalized system. It's globalization in miniature. It's been a multinational union for a quarter of a millennia. We got a single currency in 1862. After the Second World War, FDR wanted to export that model. He saw it as the end of war. And he was right. It was picked up by the West. They became immensely rich. Then the East, specifically in the form of Deng Xiaoping, emulated that model, and the East got rich. Only a bottom billion today out of 7.5 are not connected to the global economy well. And yes, this was an American grand strategy. Very simple. Open doors to trade, which is true, never free, always regulated, because rules are better than no rules. And then peace follows, prosperity follows, democracy follows. What happened when the Europeans ran the world in a series of global empires? What happened was the Europeans got very rich and everybody else got very poor, including Malaysia. What's happened when the Americans started to lead the system? Now the rest are growing twice as fast as everybody else. There's your American conspiracy, making the rest of the world richer. We call this the Great Convergence. 70 million people are added to a global middle class each year. 70 million people. I would submit that that's a higher recruitment rate than either Al-Qaeda or ISIS. So there's the damage done by the U.S. empire. A doubling of a global middle class. Please forgive us. We're also told we're going to run out of resources. Water and food is a big issue. This is where water exists in the world today. Europe, surprisingly not so good. Africa, surprisingly good. Problem is it only rains twice a year in Africa. Oceania, the Saudi Arabia of milk, New Zealand. Here's Asia's problem, although you wouldn't know it from last night's rain. You have 60% of the world's population and not nearly enough water. Here's a conspiracy. America was clever enough to be located in America. The Western Hemisphere has 3 times as much water as it requires. Guess where you can grow food for export? Where there's more water than people. You grow food in Australia, New Zealand, the Black Sea region, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and then the Saudi Arabia of grain, North America. Some people say the Middle East has the U.S. over an oil barrel. The reality is the West has the Middle East over a breadbasket. I guarantee you, you get hungrier faster than you run out of oil. Everybody else imports food dramatically. One of the prime reasons why the Arab Spring happened, China wants to eat a little more meat. That drives up the price of bread in Egypt 100% in the 12 months leading up to the Arab Spring. Read your Victor Hugo. You raise the price of bread, you're going to get revolution. I'm going to tell you about climate change on top of this. What you're going to find is where you can grow food today, you're still going to grow food above and below 35 degrees. Where all the arable land is, where it's underpopulated, where there's lots of water because it's getting warmer. Where you're not going to be able to grow food is where you can't grow food today. Just so happens that's where 80% of the population growth and water shortages are. That so happens that 98% of the violence is in that red band. Now let's talk about demographics. And I'll give you the real conspiracy. It has to do with procreation, which is why men believe, without a doubt, they must control women. Because to control women is to control population growth. Great powers around the world. I'm going to give you a country. It's going to be representative of a region. That country's mean age, average age of the population. South Africa represents sub-Saharan Africa. It's 18 years old, very young. Saudi Arabia, 22 years old, represents the Arab world. India's 24 years old, represents South Asia. Brazil is 28 years old, represents Latin America. The United States is 36 years old. I am 52 years old. I remember 36. It was a beautiful year. China, it turns out, is also 36 years old. Now we get to the old countries. The Russians are turning 40. Europe is older than 40. The Japanese are 44 years old. So we can talk about young countries and old countries. But look what happens over the next 40 years. I guarantee you it's part of an American conspiracy because we love sex so much. We stay young because we have lots of babies. In the middle of the century, we're part of the young crowd. The other countries have gotten old. That journey is defined by demographic dividend. This is the most important determinant of economic power in the system. We talk about kids, we talk about adults, we talk about old people. How you get a demographic dividend? You get more confident that your children will make it to age 5, you stop having so many kids. That creates a bulge of labor. Problem is, eventually that bulge of labor gets old. That's the price of success. You live too long. Another part of the conspiracy. This is how it's represented. People are less afraid of death, so they are less urgent about having babies. Here's China's economic miracle. It was called the one-child policy. They didn't invent anything economically. They got rid of babies. Back in 1965, 80% of Chinese did not work. Look at all those babies. Look at those adults on top. If somebody wants to come up and try to make the screen better, I'm happy with that. So 1965, 80% of Chinese do not work. Look what happens with the one-child policy. They get it down to about 40%. There's your economic miracle. Problem is, China can't do that forever. And the way forward is China adds old people. China's going to have more old people than the United States in the middle of the century. So when China invades the United States, we will see them coming. Get that carrier off my front lawn. The demographic dividend portrayed over time. Here's South Korea, lots of young people, not that many workers. Here's the beginning of their demographic bulge right here. This is South Korea in 2005, at the height of its power. Guess what happens? Eventually it becomes Japan. Not enough babies, too many old people. Here are 3 different countries, 3 different points in history. The one on the left, China, in the middle of a huge demographic dividend. Here's India, beginning one. Here's Ethiopia, about 30 years from having one. I will tell you that economic determinism is overwhelmingly demographically infused. America was king of the world in the 50s and 60s. Why? We didn't lose many people in the Second World War. We had a demographic dividend. We were the smartest people in the world until the Japanese came along with the demographic dividend. And then the Japanese were the smartest people in the world. And then the Chinese came along with the demographic dividend, and they became the most amazing capitalists in the world. Except that's already passed. Where the demographic dividend shifts is right here. You got about 15 more years to make industrialization happen. Because the Indians are following up after that. And after the Indians come the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa. You can try to explain all this reality away with conspiracy theories, but the truth is, there's economic globalization right there. The reason why China and Southeast Asia will not fight wars is that China needs you to have economic growth in the future. But aren't we going to see resource wars because we're running out of everything, right? Well, we're not running out of food. Turns out we're not running out of oil or natural gas either. In fact, the more we look for it, the more we find. So let's dispel some myths about America waging war against the world to get oil. What's the biggest source of energy for the United States? Turns out it's the United States. We're the biggest producer of natural gas in the world right now. In a few years, we'll be the biggest producer of oil. Second biggest supplier, North America. Third biggest supplier, Chavez, called America all sorts of names and sold oil to us the entire time. Why? He got the biggest profit that way because it was shorter transportation costs. Brazil will do the same thing. Fourth biggest source of oil, West Africa. Nigeria, for now, going to be Ghana big time with the Jubilee field. Now, of course, America's totally reliant on Middle Eastern oil because it accounts for about 3% of our energy use. We blow up the Middle East tomorrow, America couldn't care less. Guess who will suffer? This is before the fracking revolution. And look at the decline in U.S. imports. We'll be a net exporter of oil in 15 years. Where is all the energy going? It's coming to East Asia. East Asia is the new global demand center. But the good news is the 2 countries that need the most energy in the world just so happen to have found out they have the most shale gas in the world. So we talk about a trans-Pacific partnership. There it is. And it should be based on moving toward natural gas and beyond that hydrogen. Yeah, a couple minutes. Almost done. Spheres of influence, as I see them around the world, very simply. The Europeans are going to have a sphere of influence in the Middle East and North Africa. Why? The Europeans are aging very rapidly. They are short about 100 million laborers. The Middle East is short about 100 million jobs. You can call that a conspiracy, but it's going to happen. The Russians are going to control Russia. Why? Nobody else wants to control Russia. I lived there. It's really cold. India is going to be influential throughout Southeast Asia and the Middle East. The Americans are going to dominate historically where they've dominated. The Chinese are going to dominate everywhere else. People look at 2 overlaps and see Cold Wars. Neither of these are going to happen. The relationship that's going to be most contentious going forward is going to be China and India for a host of reasons. Competing overseas resource dependencies, expanding militaries, the Indian Ocean. The Indians like to remind the Chinese it's called the Indian Ocean. Afghanistan, Pakistan, rivalry in Southeast Asia, control of Tibet and the headwaters of all those river systems. These are the guys who fought the last serious war between powers. Didn't last very long, didn't kill many people, but it's the last real war. of that sort. I will tell you flat out, the future of this world is not hate and conflict, it is love and caring. This is how I built my family. We had a daughter in Virginia. She's a 20-year cancer survivor. We had a son in Virginia. We had another son in Rhode Island. And then I read about a post-American world from my good friend, Fareed Zakarian. I said, I better bet for the future. So we went out and we got ourselves a Chinese daughter, just in case. And then we went out and got ourselves 2 Ethiopian daughters, just in case. Why did we do this? Because I'm not stupid. I know my sons will not take care of me when I'm an old man. Now I have 4 daughters. There's your optimism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barnett, for your most enlightening, dramatic, and very entertaining presentation, I thought. He has completely debunked the whole theory, this so-called conspiracy theory that we are talking about, or that has been the subject of a lot of literature. And what I thought was most interesting was the fact that the people in the world today die more of diseases and car accidents rather than war. And he has continued to advocate globalization, apart from suggesting and highlighting the contributions made by the US in the interest of global prosperity. Our next speaker is Dr. Michel Chossudovsky from Canada. Dr. Chossudovsky is an award-winning author, professor of economics at the University of Ottawa, founder and director of the Center for Research on Globalization. He is also a member of the Kuala Lumpur War Crimes Commission, which initiated the indictment against George W. Bush for crimes of torture and war crimes, and on crimes of genocide against the State of Israel. Dr. Chossudovsky, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, just connect that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Tun Mahathir, Tun Suti, the organizers of this important event hosted by the Pradhana Global Peace Foundation. Oh no, you screwed it up. No. Okay, but now I have to resize them. Where's my? Okay, I think. Thank you very much. Excuse me for the technical glitch. My sincere thanks to Tun Mahathir for the inspiration that he has provided us almost for 10 years. We're talking about the historic declaration to criminalize war of
December 2005. We're going on to our 10th anniversary of this historic declaration. And there's no compromise in this declaration. There's no rewriting of the truth. In Tun's presentation this morning, he was obviously referring to the United States of America, although he didn't name the United States of America, but I will name the United States of America. We are dealing with a criminal undertaking at a global level. And with all due respect to Dr. Barnett, who was actually on the advisory team of Donald Rumsfeld, who was convicted of war crimes by the Kuala Lumpur War Crimes Tribunal, the dangers of nuclear war are there, because they have to do with preemptive nuclear war, which was inaugurated in 2001 in the Nuclear Posture Review. Now, I'm not going to dwell upon what was presented by the previous speaker, but much of this, I think, avoids addressing the fundamental issue, which is the criminalization of war, and the main actors are the United States of America and its NATO allies, and Israel. And this should be abundantly clear. We're talking about millions of casualties tied into US-led wars since the end of World War II, during the period which is euphemistically called the post-war era. And it should be understood, following in the footsteps of Nuremberg and under the Kuala Lumpur War Crimes Declaration of 2005, that there is no such thing as a humanitarian war. All wars are criminal. They're crimes against the peace under Nuremberg. And there is an ongoing war. It is led by the United States. It may be carried out by a number of proxy countries, which are obeying orders from Washington. And I should stress, and this will be the main thrust of my presentation today, the global war on terrorism is a US undertaking which is fake. It's based on fake premises. It tells us that somehow America and the Western world are going after a fictitious enemy, the Islamic State, when in fact the Islamic State is fully supported and financed by the Western military alliance and America's allies in the Persian Gulf, and Turkey, and Israel. How do we know that? Because it's been acknowledged by the Israeli media back in 2011, DEPCA, Intelligence News, that the actual recruitment of the Mujahideen was undertaken under NATO auspices in collaboration with the Turkish High Command. We know that the intelligence operatives are all over the place. And this is the issue that we have to address, because this global war on terrorism which targets terrorist organizations, so-called Islamic State. This Islamic State does not emanate from Islam. It doesn't emanate from Muslim society. It emanates from the inner corridors of the National Security State and the CIA. And this has been known and documented for years. We now have a situation where the United States and its allies are in fact providing weapons to the IS. And the Western media has a complete blackout on that, a complete blackout. There's no discussion, yet it is documented. We have documents to the effect that Israel is supporting the Islamic State. And those documents are pretty clear because the Israeli Defense Force actually acknowledges it, and Netanyahu acknowledges it. I will give you the quotes. Now, we are led to believe, and let me give you a piece of evidence here. It's a piece of an important picture. I think many people have seen this image, which dates back to June of last year. It's when the alleged Islamic State convoy crossed the desert from Syria into Iraq, and ultimately this in itself subsequently justified the bombing campaign under humanitarian mandate supported by Western countries to go in and bomb, to carpet bomb, not to bomb them, okay? Not to bomb IS, but to bomb the infrastructure of Iraq and Syria. Now I'm going to, I have a small quiz for the audience today, and we have several members of several military people here today. Just tell me, here we have a Toyota pickup trucks convoy, okay? With all due respect to Toyota, absolutely wonderful cars. But people who know anything about Air Force deployments and smart bombing, this is a piece of cake. They could have been wiped out in a matter of hours, okay? I mean, anybody who wishes to refute that, the IS convoy from Syria into Iraq, crossing 200 kilometers of desert. And we will recall Operation Desert Storm in 1991, the retreating Iraqi armed forces, which was decimated. It was a criminal operation by the United States. But here we have the terrorists, and they say we can't get hold of them, we can't do anything, we can't catch them. But I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a military expert either, we can ask Dr. Barnett, but they could have been knocked off very easily. Piece of cake. And why did they not do it? Well, they didn't do it because they're financing them, they're equipping them, they're advising them, they're training them in Saudi Arabia, and they are sending in their mercenary killers, integrated by US and Allied special forces, into Iraq, and they're using this as a pretext to wage a bombing campaign, including against Syria. Okay, against Syria. Now, I should mention that the Islamic State operatives, they've changed the names round and about. These operatives have been present right from the beginning of the war in Syria. This war in Syria was a US NATO-led war. And it was coordinated also out of Israel from the Golan Heights. We have ample documents that these were paid killers. Okay? And that the terrorists are, in fact, a creation of the US government. Now, let us proceed with a little bit of history, because for some people this is entirely new, but I think it's important to acknowledge this relationship, which is so amply documented. Flashback to 1979, the history of Al-Qaeda, and lest we forget, Osama bin Laden, America's bogeyman and founder of Al-Qaeda, was recruited by the CIA, and from the very outset of the US-sponsored jihadist war in Afghanistan. Now, here we have Ronald Reagan together with members of the Mujahideen, Al-Qaeda, in the White House. Here we have from left to right the head of Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, which collaborated with the CIA, and several members of the CIA at a training camp in Afghanistan, a CIA training camp. They also controlled the Quranic schools, and they recruited their mercenaries from various countries. Here are the textbooks published by the University of Nebraska, which are still actually used in Afghanistan today. Okay? The University of Nebraska publishes terrorist textbooks which incite violence. And here we are told that the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda are threatening the Western world, when we know from these historical documents that Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State are creations of the Western military alliance, and particularly the United States intelligence. Now, there are partners in this relationship. One of the main partners has been Saudi Arabia, and the late King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. I won't get into the details, but I should also mention that in the course of but during the Bush administration, and before that, going way back in fact, there has been a very close relationship between the Bush family and the Bin Laden family. Now you might say, well, this has nothing to do with it, it's a pure coincidence. No, but it's not a pure coincidence. Saudi Arabia and Saudi intelligence has supported the training and equipping of these rebels. So has Pakistan, the ISI connection. And it is documented that most of these terrorist organizations are considered to be intelligence assets. They're not necessarily agents of U.S. intelligence, but they are serving U.S. interests. And they are set loose in countries where they are terrorizing the population, in Muslim countries. And they also serve as a propaganda campaign to wage a worldwide campaign of xenophobia against Muslims, particularly in the European Union, as we've seen. Because they say, well, Muslims are terrorists. But it just so happens the terrorists are made in America. They're not the product of Muslim society. And that should be abundantly clear to everybody in this room. Now, here we have King Abdullah kissing George W. Bush. I should mention that there's nothing wrong in kissing a state sponsor of terrorism. But Saudi Arabia sponsors these terrorist organizations on behalf of the United States of America. Now, let's fast forward to September 2001. I'm not going to dwell into the events of 9/11. We had a venue precisely on that. But have a look at this picture. Now, center you have the dad of the President of the United States of America, okay? George Herbert Walker Bush, in other words, Bush Sr. And then to the left, you have Shafiq bin Laden, brother of Osama bin Laden. Now, it just so happens they had a meeting at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel one day before the events of 9/11. Is there a conflict of interest on the part of the Bush family? I suggest there is. They're associating with family members of, number one, alleged terrorist Osama bin Laden. But in any event, what I want to dispel is the fact, which is that the US government has nothing to do with the terrorists. Yes, it does. We see it. They kissed the terrorists. Now, let's have a look at some very recent developments. And it's very important. I have it pointed here. This happened last week, so it's of crucial importance. The leader of the quote-unquote, the pro-democracy movement in Libya against the government of Muammar Gaddafi, his name is Belhaj. Okay? His name is Belhaj. And he's known by different names. But what happened is that just last week it was confirmed that Abdel Hakim Belhaj, alias Sadek, who worked in close liaison with US NATO in the 2011 bombing of Libya. It was described as a humanitarian undertaking. Belhaj has now joined the leadership of the Islamic State. Now, does that put NATO in some kind of conflict of interest? They supported Belhaj and the Libya Islamic Fighting Group, which is affiliated to Al-Qaeda, whose leaders are trained in CIA camps in Pakistan. And now the leader of the so-called Liberation of Tripoli, who is an Al-Qaeda, they said it's former Al-Qaeda. It's all right to kiss former Al-Qaedas, but you can't actually socialize with people who are actively Al-Qaeda. That was the story at the time. We were told, yes, he is Al-Qaeda, but it's okay, he's abandoned Al-Qaeda and now he's in favor of democracy. Well, hello. He has just joined the Islamic State and he is becoming one of the leaders of the Islamic State. And as I mentioned earlier, the recruitment of these terrorists is undertaken by NATO and the Turkish High Command in coordination with Washington, the Gulf states, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, where they actually train them, and so on. Okay? So we are dealing here with what we will call state sponsors of terrorism. And when I said that this is a criminal undertaking, it is the most criminal and diabolical undertaking in history, at least in contemporary history, that the United States presents itself under the mantle of pro-democracy and counter-terrorism when they in fact create and finance those terrorist organizations, and then allegedly they go after these terrorist organizations. And I should mention that in Syria, as of 2011, these terrorist entities were used to destabilize or attempt to destabilize the government of Bashar al-Assad, which is a secular government and in which Christians and Muslims have lived together for generations. And they even share their prayers together. And what happens? They set loose their terrorists, they're destroying the historical heritage, they're killing people, and then the Western media blame it on Bashar al-Assad. It's a lie. Now let us proceed with, Senator McCain. This photograph is of Senator McCain when he went to Syria, and it's together with the leader of the Free Syrian Army, but there's some Mujahideen, Al-Qaeda affiliated rebels which are with him. The photograph is actually unconfirmed, but now this one is definitely confirmed by the Israeli media. The IDF has acknowledged that it is supporting jihad, I quote, global jihad elements inside Syria, which means support to IS or ISIL and al-Nusra. Okay? How do they organize this support? Out of the Golan Heights, they have a logistical base, they have a hospital, and here we have Prime Minister Netanyahu, who's at the hospital and who is congratulating this mercenary terrorist in his quest for democracy against the government of Bashar al-Assad, so that what you have is a conspiracy of these countries, as I mentioned, the United States, the various NATO countries, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Israel, are the state sponsors of terrorism. And as a result of this, so-called war on terrorism, the victims are the civilian populations in Syria, Iraq, not to mention earlier in Afghanistan, in Libya, the majority of whom are Muslims. And I mention this because this campaign against terrorism is also used by Western governments to implement so-called anti-terrorist legislation within their respective countries, which lead to ethnic profiling, discrimination against the Muslim population of those countries, while the governments are actually funding these terrorist entities. I'm talking about the government of François Hollande. The French government is funding IS. And we have ample evidence to the fact that weapons and money and resources are being transferred to the terrorists. And I recall again, remember the image. If they had wanted to eliminate the terrorists, if they really meant that if they really had an anti-terrorist agenda, they would have wiped them off in the desert. In the desert, separating Iraq and Syria, it would have been a piece of cake, an operation which the US Air Force with F-16s and F-15Es and the whole gamut of high-tech weaponry would have resolved very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America and its allies are waging a criminal war. It is based on a consensus at a political level, but it is a criminal undertaking under the terms of the Kuala Lumpur War Crime Declaration to criminalize war and under Nuremberg. And Obama is a war criminal. Obama is a war criminal. That should be abundantly clear. I sincerely hope that at the end of the day, we will address, I think the most fundamental issue is not to toe the line of the Western military alliance, but actually to reverse the tide of war. And that can only be done through the criminalization of war and by a broad consensus which spreads across the land that war is a criminal undertaking and that the global war on terrorism is a fabrication, a big lie, and a crime against humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chossudovsky, for your presentation. I must say that after listening to the two speakers, I'm not sure whether all of us are confused. Dr. Barnett has painted a very rosy picture of the role and contribution made by the US in particular, and Professor Chosudovsky has given us the opposite view completely, based on his book, The Globalization of War, America's Long War Against Humanity. Now, I wish some of you would have a chance to read this book. Chapter by chapter, he has highlighted the detailed activities and policies of the US government that promote activities or actions towards war globally. Thank you very much, Doctor. Our third speaker is Professor Dr. Din Shamsuddin from Indonesia, who is Professor of Islamic Thought at the State Islamic University. And he is also the president of the Muhammadiyah, which is the second largest Islamic organization in Indonesia with 29 million members. You have the floor, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad dan Tun Siti, yang berbahagia Tan Sri Rais Yatim, Tan Sri Aiman Mai, Tan Sri Syamsuddin Hitam. We have the same name. Maybe you can consider me as Syamsuddin Putih. Distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have something to be put on the screen, and I just want to underline what have been said by the previous speakers. And because much have been said about the New World Order, especially on the reality of our world today, about the dust sign. And indeed, we don't need to bring about the dust solemn, the ideality. But maybe we need to go forward how to widen the gap between the ideality and the realities by formulating some ideas to be put in a concrete ways for the future. We agree, and we are all in the position of against the New World Order. Yeah. But since this term has multiple meaning and understanding, I love to propose the New World Order, but the real new and the brand new, and would like to consider what is called as the New World Order is indeed the old world order. What we need today is indeed a kind of a paradigm shift of the world systems. Because what is happening today, as concluded by the Interaction Council of former head of state and government with the term a cumulative global damage. A cumulative global damage. This is the reality of our world today. Indeed, the Holy Quran, 15 centuries ago, has projected the situation. In one of the verses, I read the translation, corruption doth appear on land and sea because of the evil which men's hand have done, that he may make them taste part of that which they have done, in order that they may return. So very clear that al-fasad, corruption on earth, has been projected by the Holy Quran, by God's revelation, and what is done by the proponents of the old or the new world order the hegemonic, oligarchic, and maybe plutocratic power in the world today has been said in the Holy Quran as well, yeah? When God said, yeah, and when it is said unto them, make not corruption in the earth, they say, we are peacemakers only. Beware, the indeed are the corruption or mischief makers, but they don't perceive it. So this is our situation, and therefore, what we need to do now is, in my opinion, a paradigm shift in the world systems, because the world system that encourage liberalization in economy, politics, and culture, which are the three main streams: the streaming of liberalization of politics, the imposing of the implementation of liberal democracy, of the global capitalisms, and the hedonistic culture of the world today. We need to kind of set up new world order, but in the sense of real new, by emphasizing new orientation, culture of peace, which emphasize coexistence, tolerance, caring, and sharing. There are at least three kinds of sharing that we need today. Number one is a sharing of space. By welcoming the others, we reflect an inner orientation to realize, accept, and receive the other's existence and being. This is that one is not living alone in this world, but there are many other human beings sharing the same planet Earth. This orientation will bring oneself to share a space and peaceful coexistence with others. Shared space constructed in our consciousness, it's the law of nature that no single entity is isolated from one another, and they interact in a dynamic, complex system of space and its inhabitants. Within this interdependent relation, it requires common sense and understanding on realities that space needs to be shared. I think the term in the Quran, ta'aruf, is not only to get know each other, but more than that is to advance mutual understanding, mutual respect, and even cooperation. The share of space among humans to other creatures, living places, environment, and to the nature. So there is a degree of necessity and responsibility to share space in many aspects of life, from urban designs, social space, and in dealing with nature in its resources justly and amicably, the special justice to include within. Our willingness for shared space will help to create harmony, peace, reduce potential risk of clash, and create more comfortable living. In a contrary, unwillingness to share space indicates egoism, aspirant for hegemony, and matter of domination, power exercise, and disturbing balance. The world is a common heritage in which human civilization needs to be based on tolerance, social awareness, and being responsible human being. Shared space leads to harmony, responsibility, and social cohesion. The idea of shared space is a perennial issue to continuously design architecture of living to be based on shared space for coexistence and harmony. So this is the first part and the most important part of the new paradigm of the world systems. That's the willingness to share space between human beings, between nations, and culture. And the second is a sharing security. The notion of shared security implies that security is collective public good the collective responsibility of all people to meet our common need for security. The notion of shared security emphasizes that the security of the people, of human beings, should be at the center of attention. Similar to the notion of human security, shared security also requires a comprehensive understanding of security in terms of the metrics of human rights and needs. More importantly, shared security requires the involvement of all stakeholders to defend and advance human dignity. In this regard, religious tradition clearly provide the foundation for such undertaking. However, the challenges to promoting such a noble understanding of security remains formidable. First, the notion of security remains dominated by a traditional discourse of peace and war, in which military security continues to overshadow the more human dimension of security. The prevailing habits among governments to emphasize the primacy of national security continues to render other security concerns more relevant to the people. Within the tradition of national security, state security becomes the focus of attention and priority. In fact, state security doesn't guarantee that the security of the people who live within a state are also ensured. Second, due to the primacy of national security discourse, states, especially major powers, are locked in the habit of exercising power politics, domination by one state over others, and the request to reach the top position in the hierarchy of power become the norms rather than exception. Consequently, security becomes a zero-sum game. Security of one state or community can only be achieved at the expense of others' security. Security then becomes the exclusive property of the powerful and not to be shared indeed, as noted in the Kyoto Declaration of Religion for Peace. National security often promotes violence and formal insecurity. And this is what's happening now, that we are not only facing individual or group violence, but also state violence, capital violence, then became global violence. Third, shared security can be achieved only if we agree on the importance of understanding security as an attempt to acknowledge our common vulnerabilities and our shared responsibility to address them. Shared security cannot be achieved unless we understand each other's in security concerns. Most dialogue among civilizations or between different faiths often ignore or avoid the importance of this point. I've been engaging in so many international fora, interfaith dialogue, inter-civilizational dialogue, but this dialogue, I think, need also new paradigms, which is, I said it is a dialogical dialogue, which is dialogue based on sincerity, openness, frankness, but for problem solving. Within the current context of global divides, especially between the Muslim world and the West, though it's not relevant to dichotomize between the two, since Islam has become also an element of the Western culture, an understanding of common vulnerabilities and sources of insecurity is imperative. Here, it is important to acknowledge that the root cause of the tension between the Muslim world and the West, in addition to power politics and the politics of hegemony exercises by some major powers in the West, can be found, among others, within the persistent global injustice. We should work to eliminate this global injustice, which serves as a structural cause to the global tension. The West is indeed in a better position to address this problem. However, it is important to acknowledge that the elimination of global injustice alone cannot guarantee the birth of a world free from any tension and conflict between the Muslim world and the West. The Muslim world has its own predicament also, and this predicament also constitutes a challenge for attaining shared security. Many Muslims, in fact, the majority of Muslims, continue to live under the control of despotic regimes and authoritarian states. This characteristic of most of the Muslim world needs to be addressed by both Muslim population and Muslim rulers. Respect of human rights and democratic political order based on social justice and religious morality is the path that all of us should take. Freedom is an essence of Islamic teaching. Islam teaches and preaches that human beings should be liberated from exploitation by other human beings. The creation of political order that ensure and respects human dignity should be made a priority by Muslim rulers. Genuine tolerance and a sense of self-confidence among the population can only prevail a truly democratic order. It is within such democratic order that the notion of shared security can become a reality. So the shared security, in addition to shared of space, may be added, the third sharing is shared of ethical values, that all religions, all nations have their own noble tradition and values, and we need to bring religions of the world, different faith, into a common word, kalimatun sawa, based on the same ethical values. Religions are of course, different from each other, especially in the stage of theology. But many of the religions, especially the revealed religions, share the same commonalities, especially with regard to human being and humanity. And indeed, religions is from God, but for human being and humanity. So shared ethical values is also one of the needs of today. So the people of different faith may work together, and to work together for not only ta'aruf, mutual understanding and mutual respect, but also ta'awun, which is cooperation between religious communities and nation. This is at least some idealities from religions, from philosophy, universal values, to be instilled into our new paradigm, new world system, and this is the pillars of the new world order, but not the old one, not the old new world order, but the brand new world order. I think we need to work together for that cause. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Professor Samsudin. Without going into the details, I just want to highlight 2 points that he has mentioned. Namely, he has given the Islamic perspective of what should constitute the new world order, or as he put it, the new paradigm, and the important role of religion in the establishment of this new paradigm. Our next speaker is none other than our fellow Malaysian, Dr. Chandra Muzaffar. Dr. Chandra requires no introduction, as you can see, and so I just wish to pass the floor to him. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Asma, yang berbahagia Tan Sri Fauzi, yang berbahagia Tan Sri Rais Yatim, Puan Sri Mazna, yang berbahagia Tan Sri Samsudin, yang berbahagia Tan Sri Norain Mai, Dev yang terhormat, para hadirin yang budiman, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, peace be with you. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizer, for this very kind invitation. When the US President, George Bush Sr., announced a new world order in 1991, he was in fact heralding the arrival of a new era in global hegemony. The Cold War had ended in 1989. The Soviet Union had collapsed in 1991. The US was the sole military superpower in the world. The US was at the helm of what it felt was a unipolar world. That was the New World Order for George Bush Sr. He was going to sustain the New World Order through the instruments which had sustained US power for quite a long while. And what were those instruments? Number one, military power. Because the United States, even at that time, had more than 800 military bases girding the globe. And within a few years, the US was talking about the type of military power that stretches from the inner depths of the ocean to the outer reaches of space. Total spectrum dominance. So that's the military power which the US thought would help it to sustain this New World Order. It was going to depend upon economic power to sustain this New World Order. And what was this economic power? The US dollar, the world's reserve currency, its control over economic resources, the vital strategic routes that were important for its economic power, and of course, its dominant role in international economic institutions like the World Bank, the IMF, and at that time GATT, and so on and so forth. The US was going to depend upon its control over people's minds and hearts, which is perhaps more fundamental than military power or economic power. Its control over the global media, its control over culture, entertainment, which are essential to dominance and hegemony. And the US knew that it would continue to depend upon these sources of power to sustain, to perpetuate its dominance. The US was also very much aware of the importance of regime change as a fourth dimension of hegemony. Ensure that in various parts of the world you have leaders, governments who are subservient, who are submissive. If you look at the situation after the Second World War, there have been numerous instances of regime change, which I will not elaborate upon, but I'll highlight just one, because it's something which we in this part of the world don't pay much attention to. The regime change that occurred on the 11th of September, 1973 in Chile. The overthrow of a democratically elected leader, Dr. Salvador Allende, and the eventual emergence of a military dictatorship. And this is what the US has done over and over and over again, as yet another mechanism of control and dominance. But there is something else which was part of the post-1991 scenario. the US realized that apart from these four dimensions, it had to devise a way of dealing with recalcitrant states, of leaders who, in spite of everything, in spite of the US's ability to change regimes, to control minds, to control economic resources, to deploy its military power, in spite of all this, there would still be governments, there would still be regimes that were against US power. And not just US power, against Israeli power. Because this idea actually is an idea more closely associated with Israel. And what is this idea? It is an idea which emerged towards the end of the Cold War. And what is this idea that emerged towards the end of the Cold War? It was what happened in Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, the US realized the tremendous potential of manipulating religion, Islam, for the purpose of defeating its enemy. Let's not forget that in Afghanistan, the Mujahideen, a group that emerged perhaps spontaneously at one stage because of the anger at the occupation of Afghanistan, but the Mujahideen, without any doubt at all, well established with numerous writings since then. The Mujahideen were manipulated, they were used by the US against the Soviet Empire. And they succeeded. The US, its allies, they succeeded in defeating the Soviet Union with the help of the Mujahideen. The US's greatest rival at that time, defeated by the Mujahideen, 60,000 Soviet soldiers killed. One of the main reasons, according to analysts, on why the Soviet Union disintegrated in the years that followed, partly because of the role of the Mujahideen in defeating the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. Now, this is something very important. The US realized the efficacy of manipulating religion, creating groups which, because of their passion for religion, would be committed to a particular cause, using such groups in order to further its own political agenda. Out of the Afghan war was born Al-Qaeda. And Al-Qaeda was a creation of the CIA, a fact that was admitted in the British Parliament by Robin Cook, the former British Foreign Secretary. 1 week after he made that famous speech as a backbencher, Robin Cook died. I think this is something which a lot of people know. So you see the role of Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda was the idea that gave birth to a lot of other similar outfits that have dominated the so-called terrorist landscape. After the Afghan war, in the midst of this new world order, we had a few incidents here and there that the world didn't really take notice of. 1993, the incident in the basement of the World Trade Center. And then you had 1994, what had happened in Saudi Arabia, and then 1996, Gulf of Eden, 1998, East Africa, one after another, different incidents that took place. The culmination was, of course, 9/11, 2001, 11th of September. Because the message that the US wanted to convey to the world as a way of defeating forces that were recalcitrant, that were not willing to submit to US dominance, was this. You know, these people who are against us are all terrorists. This was the message. They're all terrorists. And for Israel, this was an important message to put across, because Israel wanted the world to know that those who opposed Israeli occupation were terrorists. They could not be liberation fighters, they could not be freedom fighters, they were terrorists. So that message had to get across. And equally important, the message had to get across that these terrorists are a threat to human civilization. So the attack takes place on American soil. The first time there's been such an attack in American history, to show the whole of humankind that these terrorists are a challenge to, well, human civilization. So let's keep that in our mind as we look at a couple of related issues. 9/11 and after 9/11. You'll find that the fingerprint of Al-Qaeda and groups associated with Al-Qaeda were in a number of other incidents. 2002, we had Bali. 2005, we had Madrid. 2006, we had London. In every instance, somehow it was linked with Al-Qaeda or with groups affiliated to Al-Qaeda. So this huge story was being constructed about the terrorists, about the challenge posed by the terrorists. And it has gone on. The Arab uprisings, starting from 2011. Again, the same approach. They moved into Libya, the so-called terrorists, created chaos in Libya, but the main purpose was, of course, to overthrow Gaddafi. An individual who was, in a sense, resisting their dominance in his own temperamental way. And then, of course, they tried to get rid of Bashar al-Assad, and they have not succeeded because of their total misreading of the situation in Syria. But nonetheless, we know that the so-called terrorists there were sponsored, trained, funded, the network established for them by the CIA, by some of Syria's neighbors who were heavily involved in this enterprise, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar. My friend Michel has referred to all this. They're all part of that game. It's still going on. It hasn't come to an end. They are helping to support moderate rebels. This is why sometimes I feel a bit uneasy about the term moderate, which is, of course, a very popular term in our country. Moderates, moderation, and so on, which is a beautiful concept, of course. But who are the moderate rebels? The moderate rebels are those who take orders from Washington and from London and from Tel Aviv. These are the moderates. The moderates are people in their pay, people who they can manipulate easily. So they have been continuing to do this with the goal of achieving their political agenda. Friends, we can expect terrorism and the manipulation of terrorism to continue because it has now become the fifth dimension of hegemony. I referred to the fourth dimension earlier. This is the fifth dimension. The conscious, willful, deliberate use of terrorism in order to perpetuate US-helmed hegemony. And this is why it's so dangerous, because millions get killed. The entire universe is mobilized for particular purposes, and we're all deceived in this new game. We're not saying for one moment that you don't have terrorists who are terrorists and who have goals and objectives which are linked to violence. We're not saying that this is not happening. I will talk about it in a while, but the fact of the matter is that terrorism is a major instrument of hegemony. And we have to say this loudly, we have to say this clearly, and we have to tell the world, whenever people talk about terrorism, that you are a sponsor and supporter of terrorism. Do not deceive the world by giving the impression that it is others, whether Muslims or non-Muslims, who are the terrorists. But you are behind this. This serves your interests. You've done this for quite a long while, and we know your game. And you cannot deceive us with some facile arguments about how the world has become a better place because of US dominance, which is utter hogwash. Utter hogwash. Has the world become a better place as a result of US dominance? The gap between the rich and poor is at its worst in the history of humankind, where 1% of humankind control more than 90% of total wealth. I mean, is this a better place? What are we talking about when you need such overwhelming military power at tremendous cost to sustain a system which is so dysfunctional in almost every sense of the word? And how dare one talk about democracy and how one has spread democracy in the world when what you have done is to overthrow democratically elected governments and install dictatorships, like in the case of Chile, like in the case of Iran in 1953. In 1953, a democratically elected leader, popular, loved by his people, a nationalist. He was not a leftist, he was not a rightist, he was just a nationalist. Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh was overthrown by the CIA and British intelligence. It was such a shameful deed in order to install their puppet Shah of Iran. And this has happened in a number of other places too. So let's not talk about democracy, about how the world has become a better place when the reality is something else. Now the point one is making is that terrorism today has become a major instrument for dominance and power. But let me also add very quickly that there are liberation movements which resort to terror. We should not deny this. They do kill civilians, including one of the noblest liberation movements, the Palestinian Liberation Movement. They do things of that sort. And I have, for instance, criticized, condemned the Palestinian liberation struggle when it kills children in a kibbutz or school children in a canteen. I don't think that's right. You cannot justify those things. There's Kashmir, there is the Philippines, there is southern Thailand. There are other liberation movements, we know that they have done things of that sort from time to time. But nonetheless, there are liberation movements, and these liberation movements are fighting a noble cause. We have to understand that. Let's also concede that sometimes terrorism has emerged from within the womb of our own societies. We cannot deny that. It's not just manipulated from outside. What do I mean by this? That there are elements within the Muslim world that support violence and terrorism. We have to admit that Wahhabism has endorsed terrorism. There are extreme interpretations, distorted, perverted interpretations of Islam that Muslims are responsible for. And sometimes these teachings go back, these perverted teachings go back to Ibn Taymiyyah, that these things have happened and they are against Islam. And we must take a stand against this. We should not condone these things. We must be honest, we must be brave enough to say that these are types of terrorism which we will not tolerate. Let me say something else, that if one looks at the global situation today, for the hegemonic power and its allies, while terrorism is important, the hegemonic power is also very concerned about its dominance in relation to certain other forces. When you look at how the United States relates to China, it is not looking at China through the lens of terrorism and violence. The considerations are different. It wants to make sure that it encircles China, that it contains China, that China is there to serve a certain purpose, but it is not there to upstage the United States of America. So that's a different consideration. So when it comes to China, they would want to make sure that as far as the economies of this region go, they would be more closely linked to the United States and remain that way rather than become more closely aligned to China. Hence, you have the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Likewise, the hegemon is also very concerned about Russia. In 1993, perhaps Russia was not part of the calculation. They thought at that time the challenge posed by Russia was not there anymore. But today, Russia has become a major challenge to them. And why? Not because of what the media has been telling us. A lot of lies in the media about what's happening in Ukraine. And we know that because there's so many other sources of information now about what's happening in Ukraine. The root problem is this. It is NATO's desire to expand its power, which has brought about the crisis in Ukraine. You want to expand your power right up to the doorstep of Russia, and no country would tolerate that. If you know the history of Ukraine and the history of Crimea and its close link to Russia culturally in terms of Christianity, you can understand why Russia will not tolerate this. So the source of this crisis is Western hegemony, NATO's expansionist power, as far as the Ukraine is concerned. And there are other areas that they're also concerned about. They're very concerned about Latin America. We tend to lose sight of this, that for the US, the first major blow in recent years has been the way in which Latin America has changed. Because after all, Latin America was its backyard for quite a long while. The Monroe Doctrine, dominance, control. But things have changed now. Latin American states have decided to stand up. They are independent. They don't want to be subservient to the Washington consensus. And that is very significant. So they are continuing to push for their dominance of Latin America in spite of the changes that have taken place, which is why you have what's happening in Venezuela, an attempt to overthrow a government. Just recently, very recently this had happened. Now this brings me to my conclusion, friends. I ask myself, if this is the reality that challenges us, hegemony, different dimensions, a struggle going on, how do we respond to this? We in Malaysia and other parts of the world. Number one, I think it is so important for us to support groups that are resisting. To support groups that are resisting hegemony. We have been supporting one particular group of people for a very long while, the Palestinians. The Palestinians would be an outstanding example of people who have paid the heaviest price conceivable. They have paid with their lives for independence, for autonomy, for dignity. We must continue to support the Palestinians, the Iraqis, the Syrians, people everywhere who are standing up to hegemony, including people in Russia, in China, who are standing up against hegemony. Let's also support the new sources of power that are emerging. China is an example. There's Russia resisting dominance. And you have other examples here and there of countries that are trying to resist, and we must also support them. And perhaps, friends, there's something else that we should also support. A certain mood that has begun to impact upon the Western world, and we should be aware of this. If you look at what's been happening in Europe, there is a certain mood that is more inclined towards peace. They don't want war within segments of the European population. I do not think that any European leader would be able to sell the idea of an all-out bloody war to their own citizens. They don't want that. which is why you find that there is resistance to what is happening in Ukraine. And even in the United States of America, the popular mood is against war, which is why Barack Obama could not go ahead with his military strike against Syria, partly because of the popular mood against war. This, I think, is a very important change that has taken place. And for those of us who want to criminalize war, we have made this our agenda, who want a world which would be more committed towards peace. I think this change in those parts of the world which have been responsible for so much of war and bloodshed in the last few decades, Europe, the United States of America, this change in the popular mood is something which is most welcome. We're happy this is happening. Let's support this. Let's link up with groups in the United States of America and in Europe. And this is something which my friends and I have been doing for quite a while, because there's so many groups that have come up that are against war, which support Palestine, which support liberation struggles. We must continue to strengthen them. We must continue to reinforce their commitment to a just and peaceful world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandra, for your most informative and illuminating presentation. Dr. Chandra has elaborated and, in a way, has strengthened the views expressed earlier by Dr. Chossudovsky in his earlier presentation, particularly in respect of the role of the US in world domination. He has also highlighted, in particular, the US role in respect of the manipulation of religion, and has also suggested that support be given to those who are fighting against hegemony and war globally. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is General Retired Ilyas Hanna from the Middle East. He is based at the American University of Beirut, and he teaches geopolitics with an emphasis on regional issues. He was Dean of the Students at Notre Dame University and has continued to teach political science, history, and Lebanon, and geopolitics courses at the AUB. General Hanna will touch on the topic in the context of the Arab Spring or Arab Fall. General Hanna, you have the floor.
I would like to thank the Global Peace Foundation for inviting me to talk. Your Honorable Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, dear speakers. I'm not going to argue who is the culprit about what's going on in the region or in the world, because we know that the United States of America declared war 5 times, but interfered militarily more than 400 times all over the world. They imposed democracy on Japan after destroying Japan, as well as Germany. And they tried to impose democracy on the Arab world, especially in Iraq, but Iraq, unfortunately, is in shambles, in the chaos. Is talking about the global or New World Order and war, they go together. I think that when we talk about the global order or the New World Order, you have to talk about this ranking of forces, powers, hierarchy, and distribution of power. When we talk about distribution of power, we have to really mention that the United States of America was a hyperpower, according to Hubert Védrine, after the fall of the Soviet Union. And then, after 9/11, it became the superpower. Now, many scholars consider the United States of America as primus inter pares, as the first among equal. Why? 20% of the global GDP is American. 11 aircraft carrier really controlling the whole world. And is it a conspiracy theory? For me, I would like to go to Lord Palmerston when he said, no permanent friendships, there is a permanent interests. Today, the United States of America, but before we had the British, we had the France in Lebanon, we had the Spanish, we had the Portuguese, we had the Netherlands. So maybe these things about, the power in the world. Dr. Moïse, the former minister of Venezuela, said about distribution of power, the nature of power really changed. Because in today's world, it is easy to acquire power. It is easy to lose, it's difficult to apply this power and easy to lose this power. The United States of America today is really suffering from the world order that was created by the United States of America post-World War II. What's happening in the Middle East? Is it clash within civilization? Is it a civil war in the Muslim world, as King Abdullah of Jordan said once? Is it the Shia crescent against the Sunni crescent? In my brief presentation, I will talk about the geopolitics of the Middle East at the macro level, and leaving for the Q's and A's period really to talk about, elaborating on this issue. So I would like to show a short video to see the permanent trace character of the Middle East. When we talk about the global order or the new world order, in the Middle East we had many, many global powers still relevant to today's world, especially in the Fertile Crescent. So let's see the video, please. So this is, the Fertile Crescent, Iraq and Syria and Lebanon. Many powers have gone through this time, and the point of intersection is this area, from Egypt to Israel, to the Assyrian Empire. So when we talk about the Persian Empire, nothing different from that time until today. It's the pattern. So this is the Middle East, The Roman Empire, the same. So many global, many world orders have come and gone through this area. The Byzantine Empire and then the Islamic Empire, or Al-Khilafah. And then the Crusaders, the East-West conflict, before Christianity and before Islam. It's about interests, and Salah ad-Din with the Crusaders. After the Ottoman Empire, we started to see the Western world coming into our region in order to really spread, let's say, colonialism. And then the creation of Israel, which was the worst geopolitical incident in the region. We still suffer, especially from Lebanon, especially in Lebanon, as well as the Palestinian question. Can you stop the video, please? Okay, so after many great power came to this region, I think that we have the circle and the arrow theory. The arrow that, the context is different, social, political, and economic, but the circle still the same. Now, instead of having the Persian Empire, we have the American Empire in our region. In the Middle East, we have variable geography. in 1912, 1914, 1916, we were under the Ottoman Empire, and here comes a variable geography. Under the Ottoman Empire, we will go into another geography imposed by the West, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, the secret one, who divided the region into between France and Britain. Today, no France, no Britain, but we have the United States of America. Now, another geography of changing the borders, the states of the Middle East, the ISIS, the so-called ISIS. Okay, the ISIS. Now, it is the undoing of the Sykes-Picot. It's in the middle of the Fertile Crescent, from Iraq to Syria, and then maybe to the borders of Lebanon. How many Middle East do we have today in the region? We have 3 Middle Easts. The first one is the Maghrib, the Arabic al-Maghrib. And we have the Arabic Peninsula and the Levant, al-Mashriq al-Arabi. In the middle we have Egypt. So that's why we have 3 different dynamics in the region today are working within the situation that we are witnessing in the ISIS region in Iraq and Syria. Okay, the USA factor in our region. When the USA moves, the ripples are felt all over the world. In 1918, 1916, when the United States of America interfered in the World War I, the whole world changed. And we started to see international organizations like the League of Nations. After 2000, after the Second World War, the United States of America interfered in Europe and in Japan and really changed the world and created the current world system that we are living in. After 9/11, the United States of America interfered in the region, 2003 in Iraq, 2001 in Afghanistan, and it really changed the whole dynamics of the region under the auspices of spreading liberty and democracy. So when the United States of America moves, the whole system in the region is really shaken up. Is it conspiracy theory? For me, I would say it's like interests and interests. Now, the United States of America withdrew from Iraq in 2011, and then the whole system created a vacuum. And who is going to really fill this vacuum? The regional power, which will create the triangles of power we're going to see in a minute. However, the rise of ISIS pulled back the US again to the Middle East. And here comes a very famous article of Richard Haass of Foreign Council, the Foreign Affairs, under the title, The New Middle East. He said, Iraq is the reason for America to come to the region, and Iraq will be the reason for America to withdraw from the region, but a newcomer was the reason for America to come back, which is ISIS. ISIS pulled back the US again to the Middle East, which remind me of Richard Haass' article in the Foreign Magazine Affair, The New Middle East. So this dynamics is creating chaos. Occupying Japan and enforcing democracy, something. Germany, enforcing democracy, different thing. But in the Middle East, we are living in a very chaotic situation, especially in the Fertile Crescent. And this one created triangles of power in the region. The non-Arabs triangle, Turkey, Iran, and Israel, versus the Arab triangle. All of them are Muslims, however, except Israel, Egypt, Syria, and Saudi Arabia. Now, the full pressure is on the Saudi Arabia trying to save what it can. Now, everybody is discussing using ISIS or using Al-Qaeda. Everybody in the region used Al-Qaeda, including Iran. After 2001 and the dethroning of Taliban, Al-Qaeda had a safe haven in Iran. Everybody is using Al-Qaeda for their own interest. Saudi Arabia helped Al-Qaeda in order to block Iran. But today, Saudi Arabia is fighting Al-Qaeda because Al-Qaeda or ISIS is becoming more dangerous on the situation in Saudi Arabia. So this is the Middle East, now triangles of power. Next, please. I'm going to give an example, for instance, the interference of Iran in the region, because Iran is a dominant power. We're talking about Lebanon plus and Syria minus, the war that has really created a de facto situation in the region. When we talk about Lebanon, this is Lebanon, but Hezbollah, a proxy of Iran as a Shia, is really interfering in Syria and changing, like it's a paradigm shift of geopolitical concept. Historically speaking, Lebanon was the soft belly of Syria. Now it is the protecting belly of Syria. Historically speaking, Syria interfered in Lebanon militarily. Now, for the first time, Lebanon is interfering in Syria to save the regime. Now, historically speaking, the southern of Lebanon was an open battlefield between the Lebanese and Israel. It is no more. We have the UNIFIL, and I think that Malaysia has a contingent over there. Now it is the Golan Heights, so everything is really changing. If you go from, this is like Aleppo. This is the region of the Shia Alawi here. And then you go to Damascus, to the Golan Heights. Hezbollah can interfere everywhere. So that's why this is the new concept of Lebanon plus and Syria minus, because Syria has lost all the western side where ISIS and Jabhat al-Nusra are really occupying and really creating the so-called caliphate. So this is one of the major issues as a de facto, without really changing the international recognized legitimate borders. Next, please. Now, KSA in this equation, when you talk about the KSA, now it is considered as the center of gravity of the Arab Islamic Sunni world. And the grand strategy of Iran is to surround Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by hotspots, like in Iraq, like in Yemen, like in Bahrain, and then try to impose a certain regional power on the Arab world. What is really helping this? The opening of the P5+1, including the United States of America with Iran as far as the nuclear issue is concerned. Next, please. So, the new grand strategy for the Middle East. The United States of America withdrew, so it shook up the system internally. Now, the United States of America won't go, as we say, the dictum, boots on the ground. No boots on the ground. The United States of America is trying to offshore balancing the powers in the region under the auspices of what we call security dilemma, the balance of power. So, KSA, Israel, and Turkey, and Iran, now with a surplus of power compared to others. So they have to go and really balance the region in order to have a stable. Now, the Middle East is within this new world order that everybody is talking about. We call it the shatter belt, where everything is going hot. The main issue and the main military goal for the United States of America is to degrade, contain, or destroy ISIS through also an Arab coalition, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and now Turkey is coming back. Next, please. Okay, moreover, destroying ISIS and delegation of power to control the Fertile Crescent is for the regional power. Up we have Turkey has a role. Everybody is called it now in the region as the Crescent, Sunni Crescent. And Iran to control something in Iraq. And Iran and then the Turkey, the KSA, in order to control this region. So this is like distribution of roles in the region in order to create what we call regional world order, regional order. Next, please. Okay, the new possible model of the Arab state. The new possible model of the Arab state. After fatigue, attrition, nobody is going to interfere on the ground. The Americans won't fight again in the ground. The political solution will be imposed a la Lebanese ways. The Lebanese way, the political solution was imposed 4 times 1841, 1861, 1975, 1956, 58, and 1975, 4 times. No change of legitimate borders. The divisions will be internal on the basis of religion, sect, ethnic, and tribal. Thus we will have a situation quasi-country, a government not really governing. Internal management will be through the regional powers. So this is the situation that we will see in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Hannah. I think it would be interesting for us to eventually see what would ultimately evolve geographically in the Middle East. And I think the presentation that was made by General Hannah has really given us a lot of information based on his own perspective as to what would be the likely outcome. Whether we like it or not is a different matter, I believe, altogether. Now, the last but not least speaker is Mr. Yoichi Shimatsu from Japan. Mr. Shimatsu is currently editor-at-large at the Fourth Media and a freelance journalist based in Hong Kong. He was the former editor of the Japan Times Weekly and a former lecturer at Tsinghua University. Mr. Shimatsu, you have the floor, sir.
First of all, let me thank each and every one of you for attending, taking the time to attend today, to share with us our commitment, I believe that we all, everyone attending here, to peace, to world peace, to justice, and a world that will be more fair, an unfair world today that will be more fair in the future, and especially to the organizers of the conference, to the Perdana Global Peace Foundation, and to Dr. Mahathir, who has carried the torch for all of us for so long. Thank you. Okay. Now, PowerPoint. I don't have the little stick, so someone can, oh, okay, good, very good. I'm not sure how it works. Okay, good, yeah. Okay, I practice, let's see if this, I'm not sure how this works. Where do I point this to? Can I go backward? I'm not sure. Can I go backward? Okay. Well, that's regardless. I practice a very rarefied field of journalism, which is forensic journalism. It's basically investigative journalism, which is mainly political, economic, social. But to that, we add the element of science and technology. Understand, I was trained in organic chemistry. And so we use science and combine it just like a pathologist or a mortician or anyone, a detective, a police detective would do to solve these political crimes, essentially, okay? I've just come from a conference in Frankfurt, an anti-nuclear conference. Germany, as you know, was a divided country in the Cold War. It was a frontline nuclear state for both sides. It opted for a nuclear power industry, and on top of that, on both sides, and on top of that, there was the Chernobyl nuclear accident of 1986. But none of that deterred Germany from abandoning nuclear power until the 2011 Fukushima disaster, of which today, what is the date? We, I think, are very close to the anniversary. I'm a little bit confused by time zones, okay? As an example of what I do, I've spent 4 years in the field research, 12 trips into the Fukushima nuclear zone, finally on bicycle, because it's hard to access and there's heavy security there, to determine whether these long underestimated, Tokyo Electric now has upgraded its estimates of the nuclear releases, fantastic amounts of nuclear material, much of it high level, enriched plutonium of war grade quality, being released into the ocean, into the air, and affecting, in fact, the entire northern hemisphere. Not Malaysia, thank God, of course, yet. This is one of 3 sites that I found of a suspect nuclear weapons production facility. And if this is a Google image, let me see this thing. Yeah, this is a Google image of a conventional thermal coal-burning power plant, 14 kilometers north of Fukushima. And strangely, at the what? At the what? Oh, that area. Okay, okay. Well, I'll use this pointer here. Anyway, and this is a Google Earth image. We see a couple of power generators. This makes 2,000 megawatts per hour. And strangely, it's a commercial plant, but it supplied all of its power to Fukushima, to the Fukushima nuclear plants. Very strange. They're supposed to provide power to everyone, but we're providing power to Fukushima. What is happening at Fukushima, and what is happening here that you have a huge, one of Japan's largest power plants providing power to itself? And this is the coal here, obviously very straight up. But over here, there's two excavated areas. Well, there were hardly any workers at Fukushima 1 when it was damaged. There were thousands of people working here on this site, excavating it. And here we see trucks. That's a truck there. You see how huge this site is. Trucks go down here. They excavated this site. And here you see the outline of an underground structure, a building. Okay? The foundations of a building that they took out. As you go down here, you see this is your piles of radioactive debris. And they're putting radioactive debris in this deep hole to explain the massive amount of radiation that's coming out of this place. It'll be presented to the world as a dump site, but the radiation was massive before. And here the trucks will go down, and here again you see another underground building, two of them here. One structure here. Oh, this is a road structure, excuse me. Over here, underground structure. Obviously, no purpose other than a nuclear weapons lab. So this is some of the type of work I do. I try to use science, look at all the data, and we come up with hypotheses, just like any other science, and try to push on further. Okay, let me continue here. Okay. Now, the year that was, I think Dr. Barnett was perfectly correct in saying that we're seeing less war this year. You know, there's been the U.S. So-called pull-ups, but they're actually drawdowns of forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. So there's less killing going on. And then the wars in Syria and Iraq, the conflicts there, Libya and Ukraine, basically there was fighting, serious fighting, but they sort of were settled in stalemates. Basically, neither side can attain a total victory. However, we saw a number of ominous events, I call. They're smaller events, very ominous, on the scale of, World War II, Vietnam War. These are small events, but it was a very strange year for all of us who read the online press or any newspaper, okay? We saw this Ukraine operation, which people are debating. Who's behind it? What's really going on? What are they really fighting for? We see the mystery of the Malaysian aircraft crash, not crashes, one disappearance, one that crashed in Ukraine, and the AirAsia, Malaysian-owned airline, crashing also, and tremendous amount of controversy over that online. We see the Syrian stalemate ending with this online rise of ISIS. Suddenly it was all al-Nusra in the beginning, and then suddenly after the fighting was more or less contained by this truce in Syria, suddenly this monstrous spectacle called ISIS jumps out at us. And everyone is wondering, who are these people? Okay? Then we have a Thai military coup. The greatest event of this year is the inauguration of the Asian Economic Community, okay, ASEAN Economic Community. This is the Asian European Union, and hardly a peep of celebration, because the very core country there where everyone meets, Thailand, the most vibrant economy, is under military authority. Myanmar was supposed to follow the Thai model, but what happened instead, Thailand followed the Myanmar model. So it totally throws us off as a bizarre outcome. We have Ebola in West Africa, but the virus itself is a strain that came from Central Africa. How did it get there after 10 years in 4,000 or 2,000 kilometers of distance? How did it get there? Major mystery. I've written about this and analyzed that. We see this most recent Israeli bombing campaign of Gaza, and no one can really figure out what was this kidnapping all about. We still don't have a clear information of who actually did it, why, And what happened? It's still a bizarre crime event in terms of a police file of actually who were the perpetrators. Then we have the cyber attacks against Sony for this movie about the planned assassination of the Korean regime leader. Okay, so very strange year of news events for us, hard to make sense. Now, one way besides science that we can look at things is through a philosophical perspective. How do we come to know things? In the Buddhist perspective, there is a core concept called karma, and karma basically centers on the notion of the importance of action, human decisions that lead to action. Because every action, whatever it is for the good or worse, has long-term consequences. It sets off a chain of events. And so one thing we can use here is this notion of time. When did the decision for these events occur? Are they merely consequences? Are they accidents that are the consequences of decisions made long ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Certainly we can say the rise of ISIS is very much linked to the bombing campaign against Fallujah. The core fighters are people from the Sunni Triangle who were radicalized by what was done to these cities in the Sunni Triangle. So that's obviously one aspect of ISIS, is this question of time, of the outrages committed against these people, which forced them into a radical position of hopelessness and despair. Okay? But that doesn't explain everything about ISIS, of course. The other is which of these events here were purely, let's say, planned in the immediate presence, were planned, carried out, executed, and taken advantage of by the perpetrators, whoever. So we have to look at these accidents. What was a very determined, planned action, and what is a consequence of past actions, okay? Okay, we have this, as Dr. Muzaffar pointed out, we've seen this transition from unilateralism to multipolarism in the world. Many centers in the world instead of a U.S. as a hegemon for the whole world. In this past year, we've seen this play out in Ukraine. And to put it very briefly, okay, well, I haven't moved into that area. Basically, we've seen both planned actions by coalitions of very powerful state bureaucrats in powerful countries, defense contractors, large corporations, sort of disrupting the sense of a new order emerging from multipolarism. The advocates of multipolarism, for example, in the BRICS group, would like to create a new order, financial, economic, and so forth, but many of their efforts have obviously been tripped up through strategic planning, okay? And we see also one problem is that the New World Order, which is based on the old Western-dominated order, is promoted as being more sustainable than the kind of environmental destruction in the developing world. Whereas I think there's also the other view, is that the sustainability of the green movement, of the green movements in the Western world, are actually built on the export of dirty, polluting industries to the developing world. I mean, this is a sanitization effort. It's not a true improvement, and people in the developing world are left with poisoned soil, water, and so on, as we saw as a long-term consequences of the Iraq War, okay? So let me move on here. Now there's also the corollary of the multipolarist powers, the new emerging regional powers, who believe time is on their side. But basically, history does not confirm that view. I think passivity bears enormous risks that the other side, the imperial side, are going to act. They're going to take advantage of your slowness, your inability to move forward reform. They're going to take advantage of the situation and make a comeback, all right? And in the current world of multipolarism, large-scale invasion interventions are out. So therefore, we're going to see the rise of covert action, okay? Things are going to be done that are not apparent under the surface. And that explains, I think, the general context of these mysterious events of this past year. So we have to use science. We have to use analysis to hear the inaudible, see the invisible. We've got to learn what's really going on behind the picture. And I think that's what's got everyone in this room puzzled. What really is going on? Now, the first question is, who's afraid of Vladimir Putin? Well, I, for one, am, because I think he's kind of a power, charged fellow, and I don't know which way he's going. He's hard for me to decipher, but that doesn't get me to either side with Russia or Ukraine. And there's NATO expansionism, yeah, but then again, it's none of my business. What I'm more concerned about, actually, is the Ukraine energy picture and the revival of the Japanese nuclear industry, okay? What's happening is that Toshiba Westinghouse is selling fuel rods to Ukraine and is planning to build the world's largest nuclear plant and storage facility near Odessa. So that's more my interest, more direct. So I'm looking at the economic, industrial consequences of this. I also noticed that this kind of nuclear development in Ukraine and in England, these sort of fringes of the European world, go against where I've just been, Germany, which has a non-nuclear policy. And so we see the fringes of Europe are going to go more nuclear as the center of Europe is not. Obviously, the goal is to renuclearize the German-speaking world. So that's one issue. Then we notice fracking is going on there. BP, Exxon are doing fracking, the breaking down of the rock underneath the soil and with heavy water pressure and chemicals to release gas and oil. This is also going, a practice that is considered illegal and dangerous in the rest of Europe. Okay, so we see these practices that are foreign and opposed by green Europe being introduced in Ukraine and coming in. Why? Because Ukraine is on the Black Sea. Basically, Port of Odessa is a very convenient place to bring in oil, to put, let's say, an under Black Sea pipeline into Ukraine. That would replace the failed Nabucco pipeline that was supposed to run from Turkey through Romania into Austria. Ukraine is a perfect bridgehead for Middle Eastern oil coming in, supplied by the Great Western Corporation, and to bring in their plan is to float in nuclear plants. Huge barges, and they'll land nuclear plants there in Ukraine. So the Black Sea is key, okay? And, so basically, Europe has got to think outside the box. Don't just be afraid of Vladimir Putin. We have to look at the greater danger, actually, is coming. Ukraine is being used as a backdoor for policies that Europe opposes. Now, if we look at ISIS from the same perspective, this is purely hypothetical on my part, we see that ISIS's drive from Iraq into Syria could well be financed by the large oil companies to build similar pipelines from the Arab Gulf states to the Mediterranean, and this would link very perfectly what's happening with Ukraine in the Black Sea. This will be a perfect matchup to do that. And then when you look at it from this perspective, you notice ISIS is different. Al-Nusra is arguably a better group of fighters, more motivated, more disciplined, more experienced. Whereas ISIS, you look at images of them, they're defense contractors, like the American ones in Iraq. They use the same method. Their first targets, a hydropower dam. They want to control electricity and water. Is this not a mistake that they're trying to get oil refineries? This is exactly what the Western militaries do in their defense contract do. So I see here, you win wars, just like bin Laden did in Afghanistan against the Soviets, through logistics and infrastructures. Other people do the fighting, you do the follow-up, and you win the war. Okay, this is the very typical American idea of war, and why America has been so successful at war. Okay, and so ISIS really seems to be some sort of agent of the petrochemical and oil industries for this link-up with the provision of power to Europe, and then basically cutting off the Russian gas supply, the South Stream Russian gas supply, and opening up a Western-controlled pipelines into Ukraine. So that's one way of looking at things from a technological perspective. Okay. Oops, darn. Okay. Ebola, I'm just going to skip right now. I've written a lot of stories on it. It's posted online. I'd rather right now get, okay, these air tragedies. You know, ships, even large as oil tankers, are being hijacked all the time, right over here, off the Strait of Malacca, off of Somalia. We don't pay we pay the ransom demanded, ships let go, the crews let go, and we do it, insurance do it, companies do it all the time. Now we're shocked because an airplane is hijacked. Why should that be so stunning to us when the cargo aboard the airplane is worth more than the air tanker? Okay, especially if it's technology like the Freescale microchip technology, microcontroller technology, which is called KL01, KL02, and KL stands for Kuala Lumpur. The world's leading microchip was developed in this city. That's incredible to, I think, all of you. I've been to their factory. It's not much of a factory, but they do incredible work there. You have some great computer engineers there, okay? And so this chip is extremely important to the future of robotics, miniaturization, you see these little drones taking off, and to the future of warfare. If you want to attack a nuclear plant, you can use little tiny robots to sneak into every crack and crevice to attack that plant. You don't have to drop huge bunker bombs on it. Much better form of warfare. By the way, Israel has announced it's developing a micro-robotics program. So my feeling today, on the first anniversary of the disappearance of MH370, Malaysian Airlines, I feel based on what we know, all of the science, all of the technology points to the fact that MH370 did not crash, that the people are not necessarily lost from this life, and that we should not give up hope, that there may come a moment, an opportunity to free the captives, if the captors haven't killed all of them yet in one way or the other, and to find that airplane inside an underground hangar somewhere in a country that is interested in robotic technology, micro-robots, and that we must make every effort for that rescue operation when the time comes, okay? So let us not give up hope. Let's continue the search, okay? Your other MH lost over Ukraine, also diverted electronically. It went off its flight path. And that little diversion, which sent it down and south, would put it on an angle toward the capital of Iran, Tehran. And the rebels there reported cadavers, dressed like tourists on the ground. Bodies have been dead a long time. And this is a perfect vehicle for the delivery of biological weapons, okay? A dead body, all right? So we have yet to really find out what's really happened. And as you notice, as the bodies got sent back to Netherlands, suddenly the issue disappeared. The complaints disappeared. Something else is going on. And we don't have access to those pathology labs and what's really going on, okay? AirAsia is much more. You can crash. AirAsia, all Airbus. The biggest player in Southeast Asia, former U.S. ambassador to Thailand and Indonesia, Boeing Southeast Asia. Lion Air had made the biggest purchase of Boeing aircraft, I believe, in the history to a single airline of Boeing. Indonesian based, and it's the main competitor of AirAsia. Is this any surprise? People use dirty tactics. Remember what happened to the Sukhoi 100, the Russian aircraft that was supposed to be based here in Malaysia, right? A new Russian parts delivery, Sukhoi production repair service center here in Malaysia. That was gone on its first flight in Asia, in Indonesia, okay? And it flew from an Indonesian military base. We should not be surprised by industrial warfare. It's basically industrial, taking a step beyond industrial espionage into industrial sabotage. It happens all the time if you're a corporate executive. Siemens, the one green major company in the world, CEO gone. And GE, very happy, clinking glasses at GE. There is a lot of this kind of industrial competition going on. That should not bother us a bit. We just have to investigate things more thoroughly. So, and then we have from tragedy to the absurd. What was this all about? Why did Sony make this provocation of a movie? Who were these hackers who had got all the insider information at Sony, which is supposedly, I suppose, I used to do sales, marketing for the producers, Sony Ericsson. We could never get the codes. I mean, come on, it's very tough. So what happened here? Well, what's interesting about this story is that this North Korean overture between American interest groups was done by Vice TV. It used to be based in Canada, now it's with HBO, and they made this documentary and they're the ones who brought Dennis Rodman, the basketball player, to North Korea, to Pyongyang. But the people who actually sit on the board of Vice TV include Eric Schmidt, the chairman of Google. And he himself went to North Korea for a visit, okay? And then we have Masatoshi Son, who is the head of SoftBank, as we know, is a powerful Japanese-based mobile phone company which bought Sprint, okay? And we have to ask, what does Google and SoftBank, what is their interest in Sony? Okay? So we need to look at the hard data behind this absurd comedy, behind this conspiracy theories we see on the net. Let's look at the facts, the hard facts. And then I think we can make some sense out of this world. And then we can see many of these incidences are not accidents. They're not inheritances from history. They are, in fact, actions that were logically, coldly, brutally planned, in our time now. And they were planned, and they were carried out in this last year. And more are coming. As for this question of reduced casualties, less death than war, we have to understand, again, that idea of karma. You have to understand that non-lethal warfare was introduced. The whole point is you don't want to kill everyone in the country because you need them later to work for you, okay? Okay? You don't kill your waiter, you need them to serve you. So the idea of non-lethality, but that the consequences of an Iraq war are going to be long-lasting. A war doesn't stop killing the day the troops leave. The Iraq war will kill people for centuries, probably, if we're including depleted uranium. The Iraqi people have suffered enormously from malnutrition, poisoned land, poisoned water, destruction of hospitals, infants dying, high infant mortality rate. The war still kills. So in the immediate thing, we hardly killed anybody. It was a very precision bombing campaign. The long-term results is what we're talking about. Massive numbers of people are being killed by modern warfare, particularly the type of armaments that we use, which our lovely Italian, chemist has shown to us total contamination of Gaza that will kill for probably centuries to come. Okay? That's it. Okay. Just these little quotes, if you just look at them. Never attempt to win by force what can be won by deception. And we are being deceived. We don't know who's attacking us, we don't know why, and we don't know how to get it back at them.
Mr. Shimazu.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry to... Mr. Shimazu for giving a very interesting angle to the discussion on this topic. He has given us what he called the hidden warfare by highlighting some of the mysteries that have happened over the past several years. He has attempted to give a logical explanation, but I could not help observing Professor Barnett shaking his head, perhaps in disagreement to what was said. But thank you very much again, Mr. Shimazu. We have come almost to the end of our time. We are supposed to end at 1 o'clock. I'm not sure whether we can afford to take any questions. I was looking forward to have some time for members of the audience to raise some questions, pressing questions that you may have. But unfortunately, we do not have that luxury today. And so I would have to end our session here. I would like to thank all of you for listening in at the session this morning. And I would like to thank all our speakers for giving their excellent presentation, their perspectives with regard to this particular topic. If we believe that there is a hidden hand in all this, I think it is fair for countries to take the necessary measures to mitigate the negative effects of what we called the New World Order. We are all living, it seems, in a cauldron of political intrigues and conflicts. And that is the position that we are in, sadly to say. I'm sorry, Dato Ibrahim Ali, who has raised his hand, but I have been told by the organizer that it is not possible. But we still have one more session in the afternoon after lunch. So please stay on. And I'm sure there will be a lot of opportunities for all of you to raise questions. The same panelists will still be here to respond to whatever questions that you may have with regard to the proceedings, not only in the morning, but also the afternoon session as well. So with that, thank you very much. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you once again to our very distinguished panelists for a very thought-provoking session. I'm happy now to invite all our distinguished guests up on stage to join our guests of honor for lunch, and that will be in the next hall, and we will be very honored to hear from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malaysia. So once again, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists over to the next hall for lunch, and also all our delegates.
Excuse me, no other distraction including your phone. Oh, sorry. Thanks. Well, overall, what is seriously war about? Like seriously you don't know? Okay, I'll brief it shortly to you guys. War includes extreme violence, social disruption, and an attempt at economic destruction. Huh? I didn't get it because, it's too complicated for me. Sorry. What's too complicated, huh? War is about killing. Massive killing. Make things straight, please. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can you imagine that this is like an apocalypse in the middle of a desert? Can you imagine that this is the vision of our last day? Last judgment day. What do you expect from all of that? Absolutely no benefits, right? Imagine a world without peace, without love, without care and compassion. How many people, adults and children alike, suffering in pain? Why? Why continue such cruelty? Seriously, there's no benefit at all. A single gunshot pierces to the air. The king is dead, and then the life is lost, and it was too late to save them. Their heart-wrenching cries of pure grief was enough to put anyone to tears. This is what people in other war-affected countries have to endure. The pain of losing a loved one, does it ever end? Every day, these people have to relive the sense of fear over and over and over and over, over and 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 over. I can't anymore. We Malaysians may live in peace. But how about the others? The countries of the world never learn. They will upgrade their weaponry continuously. Atomic bomb. Check. Nuclear missile. Check. Check. Even though they know they're very seldom for the use of the weapon. Always desirous of becoming more and more powerful. Innocent women, innocent children, civilians, the sick and the disabled would all be killed without mercy, wounded and impaled. The abdomen left be open, the guts spilling on the ground. Where is their sense of humanity? The person who did this really sadistic, psychopathic. I look inside of me for strength and patience, but the patience is not at the tip of my tongue as the bomb drops on Gaza. Heart, we teach life, sir. We Palestinians teach life after they have built the settlements and our petit wall of the last fight. We teach life, sir. A poem by Rafik Ziana that revolves around the tremendous pain of each Palestinian. Still, they're strong to face another day, physically, mentally. Excuse me, is there anyone who's going to study this madness? Of course there are. Who is that person? It's us, the greatest teams, as we, the future generation, have a role to play, which is going to be a long
have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the students of Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah Putrajaya and their message to all of us for their future, for their generation. It's in our hands, it's in their hands.
Global Peace Foundations, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend my deep appreciation to the Perdana Global Peace Foundation for inviting me to you this. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to speak before such an illustrious group of intellects and academicians. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is blessed to be located at the heart of a strategically significant region. A region that is rich and diverse, comprising different socio-cultural, ethnic, and religious identities. Playing a strong role in promoting a culture of peace, ASEAN provides the best hope for a stable, peaceful, and prosperous regional environment. A strong and successful ASEAN is not only an economic necessity, but also a strategic imperative. A prosperous, consolidated, and stable ASEAN is a security deposit for Southeast Asia and Asia at large. The year 2015 is particularly significant for the regional organization, since it is the year the ASEAN community is to be realized. Malaysia is honored to take over the chairmanship of ASEAN this year. 2015 will no doubt be a historic and deeply meaningful year for all of us, where decades of regional integration efforts will finally culminate in the establishment of an ASEAN community at the end of the year. The building of an ASEAN community is about helping to ensure social justice and economic equity and the whole notion of equitable development for the peoples in the region. This is particularly crucial given the development gaps among ASEAN member states and equality within us. Ensuring a better tomorrow for our people is a key mandate. Promoting an equitable economic growth must be continued. The success of the ASEAN community will be measured not in dry statistics of how many milestones have been reached. It will be measured by how many of our people will feel that their lives are better today than it was yesterday, and that it will continue to improve. It is in this context that Malaysia has chosen the theme, Our People, Our Community, and Our Vision of our chairmanship of ASEAN, and in 2015. It is driven by the Malaysia's conviction that our people should remain the center of the economic building process. During our chairmanship, Malaysia aims to steer ASEAN closer to its peoples, consistent with the central and overarching theme of Malaysia's chairmanship, namely to create a truly people-centered ASEAN. This is a step up from the ASEAN Charter, which speaks of a people-oriented ASEAN. A people-centered ASEAN means ASEAN will be an even more powerful vehicle for the realizations of our people's aspirations, good governance, transparency, higher standards of living, sustainable development, further empowerment of women, and greater opportunity for all. Having said that, the ASEAN community building process is a continuum. While we embrace the realization of the ASEAN community, regional and global dynamics will continue to present both opportunities and challenges for ASEAN. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have identified 8 priorities under our chairmanship of ASEAN for the year. These priorities are as follows. First, to formally establish the ASEAN community, one that is outward-looking, living in peace, stability, and prosperity, bonded together in partnership. Of course, this is one of our priorities. Second, to develop the ASEAN community's vision in its attendant documents. These documents will serve as a guide for the ASEAN community to further prosper and grow with a higher sense of belonging as one community. Third, to steer ASEAN closer to its peoples. ASEAN must deliver to whom the ASEAN community is supposed to serve, that is the peoples. It is Malaysia's conviction that the ultimate aim of the ASEAN community now and into the future is to bring about meaningful and positive change to the livelihoods of the well-being of its 625 million constituents. Efforts must be made to create opportunities for greater engagement with the peoples as well as relevant stakeholders in the regional community building process. Fourth, to strengthen the development of small and medium enterprises, or SMEs. SMEs make up 97% of the enterprises in the ASEAN region. Thus, efforts must be made so that this segment of the industry will continue to prosper even as regional integration places SMEs under pressure to compete. Fifth, to expand intra-ASEAN trade and investment, where efforts will be directed towards promoting cross-border investment and trade. In 2013, intra-ASEAN trade reached US $608 billion, while total FDI inflows to ASEAN amounted to US $122.4 billion. While there has been an upward trajectory of growth in this area in the last few years, I believe there is a lot of room for improvement. Six, to strengthen ASEAN institutions. Malaysia believes that in the light of the changing regional and global dynamics, ASEAN's institution must be further strengthened. This is important as we strive towards accelerating the community building process beyond 2015 while enhancing ASEAN centrality. Seven, to promote regional peace and security through moderation. Malaysia believes that moderation, as one of the ASEAN core values, can play an important role in addressing conflicts and finding solutions to issues concerning regional peace and security. Eighth, to enhance ASEAN role as a global player. Malaysia holds the view that ASEAN should continue to be progressive and outward-looking given the evolving regional and global strategic landscapes. For this reason, it is necessary for ASEAN to exercise and maintain its centrality and proactive role as the primary driving force in an open, transparent, and inclusive regional architecture. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when the ASEAN leaders resolve that an ASEAN community shall be established, it would entail, among others, a deeper and wider regional integration that would enable to compete more effectively and ensure its leadership role in the evolving regional architecture. This means that the inclusion and active involvement of all sectors in ASEAN in this endeavor. Further, the integration would also lead to higher standards of living and swifter social progress for ASEAN peoples. For example, better access to healthcare as well as basic and advanced education. This is crucial to ensure that Southeast Asia remains not only economically vibrant and competitive, but also the quality of life of its peoples is enriched. ASEAN's populations of approximately 625 million people allow us to enjoy economies of scale. This makes ASEAN more competitive as we be able to export more and create bigger wealth. And as ASEAN becomes wealthier, ASEAN will also be able to import more. Increased trade is an important element in promoting regional peace and security. The trade integrations involve liberalization and facilitation of trade in goods, services, and investment, and as well as protection and promotion of investment, narrowing development gaps, among others. The realization of a community also means that the peoples are the greatest asset of ASEAN. This necessitates all sectors of society, including the private sector and civil society organizations, and to be involved in central issues affecting ASEAN, such as good governance, transparency, higher standards of living, sustainable development, empowerment of women, and greater opportunity for the people of ASEAN. This augurs well with Malaysia's overarching theme of people-centered ASEAN. And as a community, ASEAN will play a more active and constructive role in global affairs while maintaining its centrality. On allegations that ASEAN has achieved too little in the past years promoting ASEAN integration, it is undeniable that there will be naysayers out there who would turn their blind eyes on achievements made by ASEAN. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN must build on the achievements of the roadmap for an ASEAN Community 2009-2015 and formulate a practical and achievable new plan beyond 2015. This new plan will be dedicated to the vision of ASEAN adopts for itself beyond next year. Our vision must be bold, it must be visionary, it must be exciting, and it must take us where ASEAN needs to go for the interests of its peoples. Beyond 2015, goals ASEAN sets for itself must be expressed in concrete, in operational terms. There must be targets and goals, and they must include action lines as well, and they must be specific, measurable, and attainable. This is where the first challenges lies. While economic aims and objectives could be expressed in terms of dollars and cents, the same could not be used as a yardstick to measure peace and security. Thus, we need to find ways to measure our success in the realm of peace and security while ensuring that any achievement on paper also felt on the ground. Political and security cooperation is indeed a vital area for ASEAN member states. In 1971, the Zone of Peace, Freedom and Neutrality, or ZOFAN, was signed with the aim of ensuring the region's freedom from any form or manner of interference by outside powers. It also makes concerted efforts to broaden the areas of cooperation that would contribute to the strength, solidarity, and closer relations among the member states. The ZOFAN was the first document that set ASEAN's vision towards security cooperation in this region. The ASEAN Political Security Community, or APSC, pillar is envisaged to bringing ASEAN's political and security cooperation to a higher plane. The ASEAN Political Security Community will ensure that the peoples and member states of ASEAN live in peace with one another and with the world at large in a just, democratic, and harmonious environment. This community envisages that the following three key characteristics, which are interrelated and mutually reinforcing and shall be pursued in a balanced and consistent manner. One is rules-based community values and norms. Two, a cohesive, peaceful, stable, and resilient region with shared responsibility for comprehensive security. And third, a dynamic and outward-looking region in an increasingly integrated and interdependent world. I believe that many of the strategic challenges facing this region, be there in the maritime or military spheres, can be addressed through the promotion of a rules-based approach. Such an approach promotes mutual confidence and engenders trust, as well as to ensure transparency of intent and predictability of behavior among states. There are already existing mechanisms with ASEAN as its core to deal with issues of common concern and to effectively respond to emerging circumstances and challenges. The East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, and other ASEAN-led regional processes are components of the overall efforts and engagement with our external partners in promoting peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. These ASEAN-led mechanisms and processes also also play a key role in involving rules and norms that govern interstate relations and engagement, and will continue to do so. Since its establishment in 1967, ASEAN has effectively abolished war between and among its member states, but we are now faced with different kind of threat. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the situation in the Levant is a grave and common concern to all of us, not only for the scale of the humanitarian catastrophe, but also for its global ramifications. News of the involvement of citizens of more than 80 countries in the so-called Islamic State movement, including from countries in our region, means that the risk of it spreading its tentacles to our part of the neighborhood are very real indeed. Make no mistake, this movement is far more dangerous than any terrorist organization that we have ever faced. It is unlike the Al-Qaeda, which for all the danger that it represents, is still a marginal movement. Then the so-called Islamic State has all the resources of an organized state, but much more importantly, they are now seen by many potential recruits as a winning team. For this reason, it is critical that ASEAN and the international community as a whole recognize this for the lethal danger which it is. We must step up our efforts to nip this problem in the bud by strengthening our intelligence and security cooperations. At the same time, we must be mindful that terrorism and extremism must be addressed in a comprehensive manner and not through the use of force alone, important as it is. It requires a multifaceted approach that must address underlying factors that support terrorism, including marginalization, legitimate grievances which lead to radicalization, the flagrant violation of international law by states committing brutal violence, and repressions against religious and ethnic groups must also be addressed. Malaysia stands ready to share its experience in marginalizing extremism, maintaining a multi-religious country where different faiths coexist and prosper. We can show that Islam can not only succeed, but drive progressive and development in a pluralistic society. It is vital that we spread the real understanding of Islam. Malaysia may not be a perfect model for pluralistic society, but our commitment and our devotion to the principle of multiculturalism is clear. The preservation of different cultures or cultural identities within the nation is a policy that has helped shape and define Malaysia and define what Malaysia is today. Yet, some see diversity not as a source of strength, but of discord. There are states that continue to experience tensions related to these underlying differences. In some extreme cases, these tensions have led to internal conflicts. Internal conflicts, be there due to ethnic strife, religious intolerance and discriminations, or political differences, continue to be a cause of concern in this region. Malaysia will continue to play a facilitative role in addressing these internal conflicts whenever such a request is made. Malaysia played a key role in the Mindanao peace process, which culminated in the signing of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsa Moro in March last year. The moderations agenda has a role to play in the pursuit of a long-lasting peace. They can be used as a tool to counter extremism and terrorism, diffuse tensions, and negate radicalization. It further calls for greater cooperation and understanding among cultures, religions, and civilization in aims to drown out the voices of extremists. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for these reasons, I believe that moderation is a vital ingredient in the recipe for peace. As a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, Malaysia will continue to promote moderation agenda and mediation approach towards peaceful conflict resolution and contribute towards the United Nations and the multi I'd like to once again thank the Pradhan Global Peace Foundation for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you once again to Yang Hormat Datuk Sri. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We begin now with the afternoon session. And firstly, we will have a book launch by it's the book by Professor Johan Galtung. He's Professor of Peace Studies and the first holder of the Mahathir PGPF Chair for Global Peace, and also the founder of Transcend International. It is with great pleasure that I now invite on stage the Honorable Tan Sri Rais Yatim, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Norian Mai, and Professor Johan Galtung to accompany Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad onto the stage for the launch of the book Abolishing War, and that's authored by Professor Galtung, founder of the Peace Research Institute of Oslo. For the author of the book. Oh, he's disappeared. Professor Johan Galtung. He disappeared for a few seconds, but we found him. With pleasure, we invite Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad to launch the book Abolishing War, authored by Professor Johan Galtung, founder of Transient International and Professor of Peace Studies, first holder of the Mahathir PGPF Chair for Global Peace. Make sure you get your copy outside. For many years, Johan Galtung remains committed to the study and promotion of peace. He's also mediated in over 100 conflicts between states, nations, religions, civilizations, communities, and persons since 1957, and he's still going strong. Thank you once again to Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir for graciously launching the book. Abolishing War. I would now like to invite our distinguished guests to return to their seats, and Professor Johan Galtung will talk to us about his book, Abolishing War.
Thank you so much indeed. I want to start with my salam alaikum, and I want to express my deep gratitude to two doctors. Two doctors, Dr. M and Dr. Hitam. Dr. M is also known as Mahathir Mohamad, but to us who live for some time in Malaysia, it is Dr. M. I want to express my gratitude for the enormous challenge of giving me the task as a social scientist, as a peace scientist, to explore criminalizing war and energizing peace. So the two books were produced, they were printed in time. There's actually a third book, which is finished, called The Art of Peace, and it will come in print in due time. But my task right now is to go ahead and say something about the content. If you have a look at the book, but it may be a little bit difficult, the subtitle of the book is Criminalizing War, Removing War Causes, Removing War as an Institution. I don't think criminalizing war is enough. There has to be a very positive message. You could call it building peace, but since the focus was on war to start with, removing war causes. And war cause number one, from my point of view, if you look at the table of contents of the book, which will be on the screen, and some of you were handed it out. If you look at it, there are 30 factors I'm building on. It's not a question of one single factor. And when it comes to New World Order, there will never be such a thing. As long as you have human beings around, there will not be order. If you want to look for order, go to the moon. That's fairly orderly. There will be something new, there will be something world, but not order. There will be contradiction, forces, counterforces, dynamism all the time. Nevertheless, I'm talking about removing war as an institution as one basic point. We have been able to remove slavery as an institution and colonialism as an institution. We know perfectly well that there is neo-slavery and neo-colonialism, but that's against the law. It is not an institution. It's not institutionalized. It's not legalized. There is nobody talking about necessary slavery and necessary colonialism, as somebody dares talk about necessary war. It was so wonderful with the chorus that was up here, or in the other room. War is a crime. But it's not enough to say that it is a crime. That means it's breaking an important norm. It's also very important to point out alternatives. So let me jump straight into Afghanistan. Straight into it. I'm a mediator, fairly professional. I'm sitting talking with a general from Pentagon, with people high up in the State Department, with Taliban, I do it in Afghanistan, with Al-Qaeda people. I'm talking with that kind of people. They are sometimes called extremists. Some of them are more extreme than others. But that's not what I am looking for. I'm looking for something very different. I'm asking all 4 of them, there were more, but they're mentioning 4 groups, what is the Afghanistan you would like to live in? You would like to see? And now I could give you a long, long, fascinating story about dialogues. They're very time-consuming. Some of you might be thinking, but are they talking? Ha ha ha. My Lord, are they talking? The problem is not whether they're talking. The problem is sometimes to stop them from talking. They talk endlessly. Are they speaking the truth? Who knows what the truth is? Who has a monopoly of that one? Maybe they're speaking their truth. And maybe the task of the mediator is to come up with a way of combining various truths. So let me make a jump and just simply give to you in 1 minute what I think Afghanistan could look like. Point 1, a permanent coalition government. There are strong forces. It's not a question of winning elections. It's a question of cooperating. Point 2, a very federal constitution giving due attention to the 8 nations and the 25,000 villages. And that makes you ask immediately, what does Afghanistan remind you of? Does not remind me of Norway. Does not remind me of the United States. Both countries are killing in Afghanistan, one somewhat more than the other. It reminds me of Switzerland. Switzerland withdrew its participation. It said this is not peacekeeping. It withdrew it. Now, if it reminds you of Switzerland, maybe you would go in for local democracy based on 25,000 units. In other words, the Loya Jirga. Maybe you would go in for a federation based on 8 nations. In the Swiss case, there are 2,304. Here, 25,000, and as I mentioned, 8. Maybe you would add to that a Central Asian community with open borders. And of course, above all, open border between Pakistan and Afghanistan. The Duran line is at the root of the whole thing. And to not even know about the Duran line is a crime in itself. There is a crime called ignorance too. That line has to go. There is no such thing as Pashtuns seeking safe havens in Pakistan. It's their territory. That's where they lived for thousands of years. Open it. Open the border to all the 8 surrounding entities, countries, including Azad Kashmir, and you would have a beautiful Central Asian community with fantastic possibilities of blossoming. And as the foreign minister explained to us at the luncheon talk, giving a basic priority to the basic needs of people. I was so happy when he mentioned the word equity, which is a very important key to peace. You add to that, of course, very important, some measure of peacekeeping. The Afghan culture is extremely violent, and that goes for type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of Afghans. Extremely violent. But I think they prefer peacekeeping from their brothers and sisters. And I think when it comes to their basic mistake, a terrible treatment of women, I think they prefer to be told that by more advanced Muslim countries. Like, for instance, Tunisia, Turkey, Indonesia, also for that matter in Mindanao, and not to be told that by Western feminists. So, you have a 5-point plan there. Who would promote that 5-point plan? Washington, if it were in a good mood, if it were interested in peace. I had a talk with US Congress representatives, quite extensive talk about this. And I said, Professor Galtung, that sounds like a very interesting project, but the people who elect us are not interested in solving anything. They are interested in this: V for victory, And then we will tell them what the solution is. Well, you can then argue, if you are a congressperson, maybe you are a leader, maybe you can inform those who elected you. But I'll tell you which countries are interested. Turkey, Iran, Russia, China. That's where the ball is. The ball is in the future. And here I have a little addition to what the foreign minister told us at lunch. It's not only a question of moderation, it's a question of creativity. Be creative, construct a package. Well, you'll find in that book, Abolishing War, 30 ideas. There is no single one that I go in for, but I mention Afghanistan, and I will mention Israel-Palestine, because it is on everybody's mind. I've only been 40 times to the Middle East. It's a crime not to live there, but I can tell you, maybe it's a crime also to live there. And maybe you see it better if you come back and leave it, and come back and leave it. Maybe you do. I know many people who have lived their whole lives in countries and don't have the slightest idea how to solve problems. If I, for instance, would say one thing about Malaysia, the most peaceful group I know in Malaysia are the Orang Asli. If you want to learn about peace for Malaysia, consult the Orang Asli. The most interesting people in the United States that I know of are the Hawaiians. The Ho'oponopono institution is light years ahead of what we in the West have been able to invent. But back to Israel, Palestine, I believe in 12620. Recognize Palestine. Israel could simply recognize it. Sweden did. 3 parliaments in the West are now considering it. The European Parliament is moving in that direction. Recognize it. The majority in the world have recognized Palestine a long time ago. A 2-state solution means a border. Yes, it is 1967, as pointed out in the Riyadh 2002 declaration. Of course it is that. But I would like to add to it a point. There are sacred points on the West Bank for Judaism, and there are sacred points in Israel where Palestinians have lived for oceans of time. Have cantons in both of them. You could have some Israeli cantons on the West Bank and some Palestinian cantons, particularly in northwest Israel, where 780,000 were driven out under the Nakba. 6. A 6-state Middle East community. Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, recognized Palestine, Egypt, and Israel. Open borders. A fantastic area. Accessible. Wonderful. And where is the model? European Community, 1st of January 1958. 6 countries. Germany, Benelux, Italy, France, arrogant France, and Egypt is about as arrogant as France is. About the same. Now, this could simply work. 20. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, in which I played a little role when we came to the beginning of it, has 53 members, 55, if you count 2 non-Europeans, called United States and Canada, but they seem to think they have a right to be co-inhabitants of all continents, which is an interesting idea. Maybe somebody should be co-inhabitant of North America too. Now, having said that, we have a model. It's not perfect. The European Union is today far from perfect. But it solved a very basic problem. 800 years of warfare, for instance. Okay, 12620, and you have something. I've been arguing that in I don't know how many Arab countries. I have been standing up in Arab countries for Israel's right to exist, but an Israel between the Mediterranean and the 1967 4-June border with some swaps, and I indicated some of them. Who could promote that in Israel? The peace movement had just had more or less left for the United States of America. Who could promote it? 50% of Israel, they're called women. If you know your Zionism, you know that the religious part of it is Orthodox Judaism. You know how Orthodox Judaism treats women. You know also that the definition of a Jew is to be born by a Jewish woman. Think of that contradiction living inside every Israeli woman. I have met oceans of them. They said this is the basic point. Well, we'll see. Israel is today a liability for the US. US is right now in deflation. I think it's almost impossible to imagine that inflation won't come. And I don't think Israel can escape the South African scenario of coming down as a liability. What I'm now trying to focus on is the following. Solve conflicts. See it as a challenge. Talk with all the parties. You sit down with state terrorists one day and terrorists the other day. You might find them unappetizing, but it is totally, absolutely irrelevant whether you find them appetizing or not. The only thing that matters is that you let their subjectivities come into you. You have empathy enough to try to understand how does it feel to be that person. I won't say in that person's shoes, because many people in the world don't have shoes. In other words, maybe if you were one of those, how would you have felt? And I can share with you, after 60 years of experience with this, in about 200 conflicts, I haven't found one party in the world that doesn't have at least one reasonable point. Then you pick up that point and you build on it. If you try to get rid of that party by calling it terrorists, you have already issued a declaration. I hereby declare, but by using the word terrorist, I have stopped thinking. I have abandoned my ability to think. Same goes for state terrorists. But you cannot use one of them without the other, when the other one kills 99-1 relative to terrorism. I define by terrorism killing the defenseless. The defenseless. Now, having said that, I come back to criminalization. There are 2 points made in the book that I would like to emphasize. It's point number 11 and 12. Well, it is simply get away from the anonymity of war. Publish the names of the killers. As John Pilger said not so long time ago, when somebody lifts a gun and kills somebody, or somebody pushes a button and eliminates a wedding party because there is one, quote, terrorist, unquote, suspected to be there, get the name. Get the name of the person, publish it. John Smith, at 12 noon, such and such a day, killed the following persons. That's why they often wear masks, because they know this. The person who goes to his office in Omaha, Nebraska, and sits at his desk with a computer for sending his drones, publish the name. Maybe he's not quite interested in enlisting his name. Maybe somebody could do it. Publish the names of the victims. Learn from United States. Every 9/11, they published the names of the 3,000 with wonderful smiling faces, and you see what a crime it was, that terrible, terrible act, 9/11. What a crime it was. Despicable crime. We are not going into causes and excuses. We are just saying it was a crime. Plainly speaking, war is a crime. We are not arguing whether you do it by war, guerrilla, state terrorism, and terrorism. It's the use of violence for political ends. Let us get the names of the killers so that they know they will have to be personally responsible for it. They may have to stand up one day. Let's get the names of those who were killed, so that they know exactly the same. There are lots of people out there who care in solidarity with us. Now, United States of America has intervened militarily in about 245 times since 1805, since the beginning by Thomas Jefferson in what today is called Libya. Now, that's a little bit much. They passed the Roman Empire in the beginning of the 1990s, and to pass the Roman Empire was nothing easy. I would be inclined to use the word extremism for that country. 50 cases of trying to get rid of, quite often by murder, a president, the head of a state or head of a government they didn't like. You have a look at those interventions. It is so blatantly clear whose interests they are out to protect. I've actually made a list of non-interventions, quite interesting one, of dictatorships who were permitted to continue unabated. So, obviously, when we are talking about criminalizing war, we are today, to a large extent, talking about the United States and Israel. And they share three characteristics, but all three of them important. The idea of being chosen by God, His chosen people with a promised land, that they were a people without a land, and there was a land without people. Oh, that's a quite heavy thing. If you have that idea, you very easily come to the idea of recreating the glory that once was by punishing those who traumatized you. Chosenness, glory, trauma, I call it a CGT trauma. It's a psychopathology. If you have a person who claims this, we will hospitalize the person immediately. If you have a president or a prime minister who claims it, it's called patriotism. That has to be critiqued to the bottom. It has to be. Eliminate these factors of a divine origin. Frankly speaking, I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, I'm more into Buddhism. But when George Bush Jr. said that he had been told by God to promote democracy in the Middle East, I listened to the tape recording. Then I had a strong feeling of blasphemy. To believe that God, out of all people in the world, would choose George Bush Jr. seems to me to go quite far, honestly. Of course, it's not for me to criticize God's taste. I could say none of my business, but I would say blasphemy. Now, get rid of the divine character of the war, the sacred nature of it. Get rid of the anonymity. Go in for the positive aspects. Be better at solving conflict. Be better at conciliating trauma. Fight war as an institution. Humanity did it with slavery and colonialism. Not too badly. We made progress. I take note of the fact that up front in that struggle were very often women, middle class, softly religious, many of them English, like the kind of ladies who were camping outside Graham Commons, where the nuclear missiles of England were stationed. In other words, some have been more active in this struggle than others. It's a question of joining that struggle. And I repeat now to end what I have to say. You do it by pointing out that war is a crime. But if you want to punish the criminals, you may risk that they continue the war as long as possible in order not to be taken. You may risk that. You may actually stimulate war by doing it. Rather, the brilliant way this was done in South Africa, truth and reconciliation. The triple C, the triple C of confession, contrition, compensation. If you do that, you'll get amnesty. 3 C's against 1 A. Brilliant. But publish the names, as they did in South Africa, on South African Broadcasting Corporation, every Friday evening. Publish the names. And the shame and the guilt will be punishment enough. Now, the Triple C institution, very important. You do this, and you will find in the book, if you even would like to acquire it, I'm available if you want to have my signature. And I can only stop by saying that last time I was in Israel, somebody came to me and said, I don't like this 12620, Professor Galtung, but your signature may be worth something in some years. So I'll buy a book. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Johan Galtung. Thank you for sharing with us your wealth of experience and insight, your revelations, your call for action and accountability. Thank you. And we should get the book before it's sold out. I heard Professor Chossudovsky's gone. No more books. And now we move on to the afternoon session. I'd like to call upon your moderator, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Muhammad Azumi Muhammad, onto the stage. And the panelists, your esteemed panelists, they are the same panelists that were on stage earlier in the day. Please welcome Dr. Thomas P.M. Barnett, Dr. Michelle Chossudovsky, Dr. Din Shamsuddin, Dr. Chandra Muzaffar, General Elias Hana, retired, and Mr. Yoichi Shimatsu.
Digestion of food more than digestion of news. Difficult. This is quite an impressive, the way they did the book signing. I think that's the best I've seen for books. I think it's very impressive.
Copy of the signed book.
Yeah. Where was it published?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon all of you who are present today. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, the President of PGPF. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah, Advisor to PGBF. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Rais Yatim, Advisor to PGPF. Yang berbahagia Puan Sri Mazna. We've just heard Professor Johan Galtung's propagation of this business of abolishing war. Thank you so much, Professor Johan, for sharing with us your thoughts, the way forward for Afghanistan, its action plan, and the number of times the so-called superpower has been involved with invasion, with getting unnecessarily involved in the business affairs of other nations in the hope of achieving peace, or what we heard earlier on this morning, replacing an established government or order of the day for some particular nations. Ladies and gentlemen, this session this afternoon, we're going to focus ourselves on abolishing war, the way forward. And to some of us, this may be a myth, this may be a reality, but
at the end of the day, it is left for us, for all of us, to decide for a better tomorrow, so that in years to come, my children, my grandchildren, and yours will not stand up and say, look, the old man has done nothing for us. So let's work together for a better tomorrow. Now, in view of the equally large number of young ones, not young Turks, present in this conference today, kindly permit me to recap what war is all about. We all acknowledge that it is a state of armed conflict, characterized by devastation, characterized by destruction, brutalities, ethnic cleansing, a high level of intolerance. Look at what is happening in the Central African Republic. Even closer to home, look at what is happening to one of our neighbors. And if I may quote Wikipedia, in the year 2013, there were 31,000 deaths attributed by war. And the formation of the League of Nations and its successor, the United Nations, was an attempt to reduce or at least eliminate war. But have we achieved that? This is the question today. Have we achieved that? If we have not, what have we got to do? Is there a need for a reformation of the United Nations system? This is what that hopefully will emerge out of the panel discussion today. We will now proceed with the discussion. What I plan to do is to invite the members of the panel who do not need any further introduction, is to invite them to share their views and thoughts on this business of abolishing war. They'll speak for about 15 minutes or so, and I'd like to leave the remaining portion until about 5:30 today for questions and answers. Let me begin with Dr. Barnett, but before I invite you to the rostrum, Doctor, in your book, The Pentagon's New Warfare, you said, and I quote, "In net-centric warfare, I wanted it used to short-circuit wars and warfare in general." Very noble of you. I want wars to be obsolete because America is so powerful that no one is willing to take it on, and thus making America willing to take on anyone, unquote. And you further went on to say in one of the pages, and I quote, "I believe the end of war is within our historical grasp, and that I will live to witness the achievement," unquote. This is indeed very comforting coming from you. The question is, now how do you see this fitting into what Professor Johannes Galtung's book or his 20 recommendations? Doctor, over to you.
Is this on? First thing I'd like to say, and really the only thing I'd like to say, is I think we live in a wonderful era. an era that's unprecedented in its peace and prosperity. And I think it's the era that gives rise to books and ideas like abolishing war. So I think it's a wonderful thing that we live in that sort of era. I think that era exists for four primary reasons. I think the careful non-use of nuclear weapons basically killed great power war. At the beginning, they said it couldn't be done. We certainly had some scary moments, like the Cuban Missile Crisis. But the intelligence shown by the U.S. side in creating the concept of mutual assured destruction and selling that notion to the Soviets succeeded in creating this broad understanding that nuclear war could not happen, and that the only reason to have nuclear weapons is to prevent great power war. The success of that model is unprecedented. It's unassailable. There has not been direct great power war since the invention of nuclear weapons. I think the second great thing that's happened is the spread of the international liberal trade order modeled on the U.S. system. The U.S. spent many decades trying to figure out what it was to be a multinational union. It fought its own mini world war in 1860 to 1865 to determine the course of how these states would come together peacefully under conditions of collective security and open borders. As I mentioned in my talk, the United States created the first multinational single currency in 1862. It was created by Abraham Lincoln. The Europeans are to be commended for what they've done since the Second World War. And if they want to believe that they've created multinationalism with the EU, I think that's perfectly fine. I think the third big reason why we live in such a peaceful era is the fact that the United States stepped up and played the benevolent hegemon for the last 7 decades. The first 45 years of which involved standing up to the Soviets. During that time period, the United States made multiple mistakes. And we've heard 2 of them described here today. Chile in 73, Iran in, I think, 56. So the United States was not perfect in its execution of trying to defend the West and spread an international liberal trade order across that time period. But I don't think anybody in this room is going to argue that it would have been better if the Soviet Union had won. I lived in the Soviet Union in the mid-1980s. I think anybody who's gone there since and seen the horrific legacy of environmental damage and the repression that occurred and the mass murdering that occurred, marking Joseph Stalin second only to Mao in terms of killing people in the 20th century. It was a worthy effort. Since the end of the Cold War, we've seen a dramatic drop in conflict around the world. We've seen the United States be involved in all sorts of interventions around the world, reflecting not hegemony, but the global demand for Leviathan. Have we succeeded in every instance? Absolutely not. America has a terrible lack of patience for winning the peace. Terrible lack of patience. But when you add up all the trends I cited in my talk, there's no question the world got dramatically better when the U.S. stepped up and allowed for the complete dissolution of the European model of colonialization. When America took over the system at the beginning of the Cold War, there was really only the Americans and the Soviets. But somehow this system of American hegemony has encouraged the rise of roughly a dozen great powers. So we talk now about the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. We talk about the Mint, Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, Turkey. What hegemon encourages the peaceful rise of competing powers? Only one hegemon in human history. I think the fourth key reason why we live in a world where we can talk about abolishing war and have, for all practical purposes, abolished most definitions of war. No great power war in 7 decades. Nuclear war never happened. Biological warfare yet to happen. Chemical warfare been very rare since World War I. Most prominent usage by Saddam Hussein in Iraq against his own people. State-on-state wars almost completely disappeared. Now we are left with civil strife and terrorism. The fourth reason, beyond the careful non-use of nukes, beyond the spread of an international liberal trade order modeled on the United States, beyond the benevolent U.S. role as Leviathan in the system these past 70 years, for which we receive virtually no thanks and mostly a lot of opprobrium and labeling. Fourth reason is the rules. Globalization doesn't come with a ruler. Globalization comes with rules. The United States pioneered the creation of the IMF, the World Bank, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, which became the WTO, where the country most sued since that court was created is the United States. And the country that has lost more suits than anybody else in the world in the WTO court has been the United States. So time and time again, the United States has gone out of its way to create rules that penalize itself more than the rest of the planet. So what do we end up with after all that effort? Gratitude in some places, a lot of conspiracy thinking in the rest. I will admit, I was very disappointed to hear the conversations, the presentations this morning. I'm very disappointed in the tone of this book when it romanticizes terrorism. I find that morally reprehensible. What we end up with at the end of the U.S. hegemonic period are the best problems we've ever had in this world. We got people joining the middle class at 70 million persons a year. We have a global middle class, 60% of the world's population, for the first time in history. That's the primary achievement of the American-led globalization system, the creation of a global middle class. Europe got a middle class at the beginning of the 20th century and developed fascism and communism to deal with it, and spent 5 decades killing themselves at unprecedented numbers. What we have the opportunity to achieve with the global middle class today is finally the feminization of politics, finally the equal rights for women around the world. There are traditional cultures spread around this planet that find the elevation of women to equality reprehensible, anathema. Radical Islamic fundamentalism does not accept the notion of gender equality. And one of the most subversive things the United States has ever done is to spread those global networks. Because those global networks don't care if you're a male or a female. So by definition, in a world dominated by males, it empowers women more than men. And that, quite frankly, is why radical Islamists and the fundamentalists from that crowd detest and fear and are willing to do anything to stop the spread of so-called Western values. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Barnett. Thank you for alluding to the U.S. initiatives. You talk about collective security, open borders, and of course the other one is related to collective security is also exporting security. Exporting security, we must not get it wrong from the negative feeling. Exporting security by the United States here is initiatives and efforts promoting peace through show of presence, through training, through friendly visits, port of calls, and a host of others. And you also alluded to this has been a wonderful era, and I think it is left for us to try and either we retain that or we improve on that wonderful era. Let me now turn to Dr. Michael Chosodowski. Now, Doctor, in Professor Galtung's books on the 20 recommendations, he made some reference to national policy. And at this stage, let me quote what von Clausewitz, a Prussian general and famous military theorist, said in his book on war. He said, war is merely a continuation of policy by other means. We see that war is not merely an act of policy, but a true political instrument, a continuation of political intercourse carried by other means. How do you relate that to, yes please, to Galtung's 20 recommendations? Why are you raising your hand, please? Can you keep your questions? I'm sorry. Please, if you have any questions, can we keep it? No. I'm sorry, we will not allow any questions at this stage. Thank you very much. Please, Doctor.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, I have been a fan of Dr. Johann Galtung since my student days and had the opportunity of meeting him in another life many, many years ago. I think we have to reflect today on two important issues. One is Johann Galtung's analysis and understanding of conflict resolution with a view to reaching world peace, including the criminalization of war. But the other, which raises a very disturbing element, is that that kind of conflict resolution is an impossibility when the warmongers of this world believe in their own propaganda that somehow America has a holy crusade to wage by killing people all over the world. Okay? There's nothing historic, Mr. Barnett, in the act of killing, as you describe it, the Leviathan, which is a marine monster. I understand that you were part of the advisory team to Donald Rumsfeld. And Donald Rumsfeld, from our point of view, is a war criminal. It's a judgment of the War Crimes Tribunal. Mr. Barnett, you are a visible minority in this venue, and I think we would have appreciated some dialogue and understanding, and perhaps that you would recognize that your government, certainly in the post-war years, since the Truman administration, with the Truman Doctrine of George Kennan, the bombing of Hiroshima, the Korean War, and I quote, Curtis LeMay stated at the time, we must have killed some 20% of the North Korean population and destroyed every single city. Yes, they did. yet in conventional parlance, North Korea is a threat. They lost, according to experts, between 25 and 30% of their population. And we can go on. Indonesia, let me quote. Indonesia, how many people did you kill in Indonesia there on blacklists, okay? And in fact, the CIA documents were declassified, so we know exactly how many people, because you actually admit to killing about 500,000 people. And then you have also, I mean, the whole series of wars in which the United States has participated, which has resulted in millions and millions of casualties. And I would expect that somebody who's an advisor to the Pentagon and who is open to conflict resolution would at least acknowledge the atrocities committed by the United States as well as its allies in various conflicts around the world. The US-sponsored killings in Indonesia, and I quote, and this comes from the New York Times, the United States and British governments supported by Australia were deeply complicit in the murder of more than 500,000 alleged communist sympathizers. And then renowned New York Times columnist James Reston celebrated, quote, a glee of light in Asia and wrote a kid-glove version he had clearly been given. The Australian Prime Minister Harold Holt, who was visiting the US, offered a striking example of his sense of humor. With 500,000 to 1 million communist sympathizers knocked off, he said, I think it's safe to assume a reorientation has taken place. Is that what you want? Just kill people and then we go the American way? Well, Mr. Thomas, Doctor, the United States is in a crisis. Health coverage has collapsed, even under Obamacare, which is fake. People are impoverished. This is fairly well documented. Extrajudicial killings are legal. Civil rights are in a sham. Compare that to the legacy of Tun Mahathir Mohamad in Malaysia, where social democracy has been built, public housing, health care, and yet we are here presented with the American model. Look at the countries that have fallen under your brunt. Afghanistan, prosperous, secular civil society in the 1970s and 80s. And who have you supported? You supported Al-Qaeda. I don't even need, I mean, if you can refute anything I've got to say, go ahead and do it. But Al-Qaeda was supported by the United States. And what did it lead to? From a secular Muslim society with advanced rights for women, education, health. You eliminated the schools, you established your CIA-sponsored Quranic schools, and there we are. We have a country which is destroyed and which ultimately was the cradle of civilization. All the countries you've destroyed are the cradle of civilization. And your foot soldiers in Syria and Iraq are going ahead, killing people, and then of course you say we're going after them, but that's a bloody lie. They're trained in Saudi Arabia, they're protected by the US High Command, they have logistics support out of Israel, and then we are told that America is the savior of the world. America doesn't like to do its dirty work, it gets other people to do it for it. They're proxies, okay? And all those Islamic organizations, including the ones in this country, Jemiah Islami, we know they're supported by intelligence agencies. It goes indirectly through Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. But ultimately, I think we were expecting a dialogue and not an assertion of something which is fiction. You live in a life of fiction and you believe your own propaganda, and I understand that this is the kind of analysis which is fed to the five-star generals and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Well, they need, of course, a justification to wage war. So then it gets back to the teachings of Johann Galtung. Professor Galtung, can we negotiate as we used to negotiate during the Cold War era? Can we negotiate under conditions where international diplomacy has collapsed, where the United States is supporting a neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine, documented, okay, with the insignia? They're going in, they're training them, and where they're accusing Russia of intervening and imposing sanctions on whoever refuses their dictates. I think what we are dealing with is the United States is both an imperial power, but it's also a failed nation. And we should certainly follow the suggestions of Johann Galtung and make a list of the architects of war and the victims of war in the millions. The architects of war, I think we can count them. And we'll start by identifying the heads of state and heads of government which are part of this bombing campaign against Syria and Iraq, and which have troops stationed in different countries around the world, imposing their proxy regimes. That is the message that I'd like us to debate. And with all due respect, we are open to discussion and debate with Dr. Barnett, but I think I had to set the record straight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. You raised the point on dialogue and understanding, or the other one which I like to say is engagement. I think this is what is lacking. In the language of diplomacy, it is all very well alluded to. Dialogue, understanding, and engagement. If only we can all live up to these three fine English words, then I think there will be peace, and it is a comfortable era, as Barnett puts it earlier. And thank you so much, Doctor, for that. Let me now proceed with General Elias Hanna. It's nice to have, General, there is a beautiful English adage which goes something like this: old soldiers don't die, they fade away, quote unquote. So it's nice to have another retired general on the stage. We are retired but not retarded. Huh? Okay, on a more serious note, General Elias, if you look at the 20 points recommendations by Professor Galtung, one of them is related to the utility of military force. If you talk to some people, they'll tell you that one of the ways to abolish war is to stop this building of military-industrial complex. I think that's the famous word of Tun Dr. Mahathir, military-industrial complex. So coming back to that, General, it is said that military force is legitimate only to the extent it serves as an instrument of a legitimate foreign policy. If you recall in this book by Blass, The Modern Major General, he alluded to that the military can make war less likely in 5 distinct ways. And the 5 distinct ways are deterrence, to provide an option, political and psychological role in international affairs, hedge against uncertainty, and military assistance. What are your comments with regards to the points raised by Johan Galtung and also this military utility as you see it coming from someone who is so infested in an area that's infested by conflicts, by wars? General?
Okay. First, thanks for Professor Galtung to write, and you are right about an imagined world. However, when we talk about war, soft and hard, they go together, because when we teach our kids, we have to have, as Theodore Roosevelt have said once, speak softly but carry a big stick. However, my approach to this imagined utopian world, that is war learned to be unlearned? Is there a process to have a war really within the social evolution, as you have mentioned in your book? I do believe that war is a la Clausewitz, when he said that war is politics by other means. The second dictum, that war is a chameleon. It changes its color, its shape, but still the war, because for me war means killing people, and sometimes, most of the time, innocent people. Now, you've mentioned in your book also that 3 waves, a la Alvin Toffler, agriculture, industrial, and for each one of these, we have, in page 9, the changing face of war, because for each one of these, we are witnessing new kind of killing, even new kind of diplomacy, new kind of strategies, new kind of doctrines and military doctrines. And then we started to see, after each one of these waves, the proliferation. Now, the proliferation of industrialization, as well as, the technological wave, have created an open window for the weak to fight the strong. And here comes to my mind the book of Gérard Chaliand, a French politologue, when he said in his very, very important book, The New Art of Warfare. It is not the art of warfare a la Sun Tzu. It's not the art of warfare a la, the generals, not the art of warfare a la Clausewitz. So now, we're talking about globalization. My friend Dr. Bennett mentioned globalization. Globalization also changed the way we deal, changed international diplomacy. And then all of a sudden, there is compression in time of space. Compression in time of space, all of a sudden we have neighbors, never seen before. In 2003, the United States of America, with 140,000 troops, were all of a sudden in the middle of the Middle East, in the heart of the Middle East, in the center of gravity of the Middle East, neighboring Syria, Iran, Turkey, So when we talk about compression of time, it's about proximity, and proximity usually creates friction, and friction creates conflict and war. Another point, this international system, or the Westphalian world, I think that the state has a problem, dilemma. It has dual personality, schizophrenia. Why? Because when you talk and when you look at this world as anarchic world, the state has to deal with this anarchic world to promote its benefits, to do what is really good for its own interests. On the other hand, the second personality of the state is within the state, when you have central authority and they have to please the electors, the people inside the state. So this dual personality for the state create tension and may create war. And then this dual personality, it's for the state, which is, the Western legacy. This Western legacy divided communities all over the world, created conflict and war in Africa, Mali, Azawad, you know, and Al-Qaeda of Al-Maghrib Al-Arabi of today. In Central Asia, you mentioned Durand Line. So we're talking about nations. We're talking about Pashtunistan. We're talking about Baluchistan, which is a Western state nation legacy. So now, the Middle East, Kurds and Arabs, and the problem of the state of today, that it has, according to some books, it has gone through 4 revolutions, or 4 times. The Hobbes, when you relinquish your liberty and decision making and say, I want a security. The second one is about, you know, the industrialization brought ideologies like liberalism, like capitalism, and then the counter ideologies, communism and socialism. And after that, we started the welfare state, the role of the state. All of these were hit by this kind of globalization. Now, the state is in a problem. What to do? What kind of state should we do in this, you know, globalized global village, a la McLuhan, as he said in his famous book? Okay, so now, I'm gonna give like an example. The civil war in Lebanon, according to Ian Morris, what war is good for, the latest book. In Lebanon, we had many civil wars. These civil wars really separated and divided the people according to some sects. And now it is more stable, Lebanon, because Lebanon has more stability. And there's some people argue now that in the Arab world, where ISIS, when I've shown ISIS, that this separation of multi-ethnic or multi-confessional people will create, at the longer term, more stability than the time before. So, also my friend discussed the Cold War as the most stable and nuclear weapon, and the famous late Kenneth Waltz, he said, the more, the better about the nuclear weapon. As much as you have nuclear weapon, as much as you have. But in that era, they have created the global stable Cold War or bipolar system under the MAD, mutual assured destruction. But at that time, the war continued by proxy. We had the 50s Korea, the 70s Vietnam, and the Arab-Israeli conflict, which goes by proxy, 1948. And who knows 1948, because I teach this war. 1956, 1967, 1973, 1982, the destruction of Lebanon within the bipolar system, which is supposed to be stable. And the last one is 2006. And you should see what is 2006 for Lebanon. So I think that, thanks for this book, Dr. Galtung, but I think it is unimagined. For the future, it's good as a roadmap for peace, because we are a peace seeker. We are an order seeker in any period of our time. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Very encouraging indeed with your closing remarks that Professor's book represents the roadmap for the future. Let me just ask you something. You mentioned about this new art of warfare. It's a slight divergence from Sun Tzu's art of warfare. Is that right? And the other one is, which I'd like to ask you, is this...
No, I mean, Gérard Chaliand is a current philosopher. I mean, he's a current geopolitician, French, very important. He wrote The History of Terrorism. He's a good guy. You have to read it. It's in French. I don't know if it's in English. But the new art of warfare, that this proliferation, because the Western world used to come during the Industrial Revolution and kill and occupy, take the resources without any, solid counter. All of a sudden, this proliferation created something, a way for the weak, asymmetric warfare, or the weak, or the, David and the Goliath. You have the right, or you can now fight your enemy even though he's stronger. And this is really what happened during 2003 until 2011, the United States of America in Iraq. They were not really able to impose the political solution in Iraq. However, they have lost, it depends how you say it. So they have withdrawn without any political realization, any political goals achieved.
So do you, as a former general and someone who comes, who hails from Lebanon, where you see the presence of the United Nations there, the peacekeeping force, Malaysia is also part of it. Now, do you see that the military utility that I alluded to earlier as part of this new art of warfare, as an offshoot of the globalization that we talked earlier?
When you talk about the peacekeeping, peace enforcing, peace, we're talking about maybe the world, the new or the world order that was created after 1945. Things have changed. I mean, do you see what happened in the Golan Heights? Jabhat al-Nusra is taking over the United Nations forces over there. So what do? Do you go a la Lebanese way when you have the UNIFIL in 2006 with different rule of engagement? Different rule of engagement depends totally on the nation country concerned. Are they going to fight Hezbollah, for instance? Are they willing to fight Hezbollah? And if you want to go and fight Hezbollah in southern of Lebanon, do you have the means to do it or the political will to do it? I think that the world today is going through major shift of distribution of power. As I said earlier in my presentation, Moise Naim, the famous foreign minister, the former minister of Venezuela, the power of today, and Richard Haas, is it multipolar? Is it unipolar? Is it a non-polar system? The power today in the world is highly diffused. Even the United States of America has limit for its power. And this is the lessons learned today. This is, they say, no boots on the ground in the Middle East. Nothing at all. We're going to go offshore balancing from outside. Even Israel, in 2006, the longest war in the history of Israel and Lebanon, never seen before, new kind of warfare, the weak against the stronger, and it's about the how. 33 days we're not really able. And what were the consequences? The consequences were huge. Why? Because at that time, the United States of America were promoting the new Middle East. And now, the whole Middle East is changing. You remember Condoleezza Rice, George W. Bush, the president, and everybody was saying the new Middle East. Yes, the new Middle East never were achieved at that time. Why? Because 33 days, Israel was not really able to conquer at least 10 kilometers in in Lebanon. Compared to the previous war, they conquered Sinai in 6 days. So this is the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, General. So it goes back to the point that Dr. Michael talked earlier, which is the point on dialogue, the need to have dialogue, understanding, and I added one more, engagement. And truthfulness. So thank you, General. Nice to hear from another brother general. And moving on, I would now like to solicit the views of Dr. Din Syamsuddin. Dr. Din, as we all know, is leader of Indonesia's second largest Muslim group. Dr. Din, now how do you see the recommendations and the need for us to abolish war coming from an Islamic perspective? I would also like, if you could share with us your thoughts on some beliefs that one of the reasons why we are all trapped in these conflicts and wars today is because of the return to ancient prophecies. An example is one of the reasons over what is happening in Myanmar today is because of the belief by a very small group of ultra-nationalist Buddhists who believe that 5,000 years after the demise of the Lord Gautama Buddha, Buddhism will just fade away. As a result of that, they felt that the time has come for, or the occasion is ripe for the need to protect Buddhism. So what are your thoughts on that, coming from someone who leads the second largest Muslim group in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you. I have to admit that I am not expert on war, neither in theory nor in practice. As far as I know, from the Islamic perspective, war is inherent with human being. In human history, I think the first war, or killing, happened to the children of Abel and Qabil. And this derived from the very nature of human beings who have kind of ambivalent tendency. This ambivalent tendency of human being to peace and war also has shown in the Holy Scripture. The verses in the Holy Scripture, including the Quran, the Holy Quran, is ambivalent in tendency. There are so many verses on war, but also there are so many verses on peace. I count at least 73 verses of the Quran relating to wars, harb, and its many derivatives. But there are many verses preaching to peace. And this is the problem of believers, I think not only peculiar to Islam, to other religious followers and their respective Holy Scriptures. In understanding the Holy Scriptures, if we pick up the negative side, not the negative side, the seemingly negative preaching of the Holy Scripture, like in the Holy Quran, go to war, launch war, waqatilu, waharibu, without relating it to the context and to the other sides of the revelation, I think we will be misled and misleading. And this is the problem of some Muslims nowadays, what they call it, the hardliners, the fundamentalists. War is permitted. And as a matter of fact, in the history of Islam, the early history, during the Prophet Muhammad's time, there were many wars. But wars is only permitted to those who are oppressed. Zulimu. I happen to open the Holy Quran. I read the translation only for the time's constraint. Those who have been driven, sanction to fight is given unto those who fight because they have been wronged, oppressed. Those who have been driven from their home unjustly. So this is the two reasons. Were treated unjustly, oppressed, zulimu, or driven from their homes. So war is for self-defense. So concerning the modern war in our times, I totally agree with the 20 recommendation on the book of Professor Johan Galtung, but I think the only problem is how to implement it, how to get it, the job well done. In this case, if I may suggest, number one, we need to encourage the nation state and the governments of our respective countries to bring the issues in the United Nations in order to reform the United Nations, not to be proxy of major powers, but to be international agency, because we need in conflict resolution and abolishing the war, in the Islamic perspective, we may conduct a kind of Islah Dhatil Bain, reconciliation based on justice and truth. So this kind of Islah Dhatil Bain, mediatory approach can be done by like international agency like the United Nations, but the agency should be just and it's a nature. So number one, I think we need to encourage the United Nations through our respective countries, governments. And number two is how to mainstreaming peace in the societies, mainstreaming peace in our respective communities, religious communities, nation, ethnicities in the world, and by creating a kind of mega coalition, maybe not mega coalition, a grand coalition of the peace and justice loving people of the world from various circles of religions. And this is a dialogue and cooperation. But as I mentioned in my presentation, we need new paradigm or approach for dialogue, which is a dialogical dialogue. The dialogue so far, interfaith dialogue, intercultural dialogue, is indeed 2 or 3 monologues. Not yet dialogical dialogue, which is based on sincerity, openness, frankness, for problem solving. So dialogical dialogue needs to bring the two parties into solving the problems. And this is what we need to be done. As far as the Rohingyas cases issue, I leave it to my good friend Dr. Chandra Muzaffar, because we together just 2 or 3 days ago co-organized a high-level summit of Buddhist and Muslim leaders in Yogyakarta in the Temple of Borobudur, and we came out with the Yogyakarta statement. Maybe Dr. Chandra Muzaffar is in a better position because he represents international movement for a just world, together with the INEP, International Network of Engaged Buddhisms, Religion for Peace, and also the Indonesian Council of Ulama. This is one model and one form of interfaith dialogue between Buddhists and Muslims in order to solve the tension and conflict between the two communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I'm moved and touched by your comments on interfaith dialogue, because I'm also under the radar, working very, very hard to try and diffuse these Muslims and Buddhist animosity. But having said that, thank you for reminding us of the holy verses of the Holy Quran. And also, I think what comes out of that is that if only all of us, the Muslims especially, if only we can follow the footsteps of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, a great leader, military commander, we will not have all these problems that we are faced with today. And if we also learn how to quote and translate the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, we will continue to enjoy what we desire for. Now, having said that, in Professor Galtung's 20 points, the professor talked about humanity, justice, freedom, and made reference to Article 3 of the United Nations Declaration for Human Rights. I feel that this is better expressed and commented by none other than Dr. Chandra Muzaffar himself from JUST International. Doctor, can I have your thoughts and views on that?
Thank you, Tan Sri. Friends, let me first begin by paying a tribute to Professor Yuan Galtung, whom I've known for many, many years, who spent a bit of time with us in Penang at University of Science Malaysia in the 70s, and who I know has a passionate commitment to peace. And he is undoubtedly one of the leading scholars and activists, and this is a rare combination, scholarship and activism on behalf of peace. And I hope that everyone here and others outside the hall would benefit from his writings, the books that were launched today. I have not had the time to go through them, and I hope that my colleague on this panel, Dr. Bennett, yeah, will also read Galtung's books with an open mind, because that's what is expected of all of us. Friends, as a human being, because that I think is a person's most fundamental identity as a human being. It is an identity which in a sense transcends all other identities, including our religious or ethnic identity. We are first and foremost human beings. As a human being, I cannot think of any other position that I can take than to espouse the abolition of war. For me, it is the most logical, rational, humane position that a person can adopt, to abolish war. Which is why, as someone who for many years had been a critic of Dr. Mahathir on various national issues, and this is no secret, I feel that by making this his mission after his retirement from politics, Dr. Mahathir has actually made a very, very great contribution to humankind. A very, very important contribution to humankind. Because not many leaders have chosen to undertake tasks of this sort, and he has made this central to his work. Because war is undoubtedly evil. It is evil, it is an act, an enterprise which negates the humanity in each and every one of us. I have only 2 daughters. I don't have a son. But I remember telling my wife that if I had a son, the one thing I would not want him to become is a soldier. I hope you understand, Tan Sri, why one should feel that way. To be involved in this thing called war, killing people, organized killing of human beings. And I'm glad that we have generals in Malaysia today who are so much a part of this peace movement. Apart from you, Tan Sri, we have a few others who are part of this movement. And of course, you have someone like Tan Sri Narayan Mai too. Of course, police a bit different from soldiers, but nonetheless, a commitment to abolish war. And Malaysia in particular, if I may say this, should be right in the forefront of this struggle to abolish war. Why? Because if you look at our record, Malaysia's track record, for a young nation, in 1960, 61, we got involved in a major United Nations peace mission in the Congo. We have been involved in a number of peace missions under the banner of the United Nations. We have got a fantastic reputation in United Nations circles as a nation committed to peace. Malaysia has not gone to war. It has not provoked any state in its last 57 years of existence. We have got a clean record. We have a right to demand that war is abolished, because that's our record. This is why this should be the mission of every Malaysian, not just of Perdana, or of Dr. Mahathir, or to Dr. Siti Hasma, it should be everyone's mission to abolish war. And we should do other things which will be part of this mission. We should also look very carefully at our military budget. We should look very carefully at the way in which we look at issues pertaining to tensions between countries and so on, the positions that we take. We should not be supporting the war adventures of other nation states, including the powerful nation states, which may sometimes twist our arm into supporting certain resolutions in the United Nations. I think we should be very, very consistent in staying away from any association with war and with violence at that level. Friends, if you look at the underlying causes of war, they are much more complex than the causes of slavery. We were able to abolish slavery after a long, long while, but it may not be that easy to abolish war because the causes of war are much more complex and profound. They may be connected with socioeconomic factors, sociopolitical factors, sociocultural factors, borders, boundaries, disputes from the past which have not been resolved. They may be linked to power. Very often it is linked to power and the desire for power, manifested through individuals and states. These are the underlying causes which are very, very complex to deal with. And today there's no doubt at all that global hegemony is a major cause of wars and tensions, as you can see from the last few decades. We are in a situation where, yes, we have not had a world war as such in the formal conventional sense, but since the end of the Second World War, since 1945, we have had about 127 wars, numerous wars all over the place for quite a long while, and millions of lives have been lost, and billions and billions of dollars have been expended upon this reckless type of adventure. I regard hegemony as a major factor today because when I look at what has happened in the last 15 or 20 years, as I alluded to a while ago, look at the wars which have confronted us. Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and of course, if you go back further in history, Vietnam and so on, they're all related to hegemony. So you cannot ignore the significance of hegemony as far as wars are concerned. And you cannot, you should not, you must never ever downplay the role of the United States of America, which happens to be the leading hegemonic power today. We're not just condemning one particular country. We know that other countries have also been part of wars and the long history of wars. Many countries have been part of this. But the United States today bears a huge responsibility, and we have to keep that in mind. It is not for nothing that Noam Chomsky recently wrote an article where he described the United States as the greatest terrorist state in history, with very, very powerful arguments to back his position. The greatest terrorist state today, Chomsky. And Chomsky said something else recently, even more recently. He argued that if the United States of America wants to fight IS and terrorism, it must come out openly and confess that the United States itself is behind the terrorism associated with the IS. Say so openly. Only then will people believe you. Otherwise, you're just deceiving people if you're not prepared to come out with the truth. So the question is, Mr. Chairman, how do we end wars? Professor Galtung has provided various arguments. He has reasoned out how we can bring war to an end. But very quickly, let me say that a multipolar world would help in reducing wars. From a hydroponic situation that we're in today, a unipolar world, a multipolar world would be a great help. That's important, and we must work towards it, and it's happening. Whether we like it or not, it's happening. Different centers of power emerging. The multipolar world is a very important precondition for ending wars. The rule of law is another very important factor at the international level in terms of reducing the risk of war, the rule of law. The strengthening of international institutions is yet another dimension. Strengthen international institutions. Constitutional changes within nation states would also be very critical. Johan gives the example of Article 9 in the Japanese Constitution. Though there are critics of that article, but nonetheless, we have to give credit to the Japanese for holding on to this article for so long, even though we know that there's tremendous pressure to circumvent that article now. But Article 9 is important. It is the first instance in modern history of a state declaring openly that it will not go to war. And that, to my mind, is something that states should do. If every state could do this, have the equivalent of Article 9 in its constitution, it would be a tremendous boost to our campaign to abolish war. I have been, as a non-Japanese, very much part of this campaign for the last 7 or 8 years. I took part in the first major campaign in 2007, the Article 9 campaign, and again in December last year in Tokyo, where I find that somehow the momentum has been lost now. It may be because of the Abe government, it could be because of the economic situation in Japan, but nonetheless, we would like to see this campaign continue, and many others must get involved in this. Professor Galtung has also suggested banning weapons of mass destruction, war as a propaganda tool, and also looking into various other factors that give rise to wars. My dear friend, Din Shamsuddin, referred to interfaith dialogue as a way of reducing the tensions that can lead to war. And I think it's true. We have also been involved in this for a long while, and I know that Muhammadiyah is also part of this, like JUST and other organizations. And the recent meeting that we held in Yogyakarta, we were able to bring Muslims and Buddhists together to commit ourselves to a shared vision of the world, of the future, of peace. And we were able to show that there are values that bind us together as human beings, that our religious affiliations were secondary when it came to these values that transcend our religious affiliation. And it's very significant that on issues like religious diversity, the acknowledgement of the importance of the dignity of the human being, justice, we found that there were so many quotes from the Buddhist scriptures and from the Quran and from other Islamic sources which show that there are parallels between these two great faiths. And this would go for all the other religions too. Islam and Christianity, Christianity and Hinduism, Hinduism and Sikhism. I think we should be able to build these bridges. If you ask me, I think this is something that's unique to our age. Interfaith communication at the mass level and the willingness to commit ourselves to shared values. It is new. New in the sense that while small groups of people have been aware of this right through the ages, this is the first time in human history that it has become a mass activity. And this must tell us something about the future. In other words, rigidity, dogmatism, we must set aside attitudes of this sort, which are barriers to the type of communication that we're talking about. And I want to end on this note. You know, UNESCO, way back in 1946, UNESCO declared that since wars begin in the minds of people, the defenses of peace should also be built in our minds. I think that has a lot of meaning. It has a lot of meaning. In the ultimate analysis, it's our values that count. How we bring up our children, that would be a great contribution to abolishing war. How we relate to one another, husband and wife, children, to our relatives, our friends. These things are very, very important because there are very often hints of violence in our relationships. And those hints of violence manifest in 1,001 different ways, in the toys that you get for your children, to the way in which you speak to one another, the aggression in one's tone. These things contribute to violence. Let's understand that. This is why the real change has to take place at the level of the human heart. That's the real change that matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra Muzaffar, for sharing your thoughts with us on your reflection on humanity and dignity. I think if we analyze the root causes of the conflicts ongoing today, wars, it is evident that it is about the need to preserve humanity, dignity, and respect. And as Tun Mahathir once said, if we address ourselves as a civil society, we should not be going into all these conflicts and wars, quote unquote, or words to that effect. On your position that Malaysia has a very good track record with international peacekeeping, and that Malaysia is in a position to say no to war or war be abolished, it fits well as Malaysia is now chairing ASEAN. And it is also consistent with Malaysia's foreign policy. And not only that, if we all recall the speech by our Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Datuk Sri Najib at the United Nations General Assembly, where Prime Minister Najib assured the international body of Malaysia's commitment and support to international peacekeeping efforts. So that is something which I certainly agree with Dr. Chandra Muzaffar. And on your point on this interfaith, I must apologize. I can't help, but I've got to, because that's something that's very dear to my heart. 2 years ago, I was in Jogja. I attended an interfaith session. You know, it's very heartening to find 6 major faiths sitting under one roof and talking about the way forward for Indonesia. I spoke to an Indonesian lady. I asked her, are you from NU or Muhammadiyah? Her response was, I am Muhammadiyah, but I teach in an NU school, and my children attend the NU school. And coming to your point on the constitutional reform, I think this is, and the rule of law, upholding the rule of law, this is the way forward for some of the countries that is currently experiencing this state of lawlessness, conflicts. I keep telling my dear friends in Myanmar, I'm sorry I have to quote about Myanmar, because Myanmar is also deep in my heart, because I have dear friends there. I keep telling them that you need to uphold the rule of law. That is, bringing perpetrators or throwing the law books at them, people who incite hatred speeches. And also, I keep reminding them that part of these constitutional reforms, part of the promises of the democratization promises that you have made, the democratization process that you have made, you have got to uphold, you have got to honor. And finally, I tell my dear friends that, you know what is the cause of the division in Myanmar today? I may be wrong, but deep in my heart, I'm telling all of you and my dear friends there, I keep reminding them, and I'm sure Dr. Dean and Dr. Chandra, I saw both of you, your handsome-looking photograph of a session that you had a few years back in Jakarta, and that's widely published there in Myanmar. There's a lacking in metta karuna. For the Buddhists, they will understand this. Metta karuna is in Sanskrit. It's in the good books of the Buddha. All it means is love and compassion. There's a lacking in metta karuna, and that's one of the causes of this division in Myanmar today. Well, having said that, I'd like to proceed with, last but not least, coincidentally, he was also the last speaker in the earlier panel discussion, Yoichi Shimatsu, coming from a nation that rose from the ashes to a highly industrialized nation today. And Yoichi, in Galtung's recommendation, Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution was quoted. Now, recently, there was a controversial bill to allow Japan to send its army abroad or to engage in missions as part of the country's right to self-defense. The name Self-Defense Force, since 1954, denotes what Japan can do militarily. Now that was the pacifist, or that is still today, the pacifist constitution, since World War II. Now in 1997, you know better than me, Japan revised its military role to include contribution to peace and stability in Asia Pacific. And Prime Minister Abe recently also wants to contribute more actively towards world peace. So how do you see this coming from that part of the world to what Johan Galtung talked about Article 9 of your constitution and the role that Japan is likely to play towards either promoting international peace or abolishing war?
Yes, thank you, General. I share your concerns deeply. And about Myanmar, I've talked with many Buddhist monks from Myanmar, and before that, Buddhist monks from Sri Lanka, before these communal, and I would indeed say genocidal wars have broken out. And I feel very emotional about it because these are really mass murders. These are terrible, terrible things going on. Their views are astounding. To equate Muslims who are native-born in Myanmar with an invasion a deliberate invasion, a campaign of subversion from Bangladesh, and unflinchingly espousing violence to expel these people, drive them out, necessary, kill them, from men of religion. It is hurtful. Now, I try to reason with them that, yes, Bangladesh has many problems. It socially exports. And these problems are probably rooted in this long campaign since the subversion of East Pakistan, a powerful state of East Pakistan, and the destruction of the authority there. And probably very few of you know that the invasion from India, ordered by Delhi, of East Pakistan was led by Tibetan paratroopers who are loyal to the Dalai Lama. Okay, they led the attack against East Pakistan in its conversion into this crippled state of Bangladesh. And we have to understand religious people should do their best not to get involved in these kind of, destructive of other communities, for that destabilizes. About the final war theory, yes, it's prevalent, it's growing stronger. It was, in fact, provided the motivation for the young people, Buddhist group in the Aum Shinrikyo, who gassed the Tokyo subways, knocking down 20,000 people, trying to murder their own people. It has been growing in strength. And this is a theory which the Buddha himself never expounded. It arose more than 1,200 years after the passing of the historic Buddha. It arose as a consequence of the Mughal invasion of India, in which the monastery in Nalanda and 60,000 monks were slaughtered without mercy. Okay? And out of that came a profound pessimism within Buddhism that the end is coming, that mankind is falling away from the Dharma, or the teachings of the Buddha, and not just the Dharma, from the very notions of decency as taught by all prophets, that humankind is degrading, and that in the end, this degradation will be so great there'll be nothing to prevent us from slaughtering all of each other and destroying the entire planet. Okay? So there is this powerful story of the final war there. But if we look at it in a different sense, it serves as a warning that religious warfare will bring out the end of the human race. That what is important is when we lose faith, when we forget the teaching, when we absolutely reject the teachings of our religious leaders, that is when the final war, that is when the end arises. So I think this is the real lesson, the dangers of losing our ethics, our morality, our concern for others, the notions of love and compassion. When we reject and abandon those, this is when the war begins. Okay? Excuse me for being so emotional, but it is very hurtful to see this happening in our own community. Now, for the Constitution, our current government, there's the largest bloc is called Nippon Kaigi, Nihon Conference, and many of those politicians and their supporters are believers in the final war. They believe war is inevitable, it's coming, Japan must get prepared, and as I pointed out to you, this is the reason I've had to do this research into Fukushima, what actually happened there, why the radiation levels are so high, and I found 3 suspected nuclear weapon sites, which need to be followed in violation of the Constitution and international law, and this must be exposed. And it must be exposed because millions of Japanese people are being exposed to unacceptable levels of radiation. And the reason for this is to show the world, and unfortunately Americans were involved in the development of nuclear bombs, nuclear warheads in Japan. Joseph Trento wrote a long article showing the 40-year history of U.S. transferring technology secretly to Japan for that. And there was a GE crew at Fukushima on the day that exploded, and the anniversary will be 4 years ago, 2 days from now, on March 11th. It will be the 4th anniversary of that event. I think the purpose of the cover-up, of denial, is to show the whole world that there is an acceptable level of radiation exposure, so that in the conflicts to come very shortly, very soon, you must not, if you're Iranian or Afghan, or if you live in Oman or the Gulf states, you must not fear radiation. You can survive it. It's okay. Forget about it. Deny it. And I say this because there's a difference between the wars of the past in which the great powers, NATO, the United States, fought against very weak opponents who lacked nuclear weapons, who lacked advanced arms. But today's flashpoints, we are talking here about the Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf. If Iran is not a nuclear power, at least it has the ship-killing missiles, which can sink a U.S. aircraft carrier. It has torpedoes that can go after a nuclear sub. And if it does succeed in striking an invasion force, we will have major nuclear catastrophe, which will shut down the Gulf of Hormuz
And therefore, we understand. The planners of this war understand this, and this is why they're supporting ISIS to build this corridor for pipelines to the Mediterranean. They know when the decision comes to launch the attack on Iran, that alternative oil path must be found. So I think the creation of ISIS is implying we're approaching the brink of a nuclear war. The other flashpoint, of course, is the South and East China Seas between China, Japan, United States navies. Again, even if China does not respond with the nuclear bomb, nuclear missiles against U.S. aircraft carriers and destroyers, just a conventional missile could damage these ships, set these weapons on fire, and contaminate much of Asia, Southeast Asia, including this country here, if we have an engagement like this. So this is why I think times have changed. You know, the Constitution is all important. We must restrain the coming wars. The past wars were horrible to the weak, the innocent victims. The next series of wars will be devastating. And if we do see nuclear bombs going, we're going to see power station, neutron bombardment, power stations going down, any nuclear stations in the area possibly melting down, as the Prime Minister Naoto Kan feared after Fukushima. He feared that 15 nuclear reactors plus the reactor aboard the USS Ronald Reagan would be melted down, and that he was prepared to sign an order on March 12 to evacuate 50 million people from the Tohoku and Kanto, including Tokyo region of Japan. 50 million people without power, without water, with no planes able to fly, no forms of transport able to run. It would have been basically like a final war. But we are bringing this on ourselves. I think what has changed in Japan? Why are we taking such a radical direction? 70 years, this is the 70th anniversary of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings come up. It's because as the pain and suffering, which are real existential experiences, as the memory of those begin to fade, as the survivors die off, and even the second generation, the children born to them, die off, as the real pain, the reality of nuclear war moves back, what has been replaced by is fear, the fear of nuclear conflict, and this urges the Japanese leadership to rearm, to restart the nuclear plants, to get the MOX fuel going, get the warhead production going. It is fear. And fear, we know, unlike pain, is irrational. Okay? Pain is real. Fear is irrational. We must not surrender to those fears. And I think, and I think the danger here, as we see in the kids who go to ISIS, this despair, the moral despair of our time, is driving people toward a suicidal attitude. These young kids are going there to be car bombers and things like this. They want to die. I think a lot of the politicians in Japan feel if the end of Japan's prime time is coming up, bring down Japan, bring down the whole world. Let everyone die. And this is the ultimate global suicidal complex we're increasingly seeing in all the great powers. And having come from Germany, it was refreshing to see a country with a healthy mindset and psychology pulling back from the brink. It was a country that would be the first to go in the Cold War exchange. They understand the reality. We must all pull back, find our senses again, work together in an interfaith way, deal with these differences. They're minor differences. I think the faith, whether it's Islam, Christianity, or Buddhism, informs us to say the same thing. Don't kill your neighbors.
Thank you. I would like to make reference to your points on restraining the coming war. The coming war is not only about nuclear, it's not only about terrorism, but you made reference to this very valid new phenomena that's coming up. It's not cyber warfare, but it's religious warfare. Now, this is something that all nations must rise together to restrain and to say no. Let me share with you, a few months back, this group of ultra-nationalist Buddhists from Myanmar, led by this guy who claims to be a monk, Viratu, from the 969 group. They met up in Sri Lanka, and together with some ultra-nationalist groups from Sri Lanka, they agreed to internationalize the issue of going against Christianity and Islam. Now, this is a very, very dangerous trend for the region, for the Indian subcontinent, because not only did they venture into Sri Lanka, they also made contacts with the RSS in India. So if left unchecked, this is going to be a dangerous trend, and it is incumbent, it's a moral obligation on the part of the international system, on the part of the civilized world society to stand up and say no. And the other one is lessons from Japan. I think this is worth taking note. Lessons from Japan, lessons from the Hiroshima incident, and lessons on why Japan until today advocates Article 9 of the Constitution of Japan. That's why in Japan they are referred to, the military is referred to as the Japanese Self-Defense Force and not armed forces. It's a self-defense force. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have from now until about 4:20. It is now 3. No, is it 5 or 10 to 5? 10 to 5, is it? It's 4:45. No. What I plan to do is to open the Q&A session to the floor, and then I'm going to stop to give about 5 minutes to Professor Johan Galtung to either rebut or to agree with whatever that transpired during the panel discussion or from the floor. For the members of the floor, please identify yourself, please be brief, and please address to whom amongst the panelists that you would like your question to be responded. So it's now open to the floor. Please use the mics that's close by. Okay, Haji.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name Abdul Halim bin Bistamam from Brain Science Research Center. It's about brain. Let me read this. The best man is he who is best to mankind. The school children know that Albert Einstein is the best among the scientists. But the problem is, I do not know whether he was responsible for the Manhattan Project or a little boy, the first atomic bomb in the World War II. He used his brain to create the formula E equal to mc squared. My question is, how to maximize our brain to put an end to the war? The first question. My second question is there any connection between the New World Order and higher order thinking skill by the Education Ministry in Malaysia? And my last word for this session is, I think the best solution is that revealed knowledge and acquired knowledge has always coexisted. So The real battle is that of the mind. Thank you very much.
Can I invite any members of the panel that would like to respond?
Well, I'll try to be very brief because we don't have too much time. But when you raise the Manhattan Project, you inevitably raise the history of nuclear weapons, and you raise also the history of weapons of mass destruction, and they go beyond, of course, nuclear weapons. Now, how do you end war? You have to disable what President Eisenhower called a military-industrial complex. You have to close down the weapons factories. You have to disable the whole institutional structure of the armed forces. I'm not saying that this is the sole objective, but if we are addressing the issues of weapons, we have to address it. Now, with regard to nuclear war, I'd like to make a parenthesis because the doctrine of nuclear war was reformulated in 2001 under the 2001 Nuclear Posture Review. And it posits, and it complements what Yoshi has mentioned, it posits that the United States of America can use nuclear weapons preemptively, that means as an act of self-defense, against non-nuclear states. That's the first thing, and it targets a whole series of countries. It's indicated in the document, okay? The second point is that they define a new concept, which are called the tactical nuclear weapons, or mini-nukes, and I quote from Pentagon sources, the mini-nukes with an explosive capacity between 1/3 and 6 times a Hiroshima bomb are, quote, harmless to the surrounding civilian population because the explosion is underground, unquote. That is official in military documents, and consequently, they can be used. They're safe for civilians, they're a humanitarian bomb. So there has been a turnaround in the understanding of nuclear weapons in relation to the Cold War era, where we had the notion of mutual assured destruction, the so-called MAD doctrine.
Yoshi, would you like to, Dr. Chandra, please?
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. I thought I would respond very briefly to the point that our questioner raised about, well, basically reason and revelation. I feel it's important to address this, especially in our country. There is a tendency today to regard as revelation what goes beyond revelation as such, and to push reason to the margins. It is becoming more and more pronounced in Malaysia and in many other Muslim countries. It's also happening perhaps in other religious communities. But this, I think, is something that is very serious. And Muslims will have to respond to this. Revelation and reason and the relationship between the two was not a problem during the time of Islam's illustrious centuries. The great scientists and philosophers, they never saw this as a challenge, as a dichotomy. Whether it's Al-Kindi or Ibn Sina or Razi, all the great Muslim thinkers. For them, there was revelation, and that revelation was also an inspiration for the use of reason. For instance, in the Quran, there are lines that say that look at the change in the seasons and the way in which the leaves change their colors and so on. That's revelation. But that revelation led to reasoning. where scientists and Muslims, they tried to find out what this whole thing was about. So they didn't see a dichotomy. But today you have a situation where, largely because of the impact of the ulama, and especially the contemporary ulama, many of them, you find that for them everything which is connected with the religious texts, way beyond the Quran, those are all revelations. What they pronounce is a revelation, so they who interpret, their word becomes a revelation. No one is supposed to challenge those things, and in the end, reason becomes less and less important. That is what is dangerous in the Muslim world today. Thank you.
Okay, next. I'll have this, I'll have the lady first because, she was up much earlier. Then I'll come back to you. Yes.
Thank you for the chance. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Mas Moha from Islamic State University Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. My question is to Mr. Elias Hana. Mr. It's just about Middle East. We know that Middle East is complex region from Israel-Palestine conflict until the Arab Spring, the Egypt, the Yemen, but 100 treaty created by United Nations to solve Israel and Palestine cannot solve anything yet until now. And then the other conflict, the continuation of Arab Spring, just like in Yemen, in Egypt, there are so many other conflicts after the revolution. So the revolution throughout the presidents, there is a sectarian war, there is a civil war after that. And how, if the United Nations as the government organization don't have strong enough to stabilize and to manage the power of peaceful world in the region of Middle East? And the second question is about the establishment of ISIS. As we know that ISIS emerged in Iraq, and from the article that I read, ISIS also occupied the oil bunker in Iraq. So is there any other interest? Is there not only about the religion, not only about to build Islamic State in Iraq and Sham with the radical movement, but also the economic interest or political interest other? Thank you.
General, I think she requested you to respond. Can you...
The first, I mean, I'm gonna go for the second one and then try to decipher the first one. When we talk about ISIS, ISIS didn't come like the overnight. It's like a cumulative effect that started maybe because many panelists discussed Afghanistan, Al-Mujahideen, and then Al-Qaeda. From that time, Al-Qaeda was the center of gravity, and it was like centralized decision-making, command and control. In 2001, it is coming like more franchised, regionalized. And one Abu Mus'ab al-Zarqawi in Iraq declared the Islamic State, and then he was killed by the American in 2006. Now, we have different kind of ISIS. ISIS cannot really grow in such short period of time unless it has the fertile ground. What is the fertile ground for ISIS? I'm not really defending ISIS, but I mean, if you want to create a problem for ISIS, there is many reasons for ISIS. First, the American, they come and really destroy the balance of power in the region. Now, they have created a certain vacuum within Iraq. Second or third, the Shia, when they started to govern, and here we have some historical perspective, in 1920, the Shia fought the British, but the Sunni governed Iraq. In 2003 until 2011, the Sunni fought against the American, but the Shia now are governing, I mean, by the backing of Iran. So now the Shia, the problem of Iraq today is there is not equitable distribution of wealth and power. And the Sunnis that were within the awakening of the Americans, like 90,000 kids, young men, they were marginalized. So this area, I mean this era or this place or this community was considered as a safe haven for these people. Moreover, ISIS has lots of Ba'asi from the Iraqi, from the Saddam Hussein's time. Moreover, the ISIS has really prepared the ground of last year what happened, preparing the ground, killing, exploding and distribution of terror and then for more than 1 year and a half. And all of a sudden, the Iraqi army was not really able because there was a high level of corruption. And all of a sudden, fertile ground, they were ready and they took over the Iraqi newest arms, and the Iraq paid like $30 billion of American weaponry. And then the whole system was open. So they went from Al-Anbar to Mosul and then to Syria, Raqqa, and declared the caliphate. Now there is a problem between what is Al-Qaeda and what is the ISIS. ISIS is different caliphate, and Jabhat al-Nusra is really affiliated to Al-Qaeda. And in this perspective, we started to see the American strategy as well as the regional strategy, considering ISIS as the highest threat for the national security, especially for the Arab Muslim world. But the first question I didn't really.
Okay. All right, the gentleman right in
Assalamu
front of
alaikum.
me. Can you please be brief, because I'm trying to accommodate as many questions as I can. I have to stop at 5:20, okay?
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, the all speaker and organizer. I am Jafar Ahmad. I am from one Rohingyas, the one human rights activities in Malaysia, Myanmar Ethnic Rohingya Human Rights Organization Malaysia, Meherum. Actually, I come this conference very interesting, good opportunity for in ASEAN to face the ASEAN community, ASEAN ethnic.
Can you go straight to the question, please?
Yeah.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but could you please go straight to the question?
Actually, we have need to face. We are suffering, continue our countries in Myanmar, the Rakhine State, still on the Rohingya in the other way violation, in the killing, in the detention, about the vulnerable to use, about our community is the Rohingya in Rakhine State. We ask the international community, we do not do more about the issue about the Rohingya, but every time about to publish about the concern, more persecuted ethnic Rohingya in the Burma, but I still have no any to change to survive the suffering. But I ask the ASEAN also good the opportunities at the good time is the DCR also ASEAN chairman. I message about the ASEAN communities at the ASEAN chairman to doing some about the suffering, to change about the policy, about the Burmese government continue violation. This our people, our sister, our daughter, the Reeb and Tausha.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
If I hear and read you correctly, you are inferring that something has to be done to the issue of the Rohingyas.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll get someone to respond.
Yeah, I am so hope to face our life to save in Burma. Thank
we
you so
all
much.
understand that. We all sympathize with the Rohingyas.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll get Dr. Din. Would you like to respond? to
Assalamualaikum.
that?
It's a very intricate issue. I was in Yangon to help creating Interreligious Council of Myanmar, consists of both Muslim leaders and Buddhist leaders, but we could only go to the capital we planned to go to Rakhine State. It was very difficult. And our humanitarian support from Indonesia, for example, can only reach to the capital. And therefore we need to insist, especially the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, because this organization is working on the ground for the humanitarian works through two agencies, the Red Crescent of Turkey and the Red Cross of Indonesia, but they have to support both sides. I think there should be strong insistence from the international community, including the United Nations, to the ruling party, to the junta regime in Myanmar. As far as our responsibility through the religious leaders, I think we open communication to religious leaders from both sides, Muslims and Buddhists. But in my observation, there is a fundamentalist Buddhist movement chaired by, I forgot the name, who is really agitated and expand propaganda not only in Myanmar but all over the world. So our task in our respective country, like in Indonesia, maybe in Malaysia, is to prevent the seemingly religious conflict between Islam, Muslim and Buddhists to enter our nation, because if we open the door, I think another kind of conflict in many parts of the world will occur between Buddhists and Muslims. Thank you.
Yes, sorry? Yeah, please.
Yeah, you know, some of the alarming things that's happened within Myanmar, being a military-dominated government, is that there are no civil restraints. You cannot appeal in law courts. There's just no recourse for these citizens, people who were formerly citizens of Myanmar and had their citizenship basically stripped away. So they're treated as foreign immigrants, though many of them are third, fourth, and even longer generations in Myanmar. I think the situation has really gotten out of control because Thailand was sort of their very important haven. They came over in boatloads, very overcrowded, without sufficient food and water, would land. And the crisis really hit international headlines about 2 years ago when the military, allegedly, let's put it that way, towed some of the boats out to sea without providing people with food or water, and people drowned. You know, the boats toppled over in storms and were killed. And this is what I meant by mass murder. It's happening. The situation has gotten even worse since the coup because the military, because it wants to connect with the military government, the Thai military in Myanmar for various trade privileges, exchanges, has basically shut down every human rights organization, especially for Myanmar, for Burmese human rights, in the last, let's say, 3 months. And a personal friend of mine was detained because he used to send money for basically just very low-level village program, nothing serious. They detained him for 3 weeks. He was grilled badly. He doesn't say how badly he was treated, but he was ordered to write a 50-page report every month to 2 intelligence agencies, 1 military and 1 police. 2 months ago, he has to write 50-page reports to 7 intelligence agencies. This whole coup has been spawning more and more surveillance of human rights activists. And I certainly am not one who supports every human rights activist, all the open society, and I've always opposed those people. But I do think there are a lot of legitimate people there who provide good aid and have been helpful to Myanmar, but they have been traded off like pawns between the military governments. And I think this is the problem. The military are not trained in diplomacy, law, or anything like this. They're trained in combat. They're trained in restriction. They're trained in quarantining people. And I think this is a real problem for ASEAN. How do we crawl back to acceptable, legitimate governments that treat their own citizens and refugees with kindness and compassion and humanitarian concern?
Good evening. If I could just add, Yoshua, do not forget that there are also good people in Myanmar, especially among the Buddhist monks in particular, who sympathize who share the hardships, the sufferings of the Rohingyas. I know of an incident where a mob went after something like 1,500 Muslims who decided to seek shelter in a monastery. When they approached the monastery, the monk just stood at the door and asked them, "What do you want?" The mob told the monk, "We hand over those Muslims to us." And the monk responded, "If you want them, you take me on first." So there are some good people out there. Okay. So next I'll
Good evening.
have this, the young lady in black.
Thank you. My question is, how would the foreign policy of America would change listening to all these panelists? On one side, we hear that America have helped the whole world to change with its foreign policy. On the other hand, we see that America is being blamed for all the trouble the countries have been facing, starting with Al-Qaeda, going to ISIS and other things. America has been facing with criticism, and it's direct criticism that cannot be denied. First, by supporting the Afghans into their war with Russia, and then they end up being a terrorist group. And then indirectly trying to support the Free Army, but unfortunately the arms went mistakenly to ISIS. So with these questions, with even the American intervention into different countries, knowing that these countries did not consent for America to intervene, or even the public themselves, has created anti-American kind of mentality, which is a base of kind of, let's say, a source of motivation to recruit more extremists, that is even not solving the problem but causing more problem. Would American foreign policy change knowing that its foreign policy did not solve the problem in the Middle East but actually caused more tremendous problems with the effect? And there is one major question that most of the Middle Eastern are trying to question. It is about American foreign policy towards Israel. When are we going to witness American recognizing Palestine as a state, or even recognize its basic right not to allow Israel to veto Israel's crimes against humanity in Palestine?
We'll get an American to respond to that.
Thank you.
The U.S. became interested in the Persian Gulf when it shifted toward becoming, around the time of the Second World War, a predominantly oil-based economy. Even though the amount of oil that was ultimately imported by the United States, even at its height, was not that significant in the U.S. economy, it became concerned about maintaining the world's access to oil for purposes of stability. That was codified by President Carter after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan to include the notion of keeping the Soviets out of the Persian Gulf. And that deepened a relationship between the United States and Riyadh greatly, which of course was also deepened at the same time by the Iranian Revolution, which the Saudis found very threatening and continue to find very threatening. The reality, though, is because of the fracking revolution in the United States is already the biggest producer of natural gas in the world, and within a few years is going to be the biggest producer of oil in the world. And that reality means that after 7 decades of defending and waging conflicts on behalf of what it considered to be a world order worth preserving, it is tired from that. And I think there's a very distinct possibility the United States will retreat to a certain extent from the Middle East, become less interested because of the criticism and because of the mistakes it's made, to make that kind of effort in a part of the world where people seem willing to fight on for a very long time and engage in unprecedented atrocities. So the problem is, if the United States is no longer willing to play that role, who is? The biggest importers of Iranian oil, the biggest importers of Saudi oil, the biggest importers of Iraqi oil are all the same 4 countries. It's China, it's India, South Korea, and it's Japan. And none of those four countries are interested in trying to make stability happen there. They will refuse to do this for quite some time. So if the United States, to the extent it continues to pull out, and we're at a point in history where Bush exhausted the American public, and he created the Obama effect. And now we are at the end of the Obama effect, and there is a growing sense that decreasing American role in the Middle East has not led to any more stability than the previous effort at ramping it up. There is that sense that ultimately China, Japan, India, South Korea need to take the responsibility for running that part of the world based on their resource dependencies. There's also the growing sense that the three regional players of note are the three players who really matter. That is Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Turkey. So I agree with General Hanna's analysis. I think what happens in the Middle East is finally an admission over time that neither Syria nor Iraq are very coherent nation states. They were artificial constructs left behind by the European colonialists. I think it's almost impossible for either Baghdad or Damascus to reconstitute those two states. Two reasons. One, the Kurds are already gone, and they refuse to come back. Two, the Saudis are not going to allow Iran to control Baghdad, Damascus, Beirut, Sana'a, because that's a perfect encirclement of the Saudis. And they're not going to allow that. So the Saudis and the Turks both funded, somewhat cynically, but under their best impressions of this was our national interest, they funded and encouraged ISIS as a transformation of Al-Qaeda in Iraq. And that is an old practice which every country in the world has done. You make a friend out of the enemy of your enemy. And as so often happens in these situations, it grew beyond their control. And the Saudis are now waking up to that, and the Turks are now waking up to that. And I think what you're going to see over time is increasing cooperation between Egypt, Hamas, Israel, Palestinian Authority, Jordan, Saudi Arabia. Because every one of those groups is very concerned about the rising influence of ISIS elements within their situation. You're going to see that push from the south. You're going to see a very weak push from the north, from Europe, because they don't want to get involved. And the key swing state here is really Turkey's decision to either stop this playing both sides, encouraging ISIS because it wants the destruction on some level of Syria and because it wants a reduction of Iranian influence. It depends on how Erdogan ultimately responds, whether it is two, Turkey and Saudi Arabia against one, or the more dangerous situation of one, Saudi Arabia and UAE, really, against Iran. If that happens and there's a failure in the nuclear negotiations, and the Saudis use that as a pretext, and the Iranians correctly interpret the Saudi effort to keep prices low on oil as an attempt to bankrupt their economy, and to also force the Russians to reconsider their support for Assad. There's heightened possibility of conflict between the Saudis and the Iranians. The thing that holds that off, of course, is the Iranians know full well that if they really went after the Saudis in terms of their oil infrastructure, they would get a massive response, not just from the Saudis, quite possibly from the Israelis, and most definitely from the United States. So that mutual assured destruction in a conventional sense exists. I don't expect the Iranians to not reach for the bomb. I think they've already achieved a breakout capability of 10 to 12 months. I don't blame them for reaching for it, because the United States toppled regimes on their right and on their left. And if the guy in the middle reaches for his gun in the meantime, I think that's a fairly logical response. But I don't think we're ever going to walk the Iranians back from having that breakout capability. It's the same capability the Japanese have. Everybody tolerates that. The world will learn to tolerate the Iranians having a breakout capability. I think any situation when only one power in the region has nukes and nobody else does, i.e. Israel, is unstable. It naturally invites a balancing. I think it will, as it becomes recognized, it will become the excuse for the Saudis to cash in on a long-held promise from the Pakistanis to give them a nuclear weapon. And then we are going to enter into kind of a mini standoff in the Gulf that will have Israel as a participant, but will really be between Riyadh and Tehran, and there will be enough critical interest from the outside, particularly from the Chinese, I think, and the Indians, to force some sort of recognition that there are three nuclear powers at that point, and that we have to have mutual recognition of each other. Once you get mutual recognition, Israel, Iran, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and obviously the one that really counts is the recognition diplomatically of Israel, then I think you find your way towards some sort of solution for Palestine. So, as so often is the case, nuclear weapons tend to clarify the mind and clarify the situation. I don't think you can stop Iran from getting the bomb. I've said that for a decade. I think the only question that remains is, what can the world get from Iran having the bomb? And I think there is a way forward for strategic stability between those three powers and Turkey, which in effect already has the bomb on the basis of sharing with NATO. And I think there's a way forward on the Palestinian conflict once that antipathy, which is profound, between Riyadh and Tehran is finally brought out into the open and codified in some sort of strategic arms limitation talk. In effect, a replay of what happened in Europe between the Soviets and the United States.
Very, very briefly. It's working. How can there be a shift in U.S. foreign policy? That shift requires breaking the consensus of the global war on terrorism. Namely, that the United States is waging a war on terrorism when we know that, in fact, it is supporting the terrorists through its proxies, Turkey and Saudi Arabia. That's the important thing. Now, I should mention, because I'm in contact with people in the United States every day, there's a big movement precisely in that direction. It is to question the validity of U.S. foreign policy, including its military agenda directed against Russia, the legislation in the U.S. Congress. Thousands, tens of thousands of Americans are waging that battle against their government, but also against the mainstream media, which sustains the lies and fabrications to the effect that this is a war on terrorism rather than a war of destroying countries and conquering territory and resources. So that is the answer. It's not an easy thing to do. It has a lot to do with the crony lobby groups. And ultimately, I think we should push for what we might describe as regime change in the United States of America. Thank you.
General, you like to say something?
Oh, it's okay. I'm gonna comment on two things. The United States of America came to the region a little bit late. 1948, 1956. 1956 was the first, interference, let's say, politically. And then in 1967, the strategic importance of Israel started to grow within the global fight between two ideologies and the Arab-Israeli wars. But in 1991 until today, the strategic importance of Israel is declining. But at the same time, two major shifts is happening. First, it is no more Arab-Israeli conflict. The Arabs are out. You have Turkey, and remember what happened in Davos. And We remember what happened, for the Marmara peace fleet, what happened in Gaza. So it's no more Arab-Israeli conflict, it's Turkish and it's Iranian. And we remember Ayatollah Khomeini, what he said about Yawm al-Quds and all of that. So things are changing. Moreover, it is no more secular Arab-Israeli conflict. When you have Hamas, when you have Hezbollah, when you have the region going into, it is Islamic Israeli conflict. The second problem internally, before I go to the second shift, the Palestinians themselves, after Oslo agreement, the problem itself became more internal Israeli politics than regional, And then Jordan signed Wadi Araba Treaty. So there is a major shift. A third problem for the Palestinians, they are separated ideologically, politically, and geographically. You have the West Bank and you have Gaza. You have Islamic ideology and you have secular. And you have politically, the PA, they are minimalist. They want the state and that's it. But for Hamas, they are maximalist. So this is the Palestinian Islamic problem. But the second one, the decline of importance of strategic importance of Israel, now is leading the United States of America to open up to Iran. And it is a major shift in the American shift. Why? And this is what made Netanyahu angry and going to the Congress and giving like an empty speech, but he wanted really to know what's going on in the region. So we are seeing a shift, and unfortunately, the Islamic Israeli conflict becoming a local issue for the Israelis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming to the question on the U.S. foreign policy, I'm inclined towards what Barnett wrote in his book, is for the U.S. to redefine not just her way of war, but the planet. It does not mean that it's an advocation of war, but it could be the other way around, minimizing or abolishing. I'm reminded that we are now running into injury time, and I hate to say this, but I have to. I can only take one last question. I think the lady over there, she's been up there for the others. You can meet the other speakers after this and have a go at them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish to express my gratitude to the foundation. Just short.
Can you go straight to the question, please?
Yes, the question is not a question. It was just a comment that one speaker said that women is here to preserve humanity. So I'm surprised there's not a single woman on the panel. Maybe next time there's a panel, we'll have an equal number of women and men. I'm not discriminating. Competent women, I don't just say women, competent women to be on a panel to give their inputs, because they are the ones most affected by war. Their families all die in war, and they are subjected to war crimes. So we must have the women voice inside. War is usually male dominant, and men are normally out for war. So to get a peaceful reaction, we have to bring in the women. It is also, as I said, a war is a result of differences in visions and values among people and nations. So if there's a difference, I think, and most nations are run by men. So for a change, please include the women, the women's voice, good women's voice, not controlled women who speak like their husbands.
Thank you very much. We take note of your comment. Please also be reminded, I'm sure you are, the last few days, there's a group of Israeli women in Tel Aviv who are saying no, who can't tolerate any longer over the conflict between the Israelis and the Arabs. And also on the 27th of October last year, a group of Israeli ladies, Arabs, Christians, and Jews, they marched, they they took a march. Every step taken was devoted towards world peace. Thank you. We take note of your comment. It is now my pleasure to invite Professor Yau-Han Galtung to sum up whatever the panel discussed.
My very dear panel, the lady who just spoke took my first point. I was going to say 7 gentlemen. Very gentle, but all of them men. Thank you for making that point. Now, the point that I am bringing up now come in no particular order. I would like to start with Article 9. The point is not Japanese history and Japanese future. The point is that if you renounce war, like 26 countries have done, there are 26 countries in the world with absolutely no military. It's written into their constitution. And here comes the basic point, the basic point. They had never been attacked by anybody. 26 countries, never been attacked. I wonder how many in this wonderful group knew about that. Next point. Chomsky says, dialogue between faiths. Be careful about that, Noam. I know you very well, and you and I have had a little bit of disagreements. I admire you enormously. But you see, the moment you really start knowing what the other guy stands for, that's when it can become critical. So, my own experience moderating quite a number of dialogues between Muslims and Christians. My own experience is that you shall enter with a question. What is it you like on the other side? What is it that you would like to learn and borrow? And I can share with you one experience. Muslims pick up that there are Christianities and Christianities. With us, it's a little bit too uniform. It would be nice to have a little bit more Islams. Not only 2, 3, 4, 5, but maybe 1,000, for instance. So then I asked the Christians, what is it you would like to learn from Islam? No answer. So I ask again, no answer. Why no answer? Because they know nothing. It's ignorance which dominates it. Why ignorance? It has something to do with Muslims not being good enough in telling what Islam is about. I just make the point. Next point. UNESCO. The war does not start in the minds of men. The only correct word in that sentence is the word men, as opposed to women. The war passes through. My experience from 65 years in this field is that there are problems so immense that the people at the top of societies are confronting. They don't know in and out, and then they resort to that old method. And the problems are overwhelming to them. There are very few who really today go to offensive offense and really attack. It has happened, and there are cases. Now, the point I'm making is simply the following. Try to be aware of the fact that there are causes out there, and you'll find a number of them in the book. I don't know how many I may be contemplating things like rank inconsistency, rank discordance, rank disequilibrium. You see, these are things that come out of peace studies, and they are fairly complicated, and they can be solved. Next point of this little list I have, and I'm coming to the end. Correlation is not causation. That US hegemony has coincided with peace in the sense of absence of war and direct violence in large regions of the world, maybe in spite of US hegemony, not because of it. That they have coincided in time doesn't prove anything. That you have to prove in point by point, and there are other theories that are quite convincing when it comes to explaining it. I agree with the point. But now comes another point. What we know in the world today is that 125,000 people die of starvation and lack of medicine, lack of curative and preventive medicine, because they don't have money. Every day, 125,000. What we also know is that there is more spying in the world than at any time in human history. And it's organized by 5 countries. They happen to speak English, all of them. And one of them is a little bit more important than the others. Now, that we know, and here we can point for point exactly what that means. Why was there intervention by the United States in that country and not in that country? And so on. What does that have to do with rising inequality? Here you can go to a rather good social scientific proof, but not for the idea that the US hegemony was the one that produced peace. I mention it because these are points that are of some significance. If you now take up the point that was made by my good friend Josselowski, yes, the architects of war should be exposed. And by and large, we know the names. But Michel, the point that I am making is they are usually cowards. They are staying 7 levels down from the White House and things of that kind. They have the elevator. They are sending people into the war, and they try to promise them that you will be anonymous. Nobody will know you. Nobody will know you. So because of that, and they will promise them something, they will give them a green card or whatever they can do. Whatever they can do. They can even pay them very handsomely. For instance, a Norwegian soldier going to Afghanistan, 20 years old, has a higher income than a Norwegian professor. I'm not envying him. I am a Norwegian professor, but I'm just saying there is something here which is a little bit disproportionate. So what I'm saying, I'm in no way saying that you shouldn't expose the architects. I'm saying let us get the names of every one of them. And in addition to that, let us get the names, the wonderful people, the people who were killed and the bereaved, so that we can express our solidarity to them. Final comment. Final comment. Don't be too fascinated with analysis of foreign policy. I happen to know quite a lot of people very high up. And the more I have gotten to know them through my mediation, the more I actually like them and admire them. They are wrestling with problems that would kill any one of you after 1 hour. These are extremely difficult problems. I'm not saying they're handling it well or badly. I'm just saying that their job description is not one that many people would like to live with. I can tell you one thing. If, for instance, I offer a little indication of something, their first reaction is to deny it. The second reaction is to say, how could that work? They're looking desperately for some light in the tunnel, looking for some little hole. So if I should have a final message, it is, be more solution-oriented. More solution-oriented. You will find it intellectually much more difficult. Anybody with a little bit of university education can do some analysis. Could even become a professor on that basis. But you see, to try to find the critical point, and I shall just mention one, when I do mediation in Iran, I hear figures, but it's not uranium-238 and uranium-235 and plutonium and transuranians. It is not that. It is 1953, 1953. And Chandra, you mentioned it. You mentioned it, Chandra, what happened. And that was the MI6 CIA coup against the totally legally elected Mossad. It has become the trauma in Iran. Now, give BBC and CNN a 2 minutes joint session with the head of MI6, the head of CIA, accompanied by a prime minister and a president, to apologize deeply. And you will find the conflict solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Yauhan, before I say thank you to the members of the panel on your behalf and on behalf of PGPF, I would like to leave this remark by a French Prime Minister, Georges Clemenceau, who was Prime Minister from 1906 to 1909. I'd like to leave this with you all, and this is what he said: war is too serious a business to be left to the generals, unquote. On that note, thank you very much to the members of the panel, and for your indulgence too. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our distinguished panelists for very riveting, candid, and deep discussion. I'm sure that's leaving us with a lot of food for thought and hopefully contemplation and action on our individual selves. And in a moment, I shall be calling upon Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Rais Yatim, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and advisor to the Perdana Global Peace Foundation, to deliver his closing remarks as soon as our distinguished guests have returned to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Rais Yatim, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and advisor to Perdana Global Peace Foundation, to deliver his closing remarks. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum. Salam sejahtera. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, President PGPF, and our beloved fourth Prime Minister. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah, Advisor to PGPF. Yang dihormati Tan Sri, yang dihormati Tan Sri Samsudin Hitam, tidak lupa yang berbahagia Tan Sri Norian Mai, Tan Sri Pozi, and those who have come in droves and big numbers this morning, and to those who have left the hall. I just whispered to Tun a minute ago. I said perhaps there's no need for me to do a closing remark. I said that because the words that have flowed from the 7 luminaries are enough to drown us for at least 1 month. Drowned in the wisdom, drowned in the knowledge that they have given us, and perhaps with the kind of knowledge that they have, we can be steadfast in our approach for the future. Therefore, like Shakespeare say, what do I say at this late hour? But thine ears are to give for you alone and this evening alone. Therefore, it is for us to mull over. There are 2 segments. One segment is about the New World Order, the details of which have been explained. The other part is to stop the war and to make war a criminal. And to see the attendance of this meeting, if each one of us would carry home the messages elucidated by those very able luminaries, most of all by Tun himself, I believe humanity would be the richer and the wiser. Friends, we have to go briefly in this respect, and one of the briefing notes that we should always remember is what Tun said at the opening. He said that there is not enough of equalities for the value system that has emanated within the relationship between the United States and the rest of the world. We can expand on that, but due to the limited nature of time, allow me simply to make a précis. The précis, or the brief part of it, is that everything comes from one source. Human rights come from one source. The Nuremberg trial, it developed into the League of Nations, then on to the United Nations. Then they developed the veto system. All of us, being members of the UN, will just have to follow. But what about the wisdom of the East when you develop human rights? You tell me how many of Islamic iotas are contained in the human rights that have been consulted with, that have been weighted against the value system of the East, the value system of the Middle East. Truly, you would be answering that very minimum part is contained there. The local wisdom is not included. What happened to the Budi we have in Indonesia? Or what happened to the gotong royong system that we have all over the Asian countries? It is not there. The simple award and the simple adjudgment of a case, it is not there. Therefore, the insertion by the United States, I can just say in one word, it is an overall usurpation of role. But we have discussed about this already. Now, the thousands of us who have graduated from the United States or from Westminster or from Europe carry home the points of human rights. And at that time, we are camouflaged by the overall blanket of the human rights that have been given to us. We have no way of saying what are ours now. Therefore, the legal system that we have, we follow after them. The commercial tariffs, the GATT, and the international law binding of the sea all start from those norms that we have received. But at the same time, it is not now for us to say, let us change it. If you want to change that, then you have to change the modus operandi of thinking itself. That is not easy. Therefore, like they say, if you cannot defeat them, join them. But to join them, you have to have your own criteria, your own thinking process. And this is where the Muslims in the Middle East, I believe, they are not united. The Muslims of the world are not united. The Shiites are talking about something else, and the Sunni are talking about something else. The Americans see this. This is the best chance for them to use the word Al-Qaeda, kill them. This is the first time, and this is the best time for them to use the word IS, Islamic State. After all, Islamic State is a very cogent term that you and I know it rests for the Sharia. But when IS is concocted in such a way, it gives a very sinful atmosphere to IS itself. And we just accept IS because America uses that word, we use this word as well. At the time when the Sunnis and the Shiites who hear this, word per word, they should have created the conglomerate and tell them, this term is not for you to use. This term we do not accept. What should be accepted is terrorism, extremism within regions, and not to term it as IS, and you accept it just like that. But now those boys and girls in the schools, they say, yes, IS is evil. But Islamic State is not evil. Islamic State is wholesome. It is dictated under the Sharia. It is the dream of a Muslim nation. Whether or not a state is Islamic, that is secondary. But to say that Islamic State is terror is another thing. The point to be thought about is to coagulate the thinking process. When America says something, we have to reconsider the pillars of wisdom within us. Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, on the line of what Tun Mahathir had said, he used to say that, where is the Asian values? We cannot see it. We cannot see it in the laws. We cannot see it in the GATT. We cannot see it in the human rights. And we have to accept the fact that the human rights of Nuremberg trials were the rights that were expounded by those from Israel because they were feeling oppressed and they didn't have the opportunity to say within the same sphere of things like what you and I have to say today. So in a way, the suggestion of Prof. Geltung is relevant, and the second part of the discussion today, I noticed, is all about the discussion on the books written by the wise. This is good, but beyond that, some of the answers that we are receiving are not yet clear, and that is the value system to be imbibed within the educational system of each country. If you want to hate war, we have to start with the schools. We have to start with value system. We cannot hate war and then make war a criminal matter if we do not educate it right from day one. Therefore, besides the 20 points enunciated by Prof. Geltung, perhaps we should consider the mechanism of teaching our people how to hate war. How do we transport the idea to the gurus, to the cikgus, to the teachers? How can we make the pantomime, the stage shows, the posters? This is important. And again, the Muslim world must unite in this. I fear that within a decade or so, between Saudi and Pakistan, between the Muslims in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Kuwait, they go separate ways in approaching war, in evaluating war. But if we, the Ummah, within the sphere of Islamic well-being, can tell the world that here you are, we must have this, and by sheer might of the belief we can do it, let us do it. That could be one of the solutions, besides the 20 points that we have heard today and this evening. I would like to share with you the following facts. The United States was the first country to develop nuclear weapons and is the only country to have used them in warfare. With the separate bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Then, in 1940 and 1996, the US spent at least 8.7 trillion in present-day terms of nuclear weapons development. No other nations and no other country comes close to that. One indication. The other indication is the Soviet Union has built approximately 55,000 nuclear warheads since 1949. Still very low. The United Kingdom built 835 warheads since 1952. Still on the lower side. Now, we bring it to the build-up of what we have elsewhere in Asia. Last year, the defense spending was budgeted to rise at 12.2% for the United States, at $130 billion. The official Xinhua news agency said Chinese built much lower than that. What does this show? This shows that a country will always gear up in the spending of its arsenal, for its defense, or for its infantry, navy, and the air. And there seems to be no decrease in the spending of these nations in terms of the defense needs of the country. India has announced a $40 billion defense budget for 2015. We stop it there. And to continue with the US, it says in another parenthesis statement, the Obama administration has proposed an increased $534 billion. Pentagon wanted this, but whether or not the mechanism of legislature approves it is another matter. If we look at the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, we have another set of figures. It says that the USA spends $684 billion, or 4.5% of its national GDP. China, $166 billion, 2.1% of its GDP. Russia, $91 billion, 4.4%. UK, $58 billion, 2.5% of its GDP. Saudi, $67 billion, 8.9% of its GDP. France, $60 billion, 2.4% of its GDP. India, 47, we mentioned a while ago, 1.5% of its GDP. Japan, 48, 2.5% of its GDP. South Korea, $34 billion, 2.8% of its GDP. Australia, $23 billion. This shows the trend which I've just said. There is no indication of de-escalating. It is on the way up. So what you and I are talking here today, within the scope of what Thun is hoping for, certainly we have to do something in terms of informational and the dexterity of work for the future. Having said that, closer to home in the ASEAN scenario, Singapore spends $9.7 to $12 billion. This is the highest in ASEAN. Indonesia, 7.2. This is 5% of its GDP. Thai, 6.0 billion. Malaysia, 4.7. Whatever it is, everyone is garnering the support of the country itself to build up and build up and build up. Therefore, to be contained within the 20 suggestions that Prof. Geltung has mentioned, we have to be associated with him to put in a few more suggestions, one of which is to urge these countries not to increase the budget expenditure to that point. But can we do that? Certainly no. Not by mere tongue-in-cheek, not by mere rhetoric, not by mere discussion on a long table. We have to instill, I believe, the sense of abhorrence within the populace itself. If in America, we have to plead with the Americans not to allow Pentagon to agree on a certain posture. So it is in UK, so it is in Asia and the rest. At the same time, we must try to promote the love for peace, the campaign for peace, and the nurturing of civilizational existence for peace. How much of this is taught in our school? We do not know. But it certainly is the question of capability and our resourcefulness for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go on, but looking at you at the back there, can you withstand the resilience of sitting in your chair for another 5 minutes? Since I doubt it, I will decrease that span of time to a mere minute, maybe. We would like here to thank Tun Mahathir for this shift of civilizational thinking, number one. Number two, the panel of speakers. They are great imparters of knowledge. And I think your capability in convincing the content of your books or the contents of your lectures should be continued when you reach home, your home base, to campaign for anti-war, to campaign for the hatred of war, but at the same time, to cohesively build up, as Dr. Din Shamsuddin had mentioned a while ago, to narrow the passage of differences between us. But this is not easy to be done. It must be done within the scope of humanity and understanding. Finally, there is this question of getting together our act in an overall global campaign. As you know, the endeavor to stop the war are represented by no less than 142 non-governmental organizations the whole world over. If we could enlist each and every one of this body, and we should have a conference or a regional conference, having them come over and to be with us in a disseminating style and take home later on what each bit has to do and what each leader has to perform. That way, the anti-war, the criminalizing of war will continue to reverberate within the waves of the seas and the oceans. Like Shakespeare said always, to be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to go against a sea of troubles. We see the trouble there, but we also see the opportunity for us to say, to be or not to be, it must be to be, and we make it a success. Congratulations to all, and Allah bless you. Thank you again, Tun, for this opportunity, and to all our colleagues who have made this great honor to be intervening and rewarding as such. Wassalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you to our distinguished speaker. Thank you for your closing remarks, Tan Sri, and for your inspiration. And of course, we'd like to thank, on behalf of the organizers, all of you for staying the whole day right to the end. And thank you for pledging your support and by being here all day. And we hope to see you, have your continued support throughout this effort. And once again, thank you to Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad for your leadership in this very complex cause, for surely it takes a superhuman effort as only you can. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the conference. We wish you a very good evening and a safe journey home. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Norian Mai to accompany Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad to the press conference.